Welcome back, you sleepy spuds and dozing donuts. I know you guys are ready to sleep with history, so let's snuggle up fast. And let me tell you a story here tonight about odd medieval rules that secretly made life easier. I mean, these things were crazy. So if you are new to the channel or returning, liking the video and commenting significantly helps us out. Also, please let me know where you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now get comfortable, turn that fan up max speed, and let's get it. You've spent your whole life hearing about the Dark Ages, that supposedly miserable stretch of human history when everyone was filthy, ignorant, and constantly terrified of both their earthly lords and an angry god. You've seen the movies where peasants grovel in mud, where knights commit casual brutality, and where life is, as Thomas Hobbes would later put it, nasty, brutish, and short. But here's what those dramatic retellings rarely mention. Medieval people weren't stupid, and they certainly weren't interested in making their already challenging lives harder than necessary. Tonight, as you settle into the warmth of your bed, let's wander together through a medieval town. Not the Hollywood version with its overwrought drama, but the real thing, where ordinary people developed extraordinarily clever systems to manage the chaos of daily existence. These weren't the grand laws debated in royal courts, or the theological proclamations issued by bishops. These were the practical street-level rules that governed everything from when you could hammer a horseshoe to how much your bread should weigh. And the beautiful secret hiding in plain sight. Most of these supposedly restrictive regulations were actually making everyone's life considerably easier. Picture yourself walking through a medieval town on an autumn evening, just as the sun begins its descent behind the thatched roofs and timber-framed buildings. The air carries that particular coolness that makes you pull your cloak a bit tighter, mixed with the smoke from countless hearth fires and the earthy smell of the unpaved streets. This isn't the romanticised Middle Ages of troubadours and tournaments, nor is it the nightmare version of plague and poverty. This is somewhere in between, a functional community of people who figured out how to live together in surprisingly sophisticated ways. The medieval world operated on systems so different from your own that they can seem almost alien at first glance. There were no police officers patrolling the streets, no building inspectors checking construction work, and no health department monitoring food safety. Yet somehow, towns functioned, markets operated, people generally got along without killing each other. The trick was in the rules, hundreds of small regulations that sound bizarre to modern ears, but made perfect sense in their context. Take the simple matter of when you could make noise. In your world, you can vacuum at 3 a.m. if you're so inclined, though your neighbours might have words with you about it. You can run power tools on Sunday morning or practice the drums at midnight. Medieval people found this kind of freedom baffling and frankly inconsiderate. They lived in close quarters, with houses practically leaning against each other and thin walls that did little to muffle sound. More importantly, they lived by the sun's schedule and needed their sleep to survive the physical demands of the next day. So they created rules about noise, and these rules were surprisingly specific. In many towns, you couldn't operate your workshop after the evening bell rang. Blacksmiths couldn't hammer, coopers couldn't pound barrel hoops. Even arguments between neighbours were supposed to quiet down once darkness fell. At first, this sounds like the kind of heavy-handed regulation that would drive you crazy. Imagine someone telling you that you couldn't finish a project just because the sun went down. But here's the clever part. Everyone lived by the same constraints, which meant everyone also benefited from the quiet. The blacksmith who had to stop his hammering at dusk knew that he also wouldn't be kept awake by his neighbour, the cooper, working late into the night. The baker who had to cease grinding grain after dark could sleep soundly without the noise of someone else's industry disturbing him. It was a kind of mutual agreement encoded in law, and it worked because everyone was equally restricted and equally protected. You gave up your freedom to make noise at night, but you gained the guarantee of peace when you needed to sleep. Not a bad trade, really. These quiet evening hours also had an unintended benefit that the townspeople probably didn't consciously plan but certainly came to appreciate. They created a natural rhythm to the day. You worked when you could see what you were doing. You stopped when darkness made detailed work difficult. You ate your evening meal by firelight, told stories or sang songs, tended to the small domestic tasks that didn't require much light, and then you went to bed at a reasonable hour. There was no temptation to work yourself into exhaustion under artificial light, because artificial light was expensive and dim. The rules around noise dovetailed with the practical realities of pre-electric life to create a schedule that, while certainly not leisurely, at least made sense for human biology. But how did everyone know when these quiet hours began? You can glance at your phone or check the clock on your wall. Medieval people had something both simpler and more communal, the curfew bell. The word curfew itself comes from the Old French couvre-feu, meaning cover fire. When the bell rang from the church tower or town hall, you were supposed to bank your hearth fire, cover it with ash to keep it smouldering safely through the night, and settle in. The bell wasn't just about fire safety, though. That was certainly part of it. In a world of wooden buildings packed together, an unattended fire could consume an entire neighbourhood in less than an hour. The curfew bell served as the town's collective alarm clock, or rather its collective bedtime reminder. It rang at the same time every evening and everyone heard it. There was no confusion about when quiet hours began, no arguments about whether it was dark enough yet. The bell rang, and that was that. You finished your current task, cleaned up your workspace, and joined your family for the evening. If you were out visiting neighbours or finishing business at the market, the bell reminded you to head home before the streets became too dark to navigate safely. Walking through those medieval streets after curfew was an experience markedly different from your nighttime strolls through a modern city. There were no street lights, obviously, no illuminated shop windows or neon signs or the ambient glow of civilization that you take for granted. Once the sun went down and people shuttered their windows, the darkness was profound. The kind of darkness that feels almost solid, that presses against your eyes. The only light came from the moon and stars if the sky was clear, and maybe the occasional flicker of a lantern if someone had urgent business out of doors. This darkness was exactly why the curfew made sense. Walking through pitch-black streets where the ground was uneven, where you might trip over a sleeping dog or step into something unpleasant, where criminals could operate unseen, it wasn't just inconvenient, it was genuinely dangerous. The curfew bell encouraged people to be home before navigating became treacherous. It wasn't about controlling the population or restricting freedom for its own sake. It was about basic safety in a world without street lighting. Of course, there were exceptions. Night watchmen patrolled with lanterns, calling out the hours and looking for fires or trouble. Midwives could be summoned at any hour. Babies don't wait for convenient times to be born. Doctors or priests might be called for emergencies. But for the average person, the evening bell marked the boundary between the active day and the quiet night. And most people appreciated this boundary because it applied to everyone, which meant the streets truly did fall silent after curfew, making sleep easier for all. Now you might be thinking that all this regulation sounds oppressive, but consider what you've traded for your modern freedom. You can make noise at any hour, but so can your neighbours, and there's not much you can do about it except complain. You can work 24 hours a day if you choose, but the expectation that you'll always be available, always productive, can feel like a different kind of prison. Medieval people had less individual freedom in some ways, but they also had more collective peace. They couldn't do whatever they wanted whenever they wanted, but neither could anyone else, and that mutual limitation created a kind of social harmony that's hard to achieve when everyone's acting independently. Let's move from noise to another aspect of medieval life that seems overly regulated at first glance: bread. You buy your bread from a supermarket or bakery without giving it much thought. Maybe you check if it's whole wheat or sourdough, whether it fits your dietary preferences. But you don't worry about whether the loaf weighs what it should, or whether the baker is trying to cheat you. Medieval people worried about this constantly because bread was serious business. Often the main source of calories for ordinary folks. If your baker was shorting you on weight or adding too much cheap filler to the dough, you were being robbed of essential nutrition. So towns developed elaborate rules about bread. The assize of bread introduced in England in the 13th century was typical of such regulations. It established that the price of bread should be fixed relative to the price of grain, and that loaves should meet specific weight standards. If wheat was cheap, the baker had to give you more bread for your penny. If wheat was expensive, you got a smaller loaf, but at least you knew why. The baker couldn't simply charge whatever he felt like or make whatever size loaf suited him. Inspectors would periodically test loaves by weighing them. Bakers who were found selling underweight bread faced serious penalties. In some places, a dishonest baker might be dragged through the streets on a sledge with the offending loaf hung around his neck, a humiliating punishment designed to shame him in front of his neighbours and customers. In other places, the baker might be fined or even banned from his trade. These weren't gentle slaps on the wrist. The authorities took bread fraud seriously because everyone understood how important bread was to survival. Here's what's clever about this system. It protected both the customer and the honest baker. You knew you were getting fair value for your money because the weights were standardised and enforced. But the baker who played by the rules also benefited because his dishonest competitors couldn't undercut him by selling substandard loaves. The regulations created a level playing field where quality mattered more than corner cutting. An honest baker could build a reputation for consistently good bread, knowing that the cheaters would eventually be caught and punished. The bread rules also did something else. They created trust in the marketplace. You didn't need to carry a scale with you when you went to buy bread. You didn't need to examine every loaf suspiciously, wondering if the baker was trying to trick you. The system of weights and measures and regular inspections, did that work for you? You could hand over your money and receive your bread with confidence, knowing that the transaction was fair. This trust is something you probably take for granted in your modern, regulated economy. But in a medieval marketplace where you knew your baker personally and would see him every week for years, maintaining that trust was essential. The bread regulations extended beyond just weight. Some towns specified what ingredients could be used and in what proportions. Bakers couldn't add excessive amounts of bean flour or pea flour to wheat bread. These cheaper ingredients could stretch the dough, increasing profit margins, but they also reduced nutritional value and changed the texture. If you paid for wheat bread, you got wheat bread, not some mystery mixture that happened to be cheaper to produce. The regulations ensured that bread names meant something consistent, that white bread actually indicated refined wheat flour, and maslin meant a specific wheat-rye mixture. These standards mattered more than you might think. In a world where most people couldn't read, where written contracts were rare for everyday transactions, and where you relied on spoken agreements and community reputation, having standardized products with enforced definitions created a common language for commerce. When you asked for a penny loaf of wheat bread, both you and the baker knew exactly what that meant. The regulation eliminated ambiguity and the potential for disputes. Speaking of the marketplace, let's wander over there now. It's morning, a few hours after sunrise, and the market square is coming alive with activity. Farmers have brought in their produce from the surrounding countryside. Craftspeople have set up stalls displaying their wares. The butcher has hung up his cuts of meat. The fishmonger has laid out his catch on beds of straw. The whole scene buzzes with commerce and conversation, people haggling over prices, examining goods, and catching up on neighbourhood news. But notice something odd. Not everyone can sell their goods at any time. There are rules about when the market opens, and these rules are strictly enforced. In many towns, no one could begin trading until after a bell rang, or until the mayor or market official had formally opened the proceedings. Everyone had to wait, their goods laid out but untouchable, until the signal came. Why this elaborate ceremony? Why not just let people start selling as soon as they arrive? The answer lies in fairness. Farmers from distant villages might need hours to reach town, arriving just as local vendors were already set up and ready. If trading could begin immediately, those local sellers would have already attracted customers and made sales before the rural farmers even arrived. The delayed start gave everyone a chance to get their goods properly displayed and their stalls organised. When the opening bell finally rang, everyone began on equal footing. The farmer who'd walked 5 miles before dawn had the same opportunity to attract customers as the baker, whose shop fronted on the market square. These market rules extended beyond just the opening time. In many places there were regulations about where different types of goods could be sold. All the butchers had to set up in one area, all the cloth merchants in another, and all the vegetable sellers in a third. This sounds restrictive. Why shouldn't a merchant set up wherever he could find space? But the system actually made shopping more efficient. You knew exactly where to go to compare prices on wheat or to examine different cuts of meat. You didn't have to wander around the entire market hoping to stumble across what you needed. The organisation turned what could have been chaos into a logical, navigable system. There were also rules about who could sell in the market at all. Generally, you needed to pay for a stall and follow the town's trading regulations. This fee supported the market infrastructure. Someone had to maintain the square, settle disputes, and enforce the weights and measures. But it also meant that random peddlers couldn't just show up and undercut established merchants without any accountability. If you paid for your stall and followed the rules, you had the right to trade. If you were caught selling fraudulent goods or using false weights, you could lose that right. The system created accountability in a world without modern business licenses or consumer protection agencies. The market rules even extended to the practice of forestalling, buying goods before they reached the market and then reselling them at a markup. This was considered deeply unethical and was often illegal. The idea was that goods brought to market should be available to everyone at the same time and at fair prices. If wealthy merchants could intercept farmers on the road and buy up all their grain before it reached town, they could then create artificial scarcity and charge whatever they wanted. Forestalling laws prevented this manipulation, ensuring that ordinary townspeople could purchase food and other necessities at reasonable prices. Similarly, there were rules against regrating, buying goods in the market and then immediately reselling them at a higher price in the same market. This practice added no value. It just inserted a middleman who profited from information asymmetry or aggressive purchasing. If you bought grain, you were supposed to use it yourself or take it elsewhere to sell. You couldn't simply stand in the same market buying from one stall and selling from another, taking advantage of customers who hadn't yet found the best prices. Again, you can see the underlying wisdom in these regulations. They weren't about controlling every aspect of commerce for its own sake. They were about creating fair conditions where everyone played by the same rules, where the rich couldn't manipulate the system to exploit the poor, and where quality and honest dealing mattered more than clever tricks. The market was regulated, yes, but those regulations made it function better for everyone except the cheaters. The marketplace also had rules about weights and measures that went beyond just bread. Every town maintained official standards, marked measuring rods for cloth, certified weights for grain and meat, and standard containers for liquids. Merchants had to use these standardized tools, and market officials would check them periodically for accuracy. A merchant caught using false weights faced severe penalties, fines, confiscation of goods, and sometimes even banishment from the market. The severity of these punishments reflected how seriously communities took honest dealing. These standardized measures did more than just prevent fraud. They made trade possible between strangers. If you were buying cloth from a merchant you'd never met before, you needed confidence that his yard was the same length as everyone else's yard. If you were purchasing grain, you needed to know that his bushel measure matched the official standard. The regulations created a common foundation that allowed commerce to happen with a basic level of trust, even between people who had no prior relationship. Now let's turn to something that seems even more intrusive by modern standards. Clothing regulations. You wear whatever you want, within the bounds of weather and social context, of course. You might dress up for a wedding or down for yard work, but nobody's going to arrest you for wearing silk when you're only a clerk or putting on colours reserved for nobility. Medieval people faced a labyrinth of sumptuary laws that dictated what fabrics, colours and styles were appropriate for different social classes. A peasant couldn't legally wear silk or velvet. A merchant, no matter how wealthy, couldn't dress like a noble. Even the length of your shoe's pointed toe might be regulated based on your rank. These laws were passed and repassed throughout the Middle Ages, which tells you something important. People constantly ignored them. Merchants who'd grown rich in trade wanted to display their success, and what better way than by wearing the fine fabrics they'd helped import. Craftspeople took pride in their work and wanted to dress well. The authorities kept trying to enforce these distinctions, and people kept finding ways around them. Why did these laws exist at all? The official reason was maintaining social order. If anyone could dress like a noble, how would you know who deserved respect? How would society function if you couldn't tell at a glance who was a knight and who was a carpenter? But there was a more practical economic reason too, controlling luxury consumption. Fine fabrics, rare dyes, and intricate tailoring were expensive. Money spent on fancy clothes was money not spent on land or business investments. Rulers worried that their subjects would bankrupt themselves trying to dress above their station. But here's where these clothing laws had an unintentional benefit. They created thriving industries and clever substitution. If you couldn't wear silk, enterprising weavers developed techniques to make linen look silky. If purple dye was restricted to royalty, other colours became fashionable among the merchant class. If you couldn't have a mine fur trim, you found other ways to decorate your clothes that showed taste and wealth without breaking the law. The restrictions spurred innovation as people sought ways to look prosperous within the legal bounds. The clothing regulations also created a kind of readable social landscape. You could walk through a medieval town and understand much about the people you passed based on their dress. That man in the rough woolen tunic was probably a labourer. That woman in the neat linen dress with modest trim was perhaps a merchant's wife. Those children in matching livery belonged to a noble household. This instant readability served practical purposes. If you needed to find someone with authority, you looked for good clothing. If you were seeking skilled craft work, you might approach someone whose dress suggested success in their trade. The visual hierarchy made the social world more navigable, even if it limited personal expression. Yet even with all these rules, people found ways to express individuality. The cut of a garment, the quality of the stitching, and the choice of accessories, all these could vary within legal bounds. A skilled tailor could make a legally acceptable outfit that still stood out for its elegance. A woman might not be able to wear silk, but she could ensure her linen was impeccably white and beautifully embroidered. The regulations set boundaries, but within those boundaries there was still room for personal style and pride in appearance. The enforcement of clothing laws was inconsistent, which probably saved them from becoming unbearable. In practice, authorities tended to crack down on sumptuary violations when they needed revenue from fines or when they wanted to make an example of someone who'd gotten too uppity. Most of the time, if you dressed slightly above your station but weren't too blatant about it, you could probably get away with it. The laws existed as much as social pressure and aspiration as actual legal constraint. As evening approaches in our medieval town, let's consider one of the more surprising regulations: hospitality laws. In your world, you're free to turn away visitors, lock your door against strangers, and keep your home entirely private if you choose. Medieval people had a more complicated relationship with hospitality, particularly when it came to travellers and those in need. Many communities had rules requiring innkeepers to provide lodging to travellers who could pay, or compelling householders to offer shelter to wayfarers during storms or emergencies. These weren't just nice suggestions, they were legal obligations. If you ran an inn, you couldn't turn away a decent stranger just because you didn't like his looks or wanted to save the room for a possibly better customer. If a traveller was caught in dangerous weather, you might be required to offer basic shelter, even in your private home. This seems intrusive, even alarming by your modern standards. The idea of being legally forced to welcome strangers into your home or business sounds like a violation of basic rights. But consider the world these rules emerged from. Travel was dangerous, roads were poor, often barely more than muddy tracks through forests. Bandits operated with relative impunity between towns. Weather could turn deadly without warning. If you were caught miles from any settlement when night fell or a storm arose, you could die. Not metaphorically, you could actually freeze or be killed. Hospitality laws created a safety net for travellers, and by extension for commerce and communication. A merchant transporting goods needed to know he could find shelter along his route. A messenger carrying important letters needed reliable stopping points. Even a pilgrim travelling to a holy site needed assurance that he wouldn't be left to die in a ditch, because no one felt like helping him. The laws made travel possible by making shelter predictable, but here's the reciprocal element. These same laws protected innkeepers and hosts. If you were required to provide lodging, you were also protected in how you provided it. You didn't have to offer luxury accommodations. Basic shelter, simple food, and a place to sleep were sufficient. You could charge reasonable rates as established by local custom, and if a guest caused trouble, you had legal recourse to remove them and seek compensation for any damage. The regulations cut both ways, protecting both the traveller's need for shelter and the host's right to maintain order in his establishment. The hospitality rules also created a kind of social insurance system. Today, if you fell on hard times while travelling, you might end up sleeping in your car or at a shelter run by charities. Medieval people who couldn't afford an inn might rely on religious houses or invoke hospitality customs to find a night's shelter. It wasn't charity exactly. It was obligation, encoded in law and custom. And because it was an obligation rather than charity, it came without quite the same stigma. You weren't begging for kindness. You were claiming a right that any traveller possessed. There's something profound in this arrangement. It acknowledged that anyone might someday be the stranger in need of help. The wealthy merchant enforcing hospitality laws at his inn might someday find himself stranded far from home, grateful that someone was required to take him in. The peasant offering his barn to a traveller during a storm might someday be that traveller, seeking shelter in someone else's barn. The laws created reciprocal obligations that wove a safety net across the landscape. Religious houses, monasteries, convents and hospitals operated under particularly strict hospitality requirements. They were expected to welcome travellers, feed the hungry, and care for the sick regardless of ability to pay. This wasn't optional charity. It was central to their religious mission. A traveller could arrive at a monastery gate with reasonable confidence that he'd receive at least basic hospitality, a meal, a place to sleep, perhaps medical attention if needed. This network of religious houses created waypoints across the medieval landscape, making long-distance travel feasible even for those of modest means. Now let's venture beyond the town walls into the forests and common lands, spaces that were neither quite wild nor fully tamed, where some of the most practical medieval regulations operated. You might assume forests were free-for-all zones where anyone could hunt, gather wood or pasture animals. The reality was far more controlled, and once again these controls were more practical than you might expect. Forest laws could be severe, particularly in royal forests where the king claimed hunting rights. Killing a deer in the king's forest might cost you your hands or eyes, penalties that sound barbaric to your modern sensibilities. But surrounding those harsh penalties for poaching game were hundreds of smaller regulations about forest use that actually protected common people's rights, while preserving the resource. You couldn't cut down trees wherever you wanted, but you did have the right to gather fallen wood and dead branches, a right called deadwood, or windfall. This distinction was important. It meant that common people could collect fuel for heating and cooking without destroying the forest's living trees. The forest remained intact for hunting and timber, while still providing resources for those who needed them. It was a sustainable use policy that protected both the powerful noble's interests and the poor villager's needs. Similarly, you might have rights to pasture your pigs in the forest during certain seasons, a practice called pannage. Pigs would forage for acorns and other mast, fattening themselves at no cost to you. But the practice was regulated by season and number to prevent overgrazing and forest damage. You couldn't just turn loose unlimited pigs year-round. There were rules about how many animals each household could run, when the pannage season opened and closed, and what fees might be owed. These regulations sound restrictive, and they were, but they prevented the tragedy of the commons that occurs when everyone takes as much as they can with no regard for sustainability. If every villager could cut all the wood they wanted, the forest would soon be denuded. If everyone pastured unlimited animals, the undergrowth would be destroyed and young trees couldn't grow. The regulations ensured that the forest remained productive, generation after generation, providing for everyone rather than being exhausted by the greediest users. Common lands, meadows, pastures and wastelands shared by a village operated under similar principles. You had the right to graze your animals on the common, but not unlimited animals. You could cut rushes for floor covering or reeds for thatching, but not more than your household needed. These use rights were carefully defined and jealously guarded because they represented real value to families who owned little land of their own. The common land regulations created a functional sharing economy. Your single cow could graze alongside your neighbour's sheep and someone else's goats, and there was enough grass for all because the total number of animals was controlled. If someone tried to run extra animals or take more than their share of resources, the other commoners would quickly object and enforce the rules. The system worked because everyone benefited from sustainable use, and everyone suffered if someone overused the commons. There's a lesson here about how regulations can protect freedom rather than restrict it. You had less individual freedom, you couldn't exploit common resources without limit, but you had more practical freedom because the shared resources remained available year after year. Your children and grandchildren would have access to the same common lands, because the regulations prevented any one generation from exhausting them. Forest and common land regulations also included detailed rules about when certain activities could take place. You might be allowed to graze animals on the common only after the hay harvest was complete, giving everyone a chance to secure winter fodder first. You might be permitted to gather specific types of wood only during certain months, when taking them wouldn't harm the forest's reproductive cycle. These temporal regulations showed sophisticated understanding of ecological processes and resource management. The enforcement of these rules often fell to local officials elected or appointed from within the community. A haywood might oversee common lands, a woodward might manage forest resources, and these officials were typically people who'd lived in the area their whole lives and understood both the resources and the needs of their neighbours. They weren't distant bureaucrats imposing arbitrary rules. They were community members trying to balance competing interests and ensure long-term sustainability. As we circle back toward the town centre, let's consider how time itself was regulated and communal in ways that might surprise you. You have a clock on your wrist or phone, synchronised to the second with atomic timepieces. You know exactly what time it is, anywhere in the world, any moment of the day. Medieval people had a much looser relationship with clock time, not because they were imprecise, but because their needs were different. Churches marked the hours with bells, ringing at intervals throughout the day and night for prayers. These canonical hours, matins, lauds, prime, terce, sext, none, vespers and compline, divided the day into segments, but not equal segments. The hours adjusted with the seasons since they were based on daylight. A summer hour was longer than a winter hour. This seems chaotic to you, but it made perfect sense in a world where useful work was limited by available light. The church bells served as the town's timekeeping system, and everyone lived by them. The morning bells told you when to rise and start work. Midday bells reminded you to eat. Evening bells signalled the end of the workday. These shared time signals synchronised the community in ways that individual timekeeping never could. Everyone heard the same bells and organised their day around the same markers. You didn't need to worry about your clock being 5 minutes fast or wonder if you'd misread the time. The bell rang, everyone heard it, and everyone knew what time it was, collectively if not precisely. This communal timekeeping also meant that time was less of a burden. You couldn't be late for something if no one knew exactly when it was supposed to start. Meetings happened after the midday bell or before vespers, or when the sun reaches mid-sky. There was inherent flexibility in these arrangements. You showed up within a reasonable period around the appointed time, and that was sufficient. The anxiety of modern punctuality, of being exactly on time or being considered rude, didn't exist in quite the same way. Yet for all this flexibility, medieval people could be remarkably precise when precision mattered. Mechanical clocks began appearing in churches and town halls in the late Middle Ages, and their use was carefully regulated. The town clock needed to be accurate because people made agreements based on it. Markets opened at specific hours. Work shifts at mills or workshops needed coordination. Legal proceedings happened at designated times, so the community invested in maintaining a good clock and ensuring everyone had access to its information. The regulation of time, like so many medieval rules, was about creating common reference points. Just as the weights and measures for bread needed to be standardised, and market hours needed to be known to all, time itself needed to be a shared resource. The bells and clocks weren't just tools for individuals, they were public infrastructure that enabled the whole community to function in synchronised ways when synchronisation mattered. The division of time also reflected and reinforced the rhythm of medieval religious life. The canonical hours weren't just arbitrary divisions, they represented times of prayer that structured the day for monks and nuns, and by extension, for the whole community. When the bells rang for Vespers, even if you weren't particularly devout, you were reminded that the day was winding down and that it was time to think about evening tasks and preparation for night. The religious framework for time gave it meaning beyond mere measurement. Let's take a moment to think about what all these regulations about noise, bread, markets, clothing, hospitality, forests and time add up to. They created a world where individual freedom was constrained, certainly. You couldn't do whatever you wanted whenever you wanted. You had to follow rules about the most mundane aspects of daily life. But in exchange for these constraints, you gained something valuable, a functioning community with shared expectations and mutual obligations. You knew your neighbour couldn't keep you awake with his hammering because the noise rules protected you both. You knew your bread was fairly weighted because the regulations protected honest bakers and customers alike. You knew that if you travelled and met with misfortune, hospitality laws might save your life. You knew the common lands would still be there for your children because usage was controlled and sustainable. You knew what time it was because everyone heard the same bells. These regulations created trust. Trust that others would follow the same rules you followed. Trust that cheaters would be caught and punished. And trust that the systems enabling daily life would continue functioning. This trust was the invisible foundation that allowed medieval communities to work despite all their challenges. Without police forces to enforce every rule, and without surveillance technology to catch every violation, the system depended on community pressure, shared understanding, and the knowledge that today's enforcer might be tomorrow's rule breaker needing the community's protection. There's something almost beautiful in how these practical regulations emerged not from theory but from necessity. Nobody sat down with a comprehensive plan for managing medieval town life. Instead, communities developed solutions to specific problems: how to keep the peace at night, how to prevent bread fraud, how to make markets fair, how to ensure travellers didn't die on the roads, and how to preserve shared resources. Each solution became a custom, and customs hardened into regulations, and regulations accumulated into a comprehensive system that looks, from your perspective, simultaneously strange and remarkably sophisticated. Consider how interconnected these rules were. The curfew bell that marked quiet hours also signalled when to bank your fire, which reduced the risk of conflagrations that would destroy the wooden buildings where people lived and worked. The market regulations that prevented forestalling and regrating helped ensure that bread prices remained affordable, which made the bread weight regulations more meaningful. The hospitality laws that protected travellers enabled the commerce that kept markets supplied with diverse goods. The forest regulations that preserved timber resources ensured that there would be wood for building the homes and shops where people followed the other regulations. Each rule supported and reinforced the others, creating a system greater than the sum of its parts. The medieval approach to regulation also reflected a fundamentally different understanding of community than what you might be accustomed to. In your world, there's often a sharp distinction between public and private life, between what the community can regulate and what's purely personal. Medieval people drew that line differently. They believed that almost nothing was purely personal, because almost everything you did affected your neighbours. Your noisy work disturbed their sleep. Your bread fraud cheated your customers. Your wasteful use of common resources diminished what was available to others. Your choice to wear clothing above your station disrupted social hierarchy. Even your private hearth fire, if left unbanked, could burn down the whole neighbourhood. This perspective sounds intrusive to modern ears, but it came from lived experience in densely packed communities where privacy was rare and independence was often impossible. You depended on your neighbours for help with harvests, for defence against threats, and for support during hard times. They depended on you in the same ways. This mutual dependence meant that individual actions had communal consequences, and therefore the community had a legitimate interest in regulating those actions. The regulations weren't about control for its own sake. They were about managing the inevitable friction that comes from people living in close proximity. As the medieval evening deepens around you, and the darkness becomes complete, imagine one final time what it was like to live within this web of rules and customs. Your day has followed a rhythm set by communal bells and shared expectations. You've bought your bread knowing it was fairly weighted, sold your goods in a market where everyone competed on equal terms, dressed in clothing that both identified and constrained you, and now you're settling in for the night knowing that quiet hours will bring actual quiet because everyone is obligated to respect them. The rules haven't made your life easy. Medieval life was never easy. But they've made it workable. They've created predictability in an unpredictable world, fairness in a world that could be arbitrary and cruel, and community in a world where isolation could mean death. You've traded some individual freedom for collective security, and most of the time that seems like a reasonable bargain. These regulations were never perfect. People evaded them, broke them, and chafed against them. The wealthy often found ways around rules that bound the poor. The powerful enforced regulations selectively, to their advantage. Medieval society was far from equitable or just by your modern standards. Yet within all its limitations and inequalities, the regulation of daily life showed a practical wisdom about human nature and community needs. People needed sleep, so noise was controlled. People needed food security, so bread was regulated. People needed fair commerce, so markets had rules. People needed to travel, so hospitality was mandated. People needed shared resources, so commons were managed. People needed temporal coordination, so time was communalised. Each rule addressed a genuine need, and together they created a functioning social order. The genius of these regulations lay in their reciprocity. You gave up the freedom to make noise, but you gained the guarantee of quiet. You accepted limits on your bread pricing, but you were protected from other bakers' fraud. You couldn't monopolise common resources, but neither could anyone else. You had to offer hospitality, but you could also claim it when needed. The restrictions flowed both ways, creating a balanced system where everyone was both constrained and protected by the same rules. As you drift towards sleep, think about your own world's rules and regulations. You have far more individual freedom than any medieval person, and you probably wouldn't trade places even if you could. But you've also lost something they had. That sense of being embedded in a community with shared rules and mutual obligations, where restrictions on your freedom came with protections against others' freedoms, and where giving up some autonomy meant gaining security and trust. Medieval regulations weren't about control for its own sake. They were about making life work in a world where everything was harder, where cooperation was essential for survival, and where individual desires had to be balanced against communal needs. The rules sound odd to your ears, but they emerge from the same impulse that drives you to appreciate noise ordinances, or truth in advertising laws, or national parks with usage limits. They were attempts to create order, fairness, and sustainability in a world that offered none of those things naturally. The legacy of these medieval rules lives on in ways you might not realise. Your assumptions about fair weights and measures in commerce. Medieval bread regulations established that principle. Your expectation that markets should operate honestly. Medieval market rules set that standard. Your sense that excessive noise is a violation of community norms. Medieval quiet hours codified that understanding. Your belief that certain spaces should be preserved for common use. Medieval forest and common land regulations embedded that idea in law. Even your relationship with time owes something to medieval practices. The idea that a whole community should operate on synchronized schedules, that public clocks should be available to all, and that timekeeping is a shared social function rather than just an individual concern, these concepts were hammered out in medieval town squares and church towers. When you check the time to coordinate meeting a friend, you're participating in a tradition of communal timekeeping that stretches back centuries. The specific rules have changed, of course. You don't live by church bells or curfew regulations. You can wear whatever you want and make noise at any hour, at least legally, if not considerately. But the underlying principle remains. Communities need shared rules to function, and those rules work best when they protect everyone by limiting everyone, when they create trust through predictability, and when they balance individual desires against collective needs. Medieval people understood something that's easy to forget in your individualistic age. Freedom isn't just the absence of constraint. Sometimes freedom comes from knowing what the constraints are, knowing they apply to everyone, and knowing they're designed to make life work better for the whole community. You gain freedom to sleep peacefully by giving up freedom to make noise at night. You gain freedom to buy food confidently by accepting regulation of weights and prices. You gain freedom to use common resources by limiting how much any individual can take. These oddly specific medieval rules about bells and bread, markets and noise, hospitality and forests, they weren't signs of oppression, though they certainly could be oppressive when enforced unjustly. They were signs of communities figuring out how to live together, how to balance competing needs, and how to create systems that benefited most people most of the time. They were practical solutions to practical problems, tested and refined over generations, until they became the invisible infrastructure that made medieval life possible. The medieval approach to community regulation offers lessons that remain relevant. In your interconnected world, where your actions affect people across the globe through environmental impact, economic ties, and digital connections, the question of how to balance individual freedom with collective welfare is more pressing than ever. Medieval people had no choice but to grapple with this balance, because their physical proximity made the consequences of individual actions immediately visible. You face similar challenges on a larger scale, with consequences that may be less visible but no less real. So as sleep finally claims you, maybe these medieval rules don't seem quite so odd after all. Maybe they seem remarkably sensible, different in detail but similar in spirit to the countless rules that structure your own life. Maybe the Middle Ages weren't so dark after all, at least not in the sense of being ignorant or chaotic. Medieval people were solving problems, building community, and trying to make their lives work with the tools and knowledge they had available. They created systems that acknowledged human nature, the tendency to cheat, to take more than your share, to disturb others for your own convenience, and built structures to channel those impulses toward more productive ends. They understood that left entirely to individual choice, communities would fracture and essential resources would be depleted. So they created rules that limited everyone equally and protected everyone equally, trading individual autonomy for collective security. And on that thought, with the peaceful certainty that comes from understanding how even strange-seeming rules can make sense in context, let yourself sink into sleep, grateful for the continuity of human wisdom across the centuries, grateful for all the invisible regulations that make your own life work, and grateful most of all for the quiet dark that medieval people fought so hard to preserve for everyone's benefit. Sleep well, knowing that people have been solving similar problems for centuries, finding ways to live together despite all the challenges, and creating order from chaos through the simple but profound tool of shared rules and mutual respect. Imagine yourself standing on the Palatine Hill just as September slides into October. The brutal Mediterranean summer has finally loosened its grip on the city, and you can breathe without feeling like you're inhaling warm honey. The air carries a different quality now, sharper, cleaner, with that peculiar clarity that makes distant objects seem closer than they really are. This is autumn in ancient Rome, though the Romans themselves never used that word. They called this season autumnus, which originally meant the time of increase, referring to the harvest rather than the falling leaves. But whatever you called it, this time of year felt different from the others. The city seemed to exhale after months of heat, and with that exhalation came a subtle shift in the Roman psyche. the light changes first. You'd notice it in the way sunbeams slant through the columns of temples, catching dust motes in golden shafts that seem almost solid enough to touch. Shadows grow longer, stretching across the forum like dark fingers reaching toward evening. By mid-afternoon, the sun sits lower in the sky, painting the marble buildings in shades of amber and honey that make the entire city look like it's been dipped in some divine preserve jar. The vegetation transforms too, though not with the dramatic colour changes you might see in New England or the European North. Rome's climate is gentler than that, more subtle in its transitions. The laurel trees keep their glossy green leaves, but the grapevines in the surrounding countryside turn shades of rust and burgundy. Fig trees drop their last fruits, which split open on sun-warmed stones, filling the air with their peculiar musky sweetness that attracts clouds of wasps drunk on fermented sugar. In the markets, the produce changes with the season. Summer's peaches and cherries give way to pomegranates, those strange fruits that Romans associated with the underworld, thanks to the Greek story of Persephone. Vendors stack them in pyramids, their leathery red skins promising the jewelled seeds within. Quinces appear too, hard and astringent when raw, but transformed into something magical when cooked with honey. The smell of roasting chestnuts begins to drift through the streets, a scent that will become ubiquitous as the weather cools further. The wind shifts direction as autumn deepens. Summer's breezes come from the south, carrying the smell of the sea and the promise of rain that rarely arrives. Autumn winds blow from the north, down from the mountains, bringing with them the first real chill that Romans have felt in months. These winds have names, the Aquilo and the Chorus, each associated with different qualities and omens. Old women claim they can predict the winter by studying which wind blows strongest in October. With the cooler weather comes a change in daily rhythms. During summer, Romans wake before dawn to accomplish their work before the heat becomes unbearable, then retreat indoors for long afternoon siestas. Autumn allows for more flexibility. You can walk through the city at midday without feeling like you're being slowly baked in an oven. The baths become less about cooling off and more about social connection. Their heated rooms now appealing rather than stifling. The smell of the city changes too. Summer's Rome has a particular perfume, a mixture of sun-baked stone, human sweat, cooking oil, and occasionally, depending on which neighbourhood you're in, the less pleasant aromas of inadequate sanitation. Autumn brings relief from some of these scents while adding new ones. Smoke from cooking fires carries differently in the cooler, denser air. The first wood fires for heating begin to appear, adding a pleasant tang to the atmosphere. Rain, when it finally comes, releases the smell of wet stone and earth, a petrichor that seems to rise from the ancient cobblestones themselves. For Romans, autumn marked the end of the military campaigning season. Armies returned from distant provinces, and the city swelled with soldiers bringing strange stories and stranger spoils. Ships arrived from Egypt and beyond, their holds full of grain for the winter, along with exotic spices, textiles, and occasionally wild animals destined for the arena. The city's population fluctuated with these arrivals, creating a sense of gathering and preparation. But beyond these practical changes, autumn brought something else, a shift in the spiritual atmosphere that every Roman could feel, even if they couldn't quite articulate it. This was the season when the boundary between the living and the dead grew permeable, when certain rituals had to be performed to maintain the delicate balance between worlds. The Romans might not have had Halloween, but they had something older, stranger, and in some ways more unsettling. The nights grow longer now, and darkness comes earlier. In a world without electric lights, this meant something more profound than it does today. Nightfall transformed the city into a place of shadows and uncertain shapes, where the flicker of oil lamps created dancing illusions and every alleyway held potential mysteries. This was the time when Romans told stories about the dead, about spirits who walked, and about the importance of proper rituals to keep the restless at peace. To understand how Romans approached their festivals of the dead, you need to understand their relationship with time itself. The Roman calendar wasn't just a tool for organising daily life, it was a sacred text, a contract with the divine, and a roadmap for maintaining cosmic order. Every month, every day, had its own character, its own requirements, and its own dangers. Picture the calendar as Romans saw it, not as a simple grid of dates, but as a complex tapestry woven from divine birthdays, historical anniversaries, favourable days and dangerous ones. The calendar was maintained by the pontiffs, Rome's religious officials, who had the responsibility of determining when festivals should occur and which days were safe for public business. The Roman year was divided into 12 months, though it hadn't always been that way. Originally, Romans only counted 10 months, with winter being considered a vague period that didn't count as real time. This created all sorts of problems, as you might imagine. And by the time our story takes place, they'd added January and February to bring things into better alignment with the solar year. Though honestly, Roman timekeeping remained something of a creative exercise throughout the Republic. Each month began with the calends, from which we get our word calendar. The calends was followed by the nones and the ides, and Romans counted days, not forward from these markers but backward toward them, which made announcing dates sound like a mathematical riddle. You wouldn't say October 10th, you'd say 6 days before the Ides of October, counting inclusively because Romans included both the start and end points. It was the kind of system that made perfect sense if you grew up with it, and absolutely no sense if you didn't. But the real complexity came from the calendar's religious designations. Days were marked as either fastus or nefastus, lawful or unlawful. On fastus days you could conduct legal business, hold assemblies and generally go about your public affairs. Nefastus days were different. They belonged to the gods, and mortals were supposed to tread carefully. Some days were divided, with the morning being nefastus and the afternoon fastus, or vice versa. Imagine planning a wedding or a business meeting when half the days on the calendar are essentially religious no-go zones. The calendar was packed with festivals. Romans celebrated about 60 major religious festivals throughout the year, plus countless minor ones, anniversaries, and special observances. Some were public spectacles involving the entire city, while others were intimate family affairs. Some required animal sacrifice, while others called for simple offerings of cakes and wine. The calendar was so crowded with divine obligations that it's remarkable Romans found time for anything else. Each festival had its own rituals, its own requirements, and its own story. The Lupercalia in February involved priests running nearly naked through the streets, striking women with strips of goatskin to promote fertility, which sounds bizarre until you remember that most ancient religious practices sound bizarre when removed from their original context. The Saturnalia in December was a wild carnival, when social norms inverted and slaves dined with masters. The Vestalia in June honoured the goddess of the hearth with ceremonies that only women could attend. But our focus is on the autumn festivals, the ones concerned with death, the underworld, and the harvest. These festivals formed a loose network of observances that acknowledged something important: the approach of winter, the dormancy of the earth, and humanity's need to maintain good relations with the dead. Romans didn't have a single festival for the dead like modern Halloween or Dia de los Muertos. Instead, they had several scattered throughout the year, each with its own focus and flavour. This reflected Roman pragmatism. Why have one festival when multiple festivals mean more opportunities to address the problem? The dead were not a once-a-year concern, but an ongoing presence that required regular attention and appeasement. The religious calendar also reflected agricultural realities. Romans were fundamentally an agricultural people, even as their city grew into a metropolitan colossus. The harvest determined survival, and the gods who controlled the harvest needed to be honoured, thanked, and implored for future blessing. Autumn festivals therefore combined two concerns: honouring the dead and celebrating the harvest, acknowledging that both involve transition, transformation, and the mysterious processes by which life emerged from apparent death. Understanding this, calendar means understanding how Romans experienced time differently than we do. Time wasn't a neutral medium through which events flowed. It was thick with meaning, dangerous in some moments and propitious in others. You couldn't just do anything on any day. You had to consult the calendar, determine whether the gods approved, and proceed accordingly. This created a life structured around ritual observance, where religious duty wove through daily existence like threads in cloth. You couldn't separate sacred from secular because the sacred permeated everything. When autumn arrived, it arrived not just as a meteorological event, but as a series of religious obligations that had to be fulfilled if you wanted the gods to remain favourably disposed toward you, your family and your city. In late February, just as winter begins loosening its grip and the first flowers start appearing in the Roman countryside, the city observed a festival that modern Halloween enthusiasts would find hauntingly familiar. This was the Feralia, the culmination of the Parentalia, a 9-day period dedicated to honouring dead ancestors. Picture the atmosphere in Rome during these 9 days. The usual bustle of city life didn't exactly stop, but it muted itself, like someone had turned down the volume on the entire metropolis. Temples closed their doors. Magistrates didn't conduct public business. Weddings were forbidden. Who would want to celebrate new beginnings during a time dedicated to endings? Even the Vestal virgins, who normally kept their sacred flame burning bright, let it dim. The entire city oriented itself toward the dead. The Parentalia began on February 13th, and for the first 8 days families made private observances at the tombs of their ancestors. But it was the 9th day, the Feralia, that marked the festival's climax. This was when the entire city participated in public rituals meant to ensure that the dead remained peaceful and well-disposed toward the living. You need to understand something about Roman attitudes toward death. They didn't sentimentalize it the way modern culture sometimes does. Death wasn't a peaceful sleep or a joyful reunion in heaven. It was a transition into the underworld, a shadowy existence as a shade that was neither fully alive nor completely extinguished. These shades could become restless, even dangerous, if the living failed in their obligations. Romans believed that the dead needed sustenance from the living. Not physical food exactly, but something. Offerings, remembrance, proper ritual observance. Without these things, the dead might become what Romans called lemures, angry, wandering spirits who caused trouble for the living. The Feralia was insurance against this possibility, a collective effort to keep the boundaries between life and death properly maintained. During the Feralia, families would visit the tombs of their ancestors, which in Rome were always located outside the city walls. The dead were not allowed within the sacred boundary of the city itself. It would pollute the living spaces. So Romans built their tombs along the roads leading out of the city, creating these strange avenues lined with monuments to mortality. The Via Appia, Rome's most famous road, was essentially a highway through a city of the dead. The offerings brought to these tombs were specific and symbolic. Families carried wreaths of flowers. Violets were particularly favoured for their association with death. They brought wine, which they would pour directly onto the grave, letting it seep into the earth to reach the dead below. They brought bread, salt, and sometimes wine-soaked bread, which they would scatter around the tomb. Some families brought rose petals, believing that their beauty and fragrance pleased the dead. But the key offering was something simpler: remembrance. Family members would speak the names of the dead aloud, recounting their accomplishments and expressing continued devotion. This act of naming was crucial. To be forgotten was the worst fate a Roman could imagine, worse than death itself, because it meant a kind of second death, a final extinguishing of existence. The Feralia ensured that the dead remained remembered, their names spoken, their lives acknowledged. The rituals had a practical component too. Families would clean and maintain the tombs, making repairs to damaged monuments, pulling weeds, and generally ensuring that the resting places of their ancestors remained dignified. This was partly piety and partly practicality. A well-maintained tomb reflected well on the living family, demonstrating that they honoured their obligations. As darkness fell on the Feralia, the atmosphere grew more intense. Romans believed that the dead were most active at night, when the sun's protective power waned and shadows gained substance. Families would light lamps around the tombs, creating islands of flickering light in the darkness. These lights served multiple purposes. They honoured the dead, they guided living family members safely through the dangerous nighttime streets, and they helped maintain the boundary between the living and dead worlds. The poet Ovid, in his calendar of Roman festivals, described the Feralia as a time when ghosts demand their due. He wrote about simple offerings being most effective, not elaborate sacrifices, but genuine devotion expressed through modest means. An old woman, he said, could perform effective rites with just a few grains of salt and bread soaked in wine, as long as her intentions were pure. There was something both solemn and comforting about these rituals. Yes, they acknowledged death's reality and the dead's continued presence. But they also provided a structured way to process grief and maintain connection with lost loved ones. The Feralia wasn't morbid. It was practical, a necessary maintenance of the relationship between generations. During the festival, Romans also told stories about what happened when these rituals were neglected. There were tales of houses haunted by unquiet spirits, of families plagued by misfortune because they'd failed to honour their dead properly, of entire cities suffering because some crucial observance had been overlooked. These stories served as reminders that religious duty wasn't optional. It was the glue that held reality together. The Feralia concluded with a sense of relief and accomplishment. The dead had been honoured, the boundaries had been maintained, and another year of proper relationship between the living and dead had been secured. Temples could reopen, weddings could be scheduled, and life could return to its normal rhythms, at least until the next time the dead required attention. If the Feralia was Rome's collective, orderly approach to honouring the dead, then Lemuria was its dark twin, a festival born from fear, superstition, and the practical acknowledgement that sometimes the dead didn't stay peacefully in their graves no matter how well you honoured them. Lemuria occurred in May on 3 separate nights, the 9th, 11th, and 13th. Romans scheduled it for odd-numbered days because they associated even numbers with bad luck and supernatural danger. This was a festival specifically concerned with the Lemures, those angry, restless ghosts who had not been properly buried or who had died violently or prematurely, and therefore couldn't find peace in the underworld. The atmosphere during Lemuria was completely different from the solemn piety of Feralia. This wasn't about maintaining family connections with beloved ancestors. This was about protection, about keeping malevolent spirits at bay, and about performing the right rituals to ensure that the dangerous dead stayed away from your household. Picture a Roman house on a Lemurian night. All temples are closed. This is purely domestic magic, performed by individual families without priestly intervention. The household slaves have been sent to bed early. The master of the house, the paterfamilias, waits until midnight, then rises alone to perform a ritual that has been passed down through generations. First, he makes a protective gesture with his hand, thumb tucked between fingers in the fig sign, that Romans believed warded off evil. Then he washes his hands in pure spring water, ensuring ritual cleanliness. He walks barefoot through his house, and here's where the ritual gets specific and strange. He places 9 black beans in his mouth without chewing them. Why black beans? Romans associated them with death and the underworld. The colour black itself had funeral connotations, and beans were believed to contain the souls of the dead. A belief so strong that Pythagoras reportedly forbade his followers from eating them. 9 was a sacred number associated with the underworld and with completion. So, 9 black beans, the colour of death, held in the mouth to prevent speech that might anger the spirits. Walking through his darkened house, the paterfamilias would spit out these beans one by one, saying each time, "With these beans I redeem me, and mine." The beans were offerings, ransoms paid to the hungry ghost to leave his household alone. He wouldn't look back as he dropped the beans. To look back might invite the spirits to follow him, to notice him, to take an interest in his family. After dispensing all 9 beans, he would wash his hands again, then clash brass pots together. The noise was meant to frighten away any lingering spirits. Finally, he would repeat 9 times, "Ghosts of my fathers, depart!" Only then, with the ritual complete, could he look back and consider his household safe for another year. This ritual reveals something important about Roman religious psychology. They understood that not all the dead were beneficent ancestors waiting to bless their descendants. Some were angry, confused, or malevolent. Some had been denied proper burial and therefore couldn't enter the underworld. Some had died in ways that left them frustrated or vengeful. These spirits needed to be dealt with, but carefully, with the right words and gestures that acknowledged their power while keeping them at arm's length. The Lemuria rituals varied by household. Some families would make additional offerings, milk, honey or wine poured onto the floor as libations to the restless dead. Some would hang protective amulets over doorways or place iron objects, which spirits reportedly couldn't cross, at strategic points around the house. Some would burn special incense believed to purify the air and drive away supernatural contamination. Children found Lemuria simultaneously terrifying and fascinating, the way modern children feel about Halloween. Parents would tell them stories about the Lemures, how they looked like twisted shadows, how they could slip through the smallest cracks, and how they hungered for the warmth and life they had lost. These stories served to keep children well behaved and respectful of religious observances, but they also tapped into something deeper, the universal human fear of death and what might come after. The odd timing of Lemuria, 3 separate nights rather, than one continuous festival reflects Roman belief about supernatural power. Evil had to be addressed multiple times, from multiple angles to ensure complete protection. One night of ritual might not be enough. 3 nights, separated by days of normal life, created a pattern of observance that was more likely to be effective. Interestingly, during Lemuria days, all public business ceased. It wasn't just about individual household protection. The entire community acknowledged that these were dangerous times when normal activity should be curtailed. Marriages were forbidden during Lemuria, just as during Feralia. Who would want to begin a new life when the air itself was thick with death? The festival also reveals Roman attitudes toward poverty and proper burial. Many of the Lemures were believed to be spirits of people who couldn't afford elaborate funerals, or who had been buried improperly due to poverty, war, or accident. In a sense, Lemuria was society's acknowledgement that not everyone received the death rites they deserved, and that this created ongoing problems for the living. It was a kind of collective guilt and collective protection rolled into one observance. After the 3rd night of Lemuria, Romans would feel a collective relief. The dangerous period had passed, the proper rituals had been performed, and life could return to normal. The Lemures had been fed their beans and sent away, at least for another year. The boundaries between living and dead had been reinforced, and people could sleep soundly again without fear of ghostly visitors in the night. As autumn deepened and November approached, Roman attention shifted from the dead to the harvest, though, as we'll see, these concerns were more intertwined than you might initially think. This was the season of Pomona, goddess of fruit trees and orchards, whose festival represented a very different aspect of Rome's relationship with the natural and supernatural worlds. Pomona was an unusual deity in the Roman pantheon. Unlike many gods who were borrowed from the Greeks or other cultures, she was distinctly Roman, her worship rooted in the Italian countryside and the practical concerns of people who depended on fruit harvests for their survival. Her name comes from pomum, the Latin word for fruit, particularly tree fruit like apples, pears and plums. The Romans imagined Pomona as a nymph who cared for nothing except her orchards. She carried a pruning knife rather than a spear or sceptre, and she spent her days tending fruit trees with the focused devotion of someone who understood that proper care meant the difference between abundance and starvation. She was practical, this goddess, less interested in grand mythological dramas than in the simple miracle of flowers becoming fruit. Her festival didn't have a fixed date in the way Feralia or Lemuria did. Instead, it roughly coincided with the final fruit harvest, usually in November. The exact timing varied by region, and by which fruits were being gathered. Apples in some areas, late-season pears in others, and quinces that needed cold weather to become properly sweet. The festival followed the harvest rather than dictating it, a refreshingly pragmatic approach for a Roman religious observance. Imagine visiting a Roman orchard during Pomona's festival. The trees, mostly bare now, stand in ordered rows, their branches dark against the autumn sky. The ground underneath is carpeted with fallen leaves, and the air carries that peculiar scent of decomposition mixed with the clean smell of cold weather. Here and there, late fruit still clings to branches, apples so ripe they've begun to wrinkle, their skins deep red or mottled yellow. The orchard's owner would make offerings to Pomona at the base of the oldest, most productive tree. These offerings were simpler than those made to other gods. No animal sacrifice was required, just the first fruits of the harvest, some wine, and perhaps some honey. The point wasn't to impress the goddess with elaborate ceremonies, but to show gratitude and ensure her continued favour. Farmers understood that Pomona valued results over pageantry. Romans approached fruit cultivation with the seriousness they brought to all agricultural matters. They had detailed knowledge about pruning, grafting, and orchard management that wouldn't look out of place in a modern horticultural textbook. They understood that fruit trees needed specific care at specific times, that proper pruning increased yields, and that grafting could combine the best qualities of different varieties. This practical knowledge was inseparable from their religious observances. Honouring Pomona meant maintaining your orchard properly, which in turn required understanding her preferences and requirements. The harvest itself was a communal affair. Family members would gather to pick fruit, sorting it into categories: the best specimens for immediate eating or sale, slightly damaged fruit for making preserved foods, and fallen fruit for animal feed or cider. Nothing was wasted. Romans had an almost modern awareness of food security and the need to maximise every resource. During the harvest, workers would sing traditional songs, many of which invoked Pomona's blessing, or thanked her for the year's bounty. These songs weren't recorded in the way hymns to greater gods were, but fragments suggest they combined practical advice about fruit cultivation with religious devotion. Instructions for pruning techniques nestled alongside prayers for protection from frost and blight. The connection between Pomona and the dead becomes clearer when you understand Roman beliefs about agricultural cycles. Growth, fruiting, harvest, and dormancy mirrored the human life cycle. Birth, maturity, death, and potential rebirth. Fruit itself was a kind of miracle. Sweetness and nourishment emerging from flowers, which emerged from apparently dead wood. The whole process suggested that death and life were not opposites but phases in a continuous cycle. Romans also associated certain fruits with the underworld. Pomegranates, as mentioned earlier, had connections to the story of Persephone and her forced marriage to Hades. Apples appeared in various myths involving death and transformation. Even the sweetness of ripe fruit suggested a kind of necessary decay. Fruit becomes sweetest just before it begins to rot, as if approaching its own death makes it more valuable to the living. During Pomona's festival, Romans would preserve fruits for winter using techniques that involved both practical knowledge and ritual significance. Fruits would be dried in the autumn sun, stored in honey, made into preserves, or carefully packed in straw for cool storage. Each preservation method had its own traditions and prayers, acknowledging that keeping fruit through winter was a kind of suspension of natural decay, a small victory over death itself. The festival also included offerings at household shrines. Urban Romans who didn't own orchards would still honour Pomona by placing fruit on their family altars. Even poor families would try to acquire at least one perfect apple or pear to offer, understanding that neglecting any god, even a relatively minor agricultural deity, was risky business. There was something particularly Roman about Pomona's worship, practical, focused on results, integrating religious observance with technical knowledge. The goddess didn't demand elaborate temples or priesthoods. She wanted properly maintained orchards, careful harvesting, and gratitude for her gifts. This was religion as partnership rather than supplication, a working relationship between humans and the divine powers that governed natural processes. As November progressed, and the last fruits were gathered, Romans could look at their stored provisions with satisfaction. The harvest was complete, winter could be faced with full storerooms, and Pomona had been properly honoured. The orchard could rest now, its bare branches dormant until spring's return, and in that dormancy, in that apparent death, lay the promise of future blossoms and future harvests, the eternal cycle that connected all living things. As autumn deepened into the time we'd recognise as late October and early November, Romans engaged in customs that might look surprisingly familiar to anyone who's ever attended a Halloween party or a Thanksgiving dinner. These weren't single festivals, but rather a complex of practices centred around gathering, feasting and fire, the three anchors that helped Romans navigate the transition from autumn's abundance to winter's scarcity. Fire held special significance. During this season, in a world without electric heating or lighting, fire was life itself during the cold months. Romans marked the transition to winter by rekindling household fires with deliberate ceremony, acknowledging that the flame that would warm their homes and cook their food for months to come deserved proper respect and ritual attention. The hearth, the central fireplace in a Roman home, was sacred to Vesta, goddess of the hearth, and by extension to the lares, the household spirits who protected the family. As the weather turned cold, families would gather at their hearth for a small ceremony that marked the beginning of the fire-scented season. The paterfamilias would make offerings of salt and grain to the fire, speaking traditional words that thanked the gods for past protection and requested continued favour. These hearth fires were not supposed to go out during winter. Letting your hearth fire die was considered unlucky at best and potentially disastrous at worst. It suggested negligence in honouring the household gods and could leave the family vulnerable to supernatural and natural dangers alike. So Romans tended their fires carefully, banking them at night to preserve embers that could be blown back to life in the morning. The smoke from these fires, rising from thousands of homes across Rome, changed the city's atmosphere. In autumn and winter, Rome wore a perpetual haze of wood smoke, which at least had the benefit of masking some of the less pleasant urban smells. The smoke carried with it the scent of burning oak and olive wood, occasionally mixed with aromatic herbs that families would throw into the flames as offerings, or simply to improve the household air. Around these fires, families gathered for meals that increased in importance as the days shortened. Dinner in a Roman household was never just about nutrition. It was a social and religious event that reinforced family bonds and acknowledged divine presence. But autumn dinners had particular significance because they marked the transition from outdoor to indoor life, from agricultural labour to the more sedentary occupations of winter. The autumn feast, not a single event but rather a type of meal that occurred repeatedly during the season, centred on harvest foods. Roasted chestnuts, mentioned earlier, were ubiquitous. They'd be cracked open to reveal their creamy interiors, eaten hot from the pan, their slightly sweet flavour a perfect accompaniment to conversation. Grapes, both fresh and in the form of new wine, appeared at every level of society. Even poor families could afford must, the freshly pressed grape juice that hadn't yet fully fermented into wine. More prosperous families would feast on roasted pork, which Romans considered the perfect autumn meat. Pigs were usually slaughtered in late autumn, their meat preserved for winter consumption, but the slaughter itself was an occasion for feasting, with fresh pork prepared in various ways, roasted with herbs, stewed with autumn vegetables, or made into sausages that would be smoked and stored. The Romans were masters of charcuterie, and autumn was when their skills particularly shone. Vegetables from the last harvest appeared in abundance: leeks, cabbages, beets, and various legumes. Romans had sophisticated ways of preparing vegetables that modern cooks might envy. Stewing them with herbs and spices, mixing them with eggs and cheese, or serving them dressed with garum, that ubiquitous fermented fish sauce that added umami depth to nearly every dish. Mushrooms, foraged from autumn woods, brought their earthy flavours to tables wealthy and humble alike. Bread took on special importance at these autumn meals. The summer's wheat had been harvested and milled, and the resulting flour made bread that tasted subtly different from bread made later in winter. Fresh bread, broken and shared around the table, symbolised the earth's generosity and the family's participation in the harvest bounty. To waste bread was considered almost sacrilegious. It represented too much labour, both human and divine, to be treated carelessly. These family meals incorporated ritual elements that acknowledged the presence of the divine and the dead. Before eating, the paterfamilias would place a portion of food into the hearth fire as an offering to the household gods. Sometimes he would also place food on the family altar, or even leave offerings at the door for passing spirits. The meal itself was thus a communion that included not just the living family members, but also their gods and their ancestors. The atmosphere at these autumn dinners combined coziness with awareness of the world outside. Inside, the fire crackled and conversation flowed. Outside, darkness came earlier each evening, and the night held uncertain dangers. The contrast made indoor spaces feel especially warm and protected, creating the same psychological comfort that modern people feel when they're safely home during a winter storm. As dinner progressed, stories would be told. Romans loved storytelling, and autumn evenings provided perfect opportunities for narratives that range from family history to mythology to ghost stories. Older family members would recount tales of ancestors, keeping their memory alive. Someone might tell a traditional story about the gods, perhaps explaining why certain rituals had to be performed or certain days avoided. And inevitably, especially if children were present, someone would tell a ghost story. These ghost stories served multiple purposes. They entertained, certainly, but they also educated children about proper religious observances and social behaviour. A story about a man haunted by angry spirits because he neglected his family's tomb was simultaneously frightening and instructive. It taught that actions had consequences, that religious duties mattered, and that the boundaries between living and dead required careful maintenance. Music sometimes accompanied these autumn gatherings. Not elaborate performances, but simple songs, work songs from the harvest, lullabies, and traditional melodies that everyone knew and could join. The human voice, lifted in song around a fire while darkness pressed against the windows, created a sense of community and continuity that connected the present moment to countless similar moments stretching back through generations. As the evening wound down and family members prepared for sleep, there was often a moment of collective gratitude. Not formally expressed, perhaps, but felt nonetheless. The harvest was complete, the storerooms were full, the fire burned bright, and the family was gathered safe and warm. Winter was coming, with all its challenges, but for this moment, surrounded by abundance and familial love, the future could wait. To truly understand Roman attitudes toward death and the dead, you need to step outside the city walls and walk among the tombs. Roman law, as mentioned earlier, forbade burial within the sacred boundary of the city itself, so the dead gathered along the roads leading into Rome, creating these extraordinary neighbourhoods where the living passed constantly among monuments to mortality. The Via Appia, the Appian Way, offers the most famous example. Walking along this ancient road even today, you're surrounded by tombs in various states of preservation, some intact enough to read their inscriptions, others reduced to romantic ruins overgrown with wild herbs. In ancient times, this road would have been even more crowded with monuments, a constant reminder to travellers that death was not something to be hidden away, but rather integrated into daily life. Roman tombs varied wildly depending on the wealth and status of their occupants. The very wealthy constructed massive mausoleums, small buildings with chambers inside where family members could be interred over generations. These structures were architectural statements, declaring the family's importance through marble columns, elaborate sculptures, and inscriptions that catalogued achievements and virtues. The tomb of Cecilia Metella, still standing on the Appian Way, gives a sense of the grandeur these monuments could achieve. Middle-class Romans couldn't afford such elaborate structures, but they still wanted permanent memorials. Many joined burial societies, essentially ancient versions of funeral insurance, where members contributed regular payments in exchange for guaranteed proper burial and a place in a communal tomb. These societies had their own rituals and traditions, creating communities bound by the shared understanding of mortality. Poorer Romans faced greater challenges. Burial costs money, and those without resources might be unceremoniously dumped in common pits outside the city. This was considered a terrible fate, not just undignified, but spiritually dangerous. Without proper burial and memorial, these dead risked becoming the very lemures that Romans feared during their May festivals. Poverty and death, as in life, created ongoing problems, but even modest tombs shared certain features. Almost all included inscriptions that spoke directly to passers-by. These weren't the solemn, formal epitaphs you might find in modern cemeteries. Roman tomb inscriptions often addressed travellers in surprisingly conversational tones. One famous example reads, I was not, I was, I am not, I care not. A philosophical statement about death's finality. Others were more personal. Stranger, I have few words to say. Stop and read. This is the unwelcome tomb of an unwelcome woman. She was named Claudia. These inscriptions reveal something touching about Roman attitudes toward mortality. The dead wanted to be remembered, to have their lives acknowledged by strangers as well as family. The act of reading an inscription, of speaking a dead person's name aloud, even silently in your mind, was a form of continued life. The tomb thus became a kind of bridge between past and present, between the dead who once walked these roads and the living who walk them now. Many tombs included portrait sculptures or busts. The tradition of creating death masks taken from the faces of the deceased ensured remarkable likeness. Walking past these tombs, you wouldn't see idealised or generic faces, but actual people. A merchant with a crooked nose, a matron with a stern expression, a soldier with a scar across his cheek. These faces demanded recognition and insisted on their continued presence in the world they'd left. The tombs were designed to be interactive spaces. Many included benches where family members could sit during their visits. Some had small kitchens or dining areas for funeral banquets, meals eaten at the tomb site where the dead were in effect guests of honour. The idea was that death didn't end family relationships but merely changed them. You still visited your relatives, you still shared meals with them, you still updated them on family news, and you still sought their intercession with the gods. During the parentalia and feralia, these tomb-lined roads would transform into something like an ancient version of a festival ground, families moving from tomb to tomb, making their offerings, reciting their prayers, and cleaning and maintaining the monuments. The roads would be crowded with people carrying flowers, wine, food, and lamps. Children would run between the tombs, simultaneously awed and fascinated by this city of the dead. The sensory experience of these tomb visits was rich and complex. The smell of flowers mixed with incense and wine poured onto stone, the sound of prayers and conversations, sometimes laughter as families shared stories about the deceased. The visual spectacle of hundreds of tombs, each different, each demanding attention. The tactile experience of touching cold marble inscribed with names and dates, feeling the connection to people who had touched these same stones decades or centuries earlier. Some tombs included small altars where families could burn offerings. The smoke from these fires would rise and dissipate, carrying prayers and messages to the underworld. On festival days, the roads outside Rome would be hazy with this smoke, the air thick with the smell of burning incense, rendered fat and various aromatics. It created an atmosphere that was simultaneously solemn and celebratory, mournful and life-affirming. The wealthier tombs often included gardens, enclosed spaces with plants, fountains and shade trees where visitors could rest. These gardens served practical purposes, providing pleasant spots for funeral meals and family gatherings. But they also had symbolic significance. A garden represented life continuing, growth emerging from death, and beauty arising from decay. The Romans understood that gardens required dead matter, composted leaves, aged manure to flourish. Death literally nurtured life. At night, the tomb roads took on a different character entirely. Oil lamps placed around monuments created pools of light in the darkness, making the sculptured faces seem to move and shift with the flickering flames. Shadows grew deeper, and the spaces between tombs became uncertain voids where imagination could populate all sorts of supernatural entities. This was when the dead were believed to be most active, when the boundary between worlds grew thin enough to permit passage. Walking these roads at night required courage. Most Romans avoided it when possible, but sometimes necessity demanded travel after dark. Those who ventured out would speak prayers of protection, make defensive gestures, and move quickly past the tombs without looking too closely at the shadows. Stories circulated about people who had seen spirits among the tombs, encountered restless dead, or heard voices calling from empty monuments. Yet there was also something oddly comforting about the tomb's presence. They represented continuity, the unbroken chain of generations that stretched back through time. Every family had ancestors, Every living person would eventually join the dead, and the tombs were physical proof of this continuity. In a world that could be brutally harsh and unpredictable, the tombs offered a kind of permanence. The stones would endure even when flesh failed. The Romans' practice of locating tombs along roads was more than a practical necessity or religious requirement. It was a philosophical statement about the relationship between life and death. The living passed constantly among the dead, reminded with every journey that mortality was not an abstraction but a certainty. Death was not hidden in remote cemeteries but integrated into the landscape of daily life. Neither feared nor forgotten but simply acknowledged as part of existence. As Rome's empire expanded northward and westward, Roman legions encountered Celtic, peoples whose own autumn festivals bore strange similarities to and fascinating differences from Roman practices. This cultural encounter would eventually influence how all of Europe thought about the season of the dead, creating traditions that echo down to our own Halloween celebrations. The Celts, those tribal peoples who inhabited much of Gaul, Britain, and Ireland, celebrated Samhain at the end of October, a festival that marked the transition from the light half of the year to the dark half. Like Romans, the Celts believed this was a time when the boundary between the living and the dead became permeable, but their response to this belief differed in significant ways from Roman practices. Roman soldiers stationed in Celtic territories would have observed Samhain celebrations with a mixture of recognition and bewilderment. They'd recognise the offerings to the dead, the ritual fires, and the sense of communal observance. But the scale and intensity of Celtic practices exceeded anything they'd experienced in Rome. The Celts didn't just honour the dead. They seemed to believe that the dead actively returned to walk among the living during Samhain. Celtic communities would extinguish all fires in their homes as Samhain approached, creating a moment of complete darkness that symbolised the death of the old year. Then Druid priests would kindle a new sacred fire, and from this flame, all the community's fires would be relit. This practice of ritual death and rebirth had no precise Roman equivalent, and it suggested a view of time as cyclical rather than linear, each year dying and being reborn, each harvest containing the seeds of the next. The Celts built enormous bonfires for Samhain, far larger than anything Romans used in their more modest household observances. These fires served multiple purposes. They honoured the gods, they provided protection against harmful spirits, and they created gathering places for the entire community. Animals were driven between two fires as a purification ritual. Young people would perform feats of bravery by leaping over flames. The fires transformed the landscape, turning ordinary hillsides into stages for human drama played out against darkness. Around these fires, the Celts practiced divination, attempting to glimpse the future during this liminal time when normal rules were suspended. They would read omens in the flames, interpret the behaviour of animals, and perform rituals designed to reveal whom they would marry, whether they would survive the coming winter, and what luck the next year would bring. Romans practiced divination too, of course, but not with the same intensity or the same belief that this particular season offered special access to hidden knowledge. The Celts also left offerings of food outside their homes for the returning dead, but with a different spirit than Roman offerings. Where Romans made offerings with a sense of duty and respect, Celtic offerings often contained an element of appeasement or even fear. The dead were not just honoured ancestors, but potentially dangerous beings whose favour had to be secured through generous gifts. Tables would be set with the best food available, and portions of the feast would be placed outside for spirits who might otherwise cause mischief or worse. When Rome conquered Celtic lands, both cultures influenced each other. Roman soldiers adopted some Celtic practices, the bonfires, some of the divination techniques, and certain protective rituals. Celts, in turn, incorporated Roman religious concepts, creating hybrid festivals that combined elements from both traditions. This cultural mixing was most intense in the border regions, places like Roman Britain, where Celtic and Roman populations lived side by side for centuries. The Roman writer Lucan, describing Celtic religious practices, was both horrified and fascinated by their intensity. He wrote about sacred groves where the Celts made offerings, places so permeated with supernatural presence that even birds wouldn't land in the trees. His descriptions, though probably exaggerated, capture the sense that Roman observers felt they were encountering something older and wilder than their own relatively organised religious practices. But Romans also brought their own influences to Celtic lands. They constructed tombs along Roman roads in Celtic territories, establishing the same kind of relationship between the living and the dead that existed around Rome itself. They brought their calendar, their festivals, and their organised approach to religious observance. Over generations, Celtic and Roman practices blended into something new. Not quite either one, but containing elements of both. This blending accelerated with the spread of Christianity through the Roman Empire. Early Christians, seeking to replace pagan festivals with Christian observances, chose dates that coincided with existing celebrations. All Saints' Day was deliberately placed on November 1st, the day after Samhain, in an attempt to Christianise the existing festival. All Souls' Day followed on November the 2nd, incorporating elements of both Roman and Celtic practices around honouring the dead. These Christian festivals retained many pre-Christian elements. The practice of visiting graves and leaving offerings continued, just with Christian prayers instead of pagan ones. The bonfires continued, now blessed by priests rather than druids. The sense that late autumn was a special time for thinking about death, and the dead persisted, even as the theological framework changed. What emerged from these centuries of cultural mixing was a set of traditions that combined Roman practicality with Celtic mysticism, Mediterranean order with northern intensity, and civic religion with ecstatic practice. When these traditions eventually crossed the Atlantic to North America, they evolved further, incorporating yet more cultural influences to become the Halloween we know today. But the Roman contribution to this evolution shouldn't be underestimated. The idea that the dead need to be remembered and honoured, that offerings should be made to maintain good relationships with the deceased, and that autumn is a time for thinking about mortality. All of these have Roman roots that reach back to the Feralia, Lemuria, and the countless household rituals that punctuated Roman life. As you nestle deeper into your blanket, perhaps wondering what all this ancient history has to do with the world you inhabit, let's trace the threads that connect Roman autumn festivals to the customs you might practice today without even realising their origins. Every time you visit a cemetery on Memorial Day or All Souls' Day, placing flowers on a grave and speaking memories of the deceased, you're participating in a tradition that leads directly back to Roman practices during the Feralia. The specific forms have changed. You probably don't pour wine on the grave or scatter grain, but the essential gesture remains identical. You're maintaining the connection between the living and the dead, ensuring that the deceased are remembered, and affirming that death doesn't end relationships but transforms them. When you attend a funeral and participate in a memorial meal afterward, sharing food and stories about the person who died, you're echoing Roman funeral banquets. The Romans understood something that modern grief counsellors have rediscovered, that communal eating in the presence of death serves important psychological and social functions. It reaffirms life in the face of mortality, it strengthens community bonds, and it provides a structured way to process grief. The Halloween tradition of leaving out food for spirits has direct parallels to both Roman and Celtic practices. When children place cookies and milk for Santa Claus, they're participating in a secularized version of offerings to supernatural beings, a practice that Romans performed throughout the year, but especially during autumn festivals. The form has changed, the theological justification has vanished, but the basic gesture persists. We leave food for beings we cannot see, acknowledging powers beyond our control. Jack-o'-lanterns, those carved pumpkins with candles inside, descend from Celtic turnip lanterns but serve a function that Romans would have understood perfectly. They're boundary markers, protective devices that create safe spaces surrounded by darkness. Roman lamps placed around tombs during the Feralia serve the same purpose, like pushing back against shadow, human craft creating zones of safety in a dangerous world. The modern practice of costume wearing on Halloween has multiple origins, but one thread leads back to Roman festivals where social norms were temporarily suspended. During Saturnalia, Romans wore different clothes and adopted different roles. Masters served slaves, serious people acted foolish, and normal hierarchies were inverted. Halloween costumes serve a similar function. They're permission to become someone else, to transgress normal boundaries, to play with identity in ways that ordinary life doesn't permit. Even our modern harvest festivals, Thanksgiving in America, harvest, home celebrations in Britain, echo the Roman practice of communal feasting to mark agricultural cycles. The specific foods have changed according to what different regions produce, but the underlying pattern remains. Gather the community, share abundant food, give thanks for survival, and prepare mentally and physically for winter's scarcity. The Roman calendar reform that gave us the Julian calendar, later modified into the Gregorian calendar we use today, means that our entire temporal framework has Roman origins. When October gives way to November, when you note that the days are growing shorter and winter approaches, you're experiencing time in a way that was deliberately structured by Roman innovations. Our months have Roman names, and our concept of when the year begins and ends reflects Roman decisions. The persistence of these traditions reveals something important about human culture. We're not as modern as we sometimes think. Beneath the technology and the secular worldview and the scientific understanding of death, we're still performing rituals that our ancestors would recognise. We still need to mark transitions, to honour our dead, to gather in the face of darkness, to eat together and tell stories, and to light fires against the cold. Rome's lasting contribution to autumn traditions wasn't primarily in specific rituals, though many of those persist, but in the framework for thinking about death, community, and the relationship between living and dead. The Roman approach was practical, structured, communal, and integrated into daily life rather than segregated into special spiritual moments. This framework proved remarkably durable, capable of absorbing influences from other cultures while maintaining its essential character. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, it didn't entirely replace these traditions, but rather incorporated and transformed them. Church calendars included saints' days that mirrored the Roman festival calendar. Christian funerals adopted Roman practices around memorial meals and tomb visiting. The veneration of saints' relics reflected Roman practices around honouring the dead and maintaining connections with the departed. The Renaissance and Enlightenment challenged some traditional practices around death and the dead, but even modern, secular societies maintain versions of ancient customs. Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Holocaust Memorial Day, all of these are essentially secularized versions of festivals for the dead, maintaining the principle that communities have obligations to remember and honour those who have died. The way we design cemeteries today, with permanent markers and maintained grounds, reflects Roman influence. Before Roman practices spread through Europe, many cultures buried their dead in temporary or unmarked graves. The Roman insistence on permanent memorials, on tombs that would endure, and on inscriptions that would preserve names and achievements changed how Europeans thought about death and remembrance. Even our ghost stories, a modern Halloween staple, echo Roman concerns about restless spirits and proper burial. The archetype of the vengeful ghost who cannot rest until some wrong is righted appears in Roman literature and persists in modern horror fiction. The tools for dealing with ghosts, protective gestures, specific rituals, and offerings of appeasement all have Roman precedents. The agricultural calendar that structured Roman autumn festivals has become less relevant, as most people no longer farm or depend directly on harvests. But the psychological patterns those festivals addressed remain. We still need markers for seasonal transitions, we still respond emotionally to shorter days and colder weather, and we still feel the need to gather and feast before winter's isolation. Halloween and Thanksgiving serve these functions for modern Americans much as autumn festivals served them for ancient Romans. What's perhaps most remarkable is how these traditions persist, even when their original meanings have been forgotten. Most people who carve jack-o'-lanterns or visit graves on Memorial Day have no idea they're participating in traditions with roots 2,000 years deep. The practices continue because they fulfill human needs that transcend specific cultural or historical contexts. As our journey through Roman autumn festivals comes to its gentle close, and as you prepare to drift into sleep, let's take a final moment to reflect on what these ancient practices reveal about human nature and our relationship with mortality. The Romans were not a particularly mystical people. They were practical, legalistic, concrete thinkers who approached religion as a contractual arrangement. Do the right rituals, and the gods will fulfill their obligations. Yet even these pragmatic people recognised that autumn was special, that the boundary between living and dead required careful maintenance, and that death was not something to be ignored but rather integrated into the rhythm of life. Their autumn. Festivals, Feralia, Lemuria, Pomona celebrations, and the countless household rituals represented a sophisticated understanding of what we might now call death acceptance. Romans didn't try to deny mortality or pretend that death was an easily overcome obstacle. They faced it squarely, acknowledged its power, and developed elaborate social mechanisms for processing grief and maintaining connections with the deceased. This approach has much to teach our own death-denying culture. Modern Western society often treats death as a failure rather than an inevitability, something to be hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes rather than integrated into daily life. We've lost the Roman comfort with mortality, their acceptance that death is part of existence rather than a violation of it. The Roman practice of locating tombs along roads, ensuring that the living passed constantly among the dead, embodied a philosophy that modern people might benefit from recovering. Death is not separate from life, but woven through it. Every generation joins the dead eventually. Remembering this doesn't have to be morbid. It can be grounding, perspective-giving, and even comforting. The autumn festivals also reveal Roman sophistication about ritual and its psychological functions. They understood that grief needs structure, that transitions require marking, and that abstract concepts become manageable when given concrete form. The bean-spitting ritual of Lemuria might seem silly to modern sensibilities, but it provided a specific action that addressed generalised anxiety about malevolent spirits. The offerings during Feralia gave mourning families something productive to do with their grief. We've lost much of this ritual sophistication, and you can see the consequences in how modern people struggle with grief and mortality. Without structured rituals, people often feel lost when facing death, unsure how to express sorrow or honour the deceased. The Roman calendar of festivals provided a framework that made death manageable without making it trivial. The agricultural dimension of Roman autumn festivals reminds us that for most of human history, survival was precarious and seasonal. Harvest wasn't a quaint rural activity, but a matter of life and death. The abundance or scarcity of the harvest determined whether families would survive the winter. Modern people, insulated from these realities by grocery stores and global food systems, have lost touch with the anxiety and gratitude that harvest generated. Yet we still respond to autumn on some deep level. We still feel the urge to gather provisions, to feast, and to prepare for winter's darkness. These responses are written into our psychology by thousands of years of seasonal living. Halloween and Thanksgiving tap into these ancient patterns, giving us culturally sanctioned ways to express impulses that no longer have practical survival value, but remain emotionally significant. The Roman emphasis on community during autumn festivals also deserves attention. Their festivals were not private affairs, but communal observances that strengthened social bonds. Families gathered, neighbours helped each other with harvest and preservation, and the entire city participated in festivals for the dead. This communal dimension provided support systems that helped people cope with death, scarcity, and the challenges of seasonal change. Modern life's increasing individualism has eroded many of these communal supports. People often face grief alone, process mortality in isolation, and lack the structured community gatherings that helped Romans navigate difficult transitions. Rebuilding some form of communal ritual around death and seasonal change might address some of modern society's epidemic loneliness. As you drift towards sleep, consider the Romans who once performed these autumn rituals. They're all dead now, of course, dead for 2,000 years. The specific people who poured wine on family tombs, who scattered beans to appease lemurs, who offered first fruits to Pomona, all gone, their names mostly forgotten, their lives reduced to archaeological traces and fragmentary texts. Yet in a sense, they're not entirely gone. Their practices persist, transformed but recognizable. Their understanding of death and seasonal change continues to influence how we think about these matters. When you carve a pumpkin or visit a cemetery or gather for a harvest feast, you're performing variations on rituals they would understand. You're part of a human story that stretches back through countless generations, all of them facing the same basic realities. The changing seasons, the certainty of death, the need for community, and the search for meaning in the face of mortality. The autumn festivals of ancient Rome remind us that we're not the first people to grapple with these eternal questions. We're not alone in our mortality or our struggles to make sense of death. We're part of a long human tradition of facing darkness with light, meeting death with ritual, and gathering together when the nights grow cold and long. Sleep well, then, knowing that the rhythms that structured Roman autumn, the harvest, the honouring of the dead, the preparation for winter, continue to structure our own lives whether we recognise them or not. The seasons still turn, the dead still require our remembrance, and autumn remains the time when the boundary between worlds grows thin. Tomorrow, when you wake to another autumn day, you'll be participating in that same eternal cycle. The specific forms may have changed. You'll check your thermostat instead of tending a hearth fire, and you'll buy bread instead of baking it from your own wheat. But the underlying patterns persist. Autumn is still a time of transition, still a season that calls us to remember our dead and prepare for darkness, still a moment when the veil between worlds seems permeable. And that's perhaps the most comforting legacy of Roman autumn festivals. They remind us that we're not alone in our experience of mortality, seasonal change, and the mysteries that lie beyond ordinary life. We're part of an unbroken human chain reaching back through time, all of us trying to make sense of the same eternal questions, all of us lighting our small fires against the gathering dark. The Romans had a phrase, memento mori, remember that you will die. It sounds grim to modern ears, but they didn't mean it as a morbid obsession. They meant it as a reminder to live fully, to not waste the time you have, and to honour your relationships and obligations while you can. Their autumn festivals embodied this philosophy, acknowledging death's reality while celebrating life's abundance, preparing for winter while giving thanks for harvest, and honouring the dead while affirming connection with the living. As your eyes grow heavy and consciousness begins to slip away, let yourself feel connected to those ancient Romans performing their autumn rituals. Let yourself feel the continuity that links you to them across 2,000 years of history. You're part of the same human story, facing the same seasonal transitions, grappling with the same fundamental mysteries. The fire on the hearth burns low now. Outside, autumn night has fully fallen, and the stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. The same stars that shone on ancient Rome, the same sky that covered the tombs along the Via Appia when families made their offerings during the Feralia. Time moves forward, but some things remain constant. The seasons, the stars, and the human need to mark transitions and honour the dead. Rest now, in the knowledge that you're held in patterns older than Rome, part of cycles that will continue long after all of us have joined the ancestors. Tomorrow will bring another autumn day, another opportunity to participate in the eternal dance between light and darkness, life and death, and remembrance and forgetting. But for now, sleep. Let the ancient rhythms carry you into dreams. Let the wisdom of Roman autumn festivals inform your rest. The dead are quiet tonight, properly honoured and peacefully sleeping. The harvest is gathered, the fires are lit, and all is as it should be in this eternal autumn that connects past to present, living to dead, and each of us to the long human story that began long ago and continues still. In 1907, on a warm spring day, Janet Waterford entered a world that had yet to imagine her possibilities, while the Wright brothers were still perfecting their flying machines, and powered flight was a novelty for daredevils and dreamers. Born in Griffin, Georgia, to parents who had witnessed the tail end of Reconstruction, Janet arrived during an era when black Americans were fighting for basic respect and dignity, let alone the freedom to soar through the skies. The conventional narratives about Janet often begin with her nursing career, or jump straight to her aviation accomplishments. But what shaped the woman who would challenge both racial and gender boundaries in American aviation? The answer lies partly in the intellectual atmosphere of her childhood home, where her father, an architect and builder, instilled in her not just the confidence to pursue education, but a fundamental understanding of structural integrity, balance, and design, concepts that would later serve her well in aviation. Janet's mother, a seamstress whose deft fingers crafted garments that transformed their wearers, demonstrated daily how precision and attention to detail could elevate the mundane to the extraordinary. Between them, they created a household where Janet learned that buildings could rise and fabric could flow into new forms with the application of knowledge and skill. When the Waterford family relocated to Chicago during Janet's youth, they joined the wave of black Americans participating in the Great Migration. However, unlike many families who were forced north by economic desperation or violent persecution, the Waterfords moved with relative privilege and preparation. This distinction rarely appears in summaries of Janet's life, yet it provided her with a crucial foundation. She arrived in Chicago not as a refugee, but as a young woman with resources and family support, poised to take advantage of urban educational opportunities. At Wendell Phillips High School, Janet distinguished herself not through extraordinary academic performance, as many biographical sketches suggest, but through her unusual combination of interests. While her female classmates focused on domestic sciences or teaching, Janet gravitated toward the mechanical drawing classes dominated by boys. She didn't merely participate, she questioned the instructors about the mechanics of engines and structural stability, connecting these concepts to her father's work. After graduation, Janet made what appeared to be a conventional choice for a young black woman and of her era, nursing school. Yet her selection of this path reveals something more calculated than conformity. Nursing represented one of the few professional fields open to black women that offered both financial stability and social respect. The Provident Hospital School of Nursing, where Janet enrolled, had been founded by Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, a pioneering black surgeon who performed one of the first successful heart surgeries. The institution embodied possibility within constraint, a concept Janet would later apply to her aviation career. What's often overlooked about Janet's nursing career was her specialisation in public health rather than hospital nursing. This choice placed her at the intersection of science, education, and community advocacy, requiring her to develop skills in communicating complex information and navigating bureaucracies, abilities that would prove invaluable when she later confronted the aviation establishment. By 1929, when the stock market crashed and plunged America into the Great Depression, Janet had established herself as a successful public health nurse with financial security that few Americans of any background enjoyed during this period. This economic independence gave her the freedom to pursue aviation at a moment when most people were focused on basic survival. It was during a chance trolley ride through Chicago that Janet spotted a billboard advertising flying lessons. The conventional telling suggests the event was a whimsical moment of inspiration, but considering Janet's methodical character and long-standing interest in mechanics, it's more likely this advertisement crystallized an ambition she had been contemplating for some time. When she enrolled at the Aeronautical University, Janet wasn't just following a dream, she was making a calculated investment in her future. In 1929, aviation represented the forefront of technology and opportunity, just as computing or artificial intelligence would do decades later. Janet understood that mastering flight could provide opportunities beyond what black women in pre-war America typically had. The story of Janet Bragg is not just about breaking barriers, it's about strategic navigation of a system designed to exclude people like her before she ever touched an aircraft control. She had already developed the psychological architecture that would allow her to persist through rejections and setbacks. Her early life wasn't just a prelude, it was preparation. When Janet Waterford Bragg joined the Aeronautical University in Chicago, she entered a world constructed for white men. The aviation industry of the early 1930s wasn't merely segregated by custom, it was designed around the assumptions of male physicality and masculine social networks. Yet Janet's approach to this environment revealed a sophistication rarely highlighted in accounts of her life. Rather than confronting the system head-on, Janet adopted what might be called strategic assimilation. She dressed impeccably for every class, arriving in professional attire that commanded respect without drawing undue attention. Her notebooks, preserved in archives, show meticulous diagrams and calculations, evidence of her determination to master not just the minimum requirements, but also the underlying principles of aerodynamics and engine mechanics. The atmosphere at Aeronautical University was complex. While some instructors and students openly questioned her presence, others exhibited a sort of bemused tolerance, the kind reserved for novelties expected to eventually disappear. What none anticipated was Janet's quiet persistence. She absorbed technical information with remarkable efficiency, often spending evenings reviewing material multiple times to ensure mastery. What's seldom discussed in accounts of Janet's aviation journey is how she managed the emotional labour of being perpetually the only one in these spaces. Her journals suggest she developed a practice of deliberate detachment, treating subtle hostility as data rather than personal assault. This psychological strategy preserved her energy for the actual work of learning to fly. The formation of the Challenger Air Pilots Association in 1931 is often presented as a straightforward response to discrimination, but the organisation's structure reveals Janet's sophisticated understanding of collective action. When she and a small group of other black aviation students found themselves unable to secure adequate flight time at white-owned airfields, they didn't merely complain, they pooled their resources to purchase land in Robbins, Illinois, and build their own airfield. This airfield, eventually named Robbins Airport, represents a remarkable example of self-determination. The construction wasn't contracted out to professionals but undertaken by the club members themselves. Janet, drawing on knowledge gained from her father's building career, participated actively in the physical labour of clearing land and constructing basic facilities. She later remarked that this hands-on involvement gave her an intimate understanding of airfield operations that many pilots never acquired. The purchase of the club's first aircraft reveals Janet's fiscal pragmatism. Rather than selecting the newest or most impressive model, the group chose a used but reliable Taylor Cub. Janet personally contributed a significant portion of the purchase price, leveraging her nursing salary at a time when many Americans were struggling through the Depression. When this first plane proved insufficient for their growing membership, Janet again stepped forward financially, helping to secure additional aircraft. The social dynamics within the Challenger Club deserve closer examination than they typically receive. While united by racial identity and aviation interest, the members brought diverse backgrounds and motivations to the organisation. Some were primarily recreational pilots, while others, like Janet, harboured professional ambitions. As one of the few women in the group, Janet navigated gender dynamics even within this space of racial solidarity. Her approach to leadership within the club avoided dramatic pronouncements or power struggles. Instead, she established influence through consistent contribution and quiet competence. When mechanical problems arose with club aircraft, Janet often stayed after others had left, working alongside the mechanics to understand each repair. This knowledge translated into respect among her peers, who increasingly turned to her for technical advice despite gender conventions of the era. The Challenger Club became more than just an aviation organisation. It functioned as a hub for Chicago's black professional class. Doctors, lawyers, educators and entrepreneurs were drawn to the airfield to witness what their community had built. Janet understood the symbolic importance of these gatherings and helped organise regular events that showcased black achievement in advanced technology. These occasions served the dual purpose of normalising black participation in aviation and building networks of support across professional fields. What's particularly notable about Janet's involvement with the Challenger Club was her insistence on formal documentation and record keeping. She maintained detailed logs of flights, maintenance schedules, and financial transactions, creating an institutional memory that helped the organisation weather turnover in membership. This administrative diligence reflected her understanding that the club needed to operate with exceptional professionalism to withstand scrutiny from authorities constantly looking for reasons to challenge black-owned enterprises. The Challenger Air Pilots Association represented more than an opportunity for flight training. It was a laboratory for community organisation and self-reliance. Janet's contributions extended far beyond her financial investments or technical knowledge. She helped establish a model for how excluded groups could create their own infrastructure rather than waiting for integration into existing systems. When Janet took her first solo flight from the Robbins Airfield in 1934, the achievement represented not just her personal milestone, but the success of a collective strategy. The small airstrip, carved from unforgiving Illinois prairie, stood as testimony to what determination and solidarity could accomplish in the face of systemic barriers. The lessons learned at Robbins would serve Janet well as she prepared to confront even more formidable obstacles on her path to commercial certification. By 1937, Janet Bragg had accumulated hundreds of flight hours and mastered the technical aspects of aviation to a degree that exceeded the requirements for commercial pilot certification. Yet when she appeared at the examination office in Chicago, the atmosphere shifted perceptibly. The testing officer, a man who had routinely processed applications from white men with similar or lesser qualifications, suddenly became a guardian of impossibly high standards. What transpired that day has been summarized in many accounts as simple discrimination, but the mechanics of the rejection reveal something more insidious. The examiner refrained from explicitly citing her race or gender as disqualifications, as such blatant bias would have been too vulnerable to challenge. Instead, he subjected Janet to a series of increasingly technical questions about the engine components, and emergency procedures exceeded the standard examination protocol. Janet recognized the strategy. Her nursing career had taught her how systems maintain exclusion through selective application of rules rather than explicit prohibition. She answered each question with precision, drawing on the extensive technical knowledge she had accumulated not just through formal training, but through her hands-on experience maintaining aircraft at Robbins. When the oral examination failed to find her lacking, the examiner pivoted to scrutinizing her paperwork, questioning the legitimacy of her flight hours because they had been accumulated at a black-owned airfield. What followed was a masterclass in measured resistance. Rather than displaying anger that would have played into stereotypes about black women, Janet calmly requested written documentation of the specific deficiencies in her application. This simple administrative request flummoxed the examiner, who had expected either acquiescence or emotional reaction. When he reluctantly provided a vague written statement citing insufficient preparation, Janet secured the documentary evidence of discriminatory treatment that would later prove valuable. The rejection in Chicago pushed Janet to develop an innovative approach to certification. Through her network of aviation contacts, she learned that examiners in different regions sometimes applied standards differently. This geographical variation in discrimination, tighter in some regions, more permeable in others, is rarely discussed in accounts of segregation, yet understanding these patterns was crucial for those attempting to navigate the system. Janet identified Tuskegee, Alabama, as a potential alternative testing location. The presence of the Tuskegee Institute and its emerging aviation program suggested the possibility of examiners more accustomed to evaluating black applicants. This strategic forum shopping required Janet to temporarily relocate, a significant investment of time and resources that demonstrated her commitment to certification. Upon arriving in Tuskegee in 1939, Janet discovered a community engaged in its own complex negotiations around race and aviation. The civilian pilot training program, recently established by the federal government, had reluctantly included a few black institutions among its approved training centers. Tuskegee's program was developing what would later become the foundation for the famed Tuskegee Airmen of World War II. Janet's reception at Tuskegee reveals the gender dynamics that complicated her journey. The male instructors and administrators, while supportive of black advancement in aviation, carried assumptions about women's capabilities that created a different kind of barrier. When she requested access to the program's more advanced aircraft for practice before her examination, she encountered resistance based not on her race, but on her gender. With characteristic adaptability, Janet shifted her approach. Rather than directly challenging gender preconceptions, she leveraged her medical background to position herself as uniquely qualified to understand the physiological aspects of flight. She offered to conduct informal information sessions on aviation medicine for the student pilots, creating value that earned her access to aircraft and instruction time. When the day of her Tuskegee examination arrived, Janet faced an unexpected challenge. The examiner, a white man from the Civil Aeronautics Authority, required her to perform her check ride in an unfamiliar aircraft with different handling characteristics than those she had trained on. This last-minute change, not applied to male applicants tested the same day, was clearly designed to disadvantage her. The flight test turned into an exercise in precision under pressure. As Janet executed each required maneuver, she maintained not just technical accuracy, but a demeanour of unflappable professionalism. The examiner, visibly searching for flaws, directed her through increasingly complex maneuvers, deviating from the standard examination protocol. When Janet successfully completed a particularly challenging landing, the frustration on the examiner's face betrayed his bias. The rejection that followed cited a single imperfect landing as justification, despite the fact that male pilots were routinely certified with similar or worse performance. What's remarkable about Janet's response was its strategic restraint. Rather than immediately protesting, she requested specific feedback on how to improve, positioning herself as a dedicated student rather than an aggrieved victim. This approach denied the examiner the satisfaction of seeing her discouraged and preserved her professional reputation within the Tuskegee aviation community. Janet's examination trials reveal something profound about how progress occurs. The conventional narrative of civil rights often focuses on dramatic confrontations and legal victories, but Janet's experience demonstrates the importance of persistent, strategic pressure at institutional boundaries. Each application, each examination, each professional interaction incrementally shifted expectations and established precedents that made the path slightly more navigable for those who would follow. Moreover, her willingness to repeatedly subject herself to evaluation, knowing the likelihood of biased rejection, required a particular kind of courage rarely acknowledged in historical accounts. This wasn't the adrenaline-fueled bravery of a single moment of protest, but the sustained emotional labour of maintaining dignity and determination in the face of systematic devaluation. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 transformed American society, creating opportunities for marginalised groups even as it imposed new constraints. For Janet Bragg, the war years represented not just a national crisis, but a complex reconfiguration of possibilities within aviation. As male pilots were rapidly absorbed into military service, the civilian aviation sector faced critical personnel shortages. This created opportunities previously inaccessible to women and people of colour. The Women's Air Force Service Pilots WASP program began recruiting female pilots to handle non-combat flying duties, from ferrying aircraft to training operations. Janet, with her extensive flight experience and technical knowledge, should have been an ideal candidate for the WASP program. Yet when she submitted her application in early 1942, she encountered a familiar barrier. The program, while willing to challenge gender conventions, maintained rigid racial exclusion. Throughout the program's existence, not a single black woman received acceptance. This rejection represents one of the most telling contradictions of wartime America. The nation mobilized around rhetoric of democracy and freedom while maintaining systems of segregation that undermined these very principles. For Janet, it crystallized the understanding that progress would never be granted through benevolence. It would need to be claimed through strategic persistence. Rather than allowing this setback to derail her aviation ambitions, Janet pivoted toward an area where her combined medical and aeronautical knowledge created unique value. The emerging field of aviation medicine was gaining importance as military pilots encountered physiological challenges at high altitudes and under combat stress. Janet developed a specialized knowledge base that bridged her two professional identities. She secured a position at the Howard University Medical School, where researchers were studying the physiological impacts of high-altitude flying on pilot performance. This work placed Janet at the intersection of two fields, aviation and medicine, where she could contribute meaningfully without requiring immediate acceptance as a pilot. The research had particular relevance for black pilots training at Tuskegee, who were subject to additional scrutiny regarding their physical fitness for combat flying. Accounts that solely focus on Janet's piloting achievements often overlook her work during this period, yet her contributions to aviation medicine helped establish protocols for oxygen use, recognition of hypoxia symptoms, and strategies for managing G-force effects, knowledge that benefited all pilots, regardless of race or gender. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Chicago aviation community, returning regularly to fly at Robins Airfield and mentor newer pilots in the Challenger Air Pilots Association. The wartime gasoline rationing created significant challenges for civilian recreational flying, but Janet leveraged her medical credentials to secure fuel allocations by framing her flights as essential professional development related to her aviation medicine work. This period also saw Janet develop sophisticated strategies for navigating segregated aviation facilities when travelling. She compiled what amounted to a personal green book for black pilots, a network of airfields, mechanics, and lodgings that would accommodate African American aviators. This knowledge became a valuable resource shared among the small community of black pilots who continued civilian flying during the war years. Perhaps the most significant wartime development for Janet was her persistent pursuit of commercial certification. culminating in her successful examination in 1943. The details of this achievement deserve closer examination than they typically receive. The certification occurred not because discrimination had suddenly disappeared, but because pilot shortages had become so acute that the Civil Aeronautics Authority faced pressure to utilise all qualified personnel. The examiner who finally signed off on Janet's commercial licence, a man named Harold Wallam, later acknowledged that he had approached her test with heightened scrutiny, but found her performance impossible to fault. This backhanded compliment reveals much about the nature of progress. Janet didn't succeed because the system had become fair, but because she had prepared so thoroughly that even an unfair system couldn't reasonably reject her. With commercial certification secured, Janet began seeking commercial flying opportunities, only to discover that the same wartime conditions that had made certification possible also limited civilian commercial operations. Airlines were primarily engaged in military transport contracts, and their hiring remained restricted by both racial and gender barriers. Rather than waiting for these barriers to fall, Janet created her own opportunity by establishing a small aerial photography business. Using her own aircraft, she secured contracts to photograph real estate developments and construction projects from the air, providing valuable documentation for investors and insurance companies. This entrepreneurial venture allowed her to log commercial flight hours and generate income from aviation without requiring institutional acceptance from established carriers. The war years also deepened Janet's involvement with the Tuskegee Aviation Program, where she served as an informal advisor on both medical and operational matters. Her presence as a commercially certified black female pilot provided a powerful counterpoint to those who questioned black pilots' capabilities. When Tuskegee airmen returned from combat missions in Europe with distinguished records, Janet helped document and publicize their achievements, understanding the importance of making black excellence in aviation visible to both African American communities and the broader public. As the war drew to a close in 1945, Janet found herself in a transformed aviation landscape, one with new possibilities but also revived restrictions as returning white male veterans reclaimed positions throughout the industry. The strategies she had developed during the war years would prove essential as she navigated the complex terrain of post-war aviation. The immediate post-war period presented a paradoxical landscape for Janet Bragg. The same GI Bill that created unprecedented educational and economic opportunities for millions of white veterans systematically excluded many black service members, particularly in the South. The aviation industry, which had reluctantly opened some doors during wartime necessity, began reinstating exclusionary practices as white men returned to civilian life. Rather than focusing solely on her individual advancement, Janet recognized the opportunity to build institutional capacity for black participation in aviation. This period marked a shift in her approach, from proving her capabilities to creating systems that would nurture the next generation of black aviators. In 1946, Janet and several Challenger Club members established Bragg Air Service, a fixed-base operation providing aircraft maintenance, flight instruction, and charter services. Located at Robbins Airfield, the business represented more than a commercial venture. It was an institution designed to normalize black presence in aviation commerce. The structure of Bragg Air Service reveals Janet's business acumen. Rather than competing directly with larger operations serving white clientele, she positioned her company to meet specialized needs within Chicago's growing black middle class. As property ownership increased among African Americans, aerial photography for insurance and development purposes created a market niche that white-owned aviation businesses rarely served effectively. Additionally, Bragg Air Service specialized in maintenance for smaller aircraft owners who often found themselves overlooked by larger service operations. Janet recruited and trained black mechanics, creating employment opportunities while building essential technical capacity within the community. Her insistence on meticulous record-keeping and certification documentation protected the business from the excessive regulatory scrutiny often applied to black-owned enterprises. What's particularly noteworthy about this period in Janet's life was her development of an informal apprenticeship system. Recognizing that formal aviation training remained largely inaccessible to young black aspirants, she created structured opportunities for them to gain experience at Robbins Airfield. Young people began in ground operations, fueling aircraft, cleaning hangars, managing paperwork, while receiving incremental exposure to flight operations and maintenance procedures. Several teenagers who started sweeping the Bragg Air Service hangar eventually became licensed pilots and aviation professionals. their paths facilitated by Janet's deliberate mentorship. She understood that representation alone was insufficient. The pipeline required active development and protection. During this same period, Janet expanded her property investments, purchasing several apartment buildings in Chicago's South Side. This diversification provided financial stability that supported her aviation activities during periods when the business faced challenges. It also gave her leverage within Chicago's business community, where property ownership translated into political influence. Janet utilized this influence strategically, advocating for infrastructure improvements at Robins Airfield and fighting against zoning changes that threatened its operation. When developers began eyeing the airfield land for residential construction in the late 1940s, Janet organized a coalition of business owners and aviation enthusiasts to protect this crucial community asset. The preservation of Robins Airfield became a case study in community resistance to development pressures that frequently targeted black-owned spaces. Janet framed the airfield not merely as a business location, but as an educational institution and point of pride for Chicago's African-American community. This reframing helped secure political support that other black businesses often lacked. Janet's activism extended beyond local aviation concerns to national policy discussions. She became involved with the National Airmen's Association of America, an organization advocating for integration of commercial airlines and expanded opportunities for black pilots. Her approach to advocacy reflected her nursing background, methodically documenting disparities, presenting evidence rather than accusations, and proposing specific remedies rather than general grievances. When major airlines began considering token integration in the late 1940s, Janet positioned herself as a resource for companies navigating unfamiliar territory. Rather than adopting an adversarial stance, she offered her expertise in managing the complexities of integration, drawing parallels to processes she had observed in healthcare settings. This strategic positioning allowed her to influence hiring discussions without being dismissed as merely self-interested. Simultaneously, Janet continued her own professional development, securing additional ratings and certifications that enhanced her credibility within aviation circles. She obtained instrument and multi-engine ratings, completing training at facilities that had previously excluded black pilots. Each credential she added signified not only her personal accomplishments, but also another breach in the system of segregation. By 1950, Janet had built a multifaceted career that spanned aviation, healthcare, and real estate, an unusual portfolio that provided both financial security and multiple platforms for advancing equity. What makes her approach during this period particularly instructive was her recognition that progress required both persistent individual excellence and institutional development. She understood that proving black capability was necessary but insufficient. The creation of sustaining structures was equally essential. The aviation community Janet helped build at Robins became more than a collection of pilots and mechanics. It functioned as an educational ecosystem where knowledge circulated freely across generational and experiential boundaries. Veteran pilots mentored newcomers, mechanics shared specialized knowledge, and Janet ensured that business skills, bookkeeping, customer service, regulatory compliance were transmitted alongside technical aviation skills. This holistic approach to community capacity building represented a sophisticated response to systemic exclusion. Rather than focusing exclusively on individual achievements or symbolic firsts, Janet invested in creating an environment where black excellence in aviation could become self-sustaining and continuously regenerating. The dawn of the organized civil rights movement in the 1950s presented Janet Bragg with both new opportunities and complex choices. As public attention increasingly focused on racial discrimination, Janet found herself navigating the delicate balance between her established strategies of incremental progress and this movement's growing emphasis on direct action and visible protest. Janet's approach to civil rights advocacy was shaped by her experiences in both aviation and healthcare, fields where precision, careful preparation, and attention to detail were matters of life and death. Rather than participating in marches or demonstrations, she leveraged her professional standing to challenge discrimination through institutional channels that were often invisible to the public, but nonetheless effective in creating concrete change. In 1954, when the landmark Brown v. Board of Education decision theoretically ended segregation in the public education, Janet recognized implications for aviation training that few others identified. She immediately began compiling evidence of continuing discrimination in federally funded flight training programs. documenting instances where qualified black applicants were rejected from programs that received government support. Working through professional networks rather than public campaigns, Janet arranged meetings with Federal Aviation Administration officials to present her findings. Her presentation style was characteristically strategic, framing the issue not as moral outrage, but as regulatory non-compliance that exposed the agency to legal liability and negative publicity. This behind-the-scenes advocacy contributed to policy revisions requiring aviation training programs receiving federal funds to document their admissions decisions and demonstrate non-discrimination. While less dramatic than televised protests, these administrative changes created accountability mechanisms that gradually increased black access to professional flight training. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Tuskegee aviation community, which was undergoing its own transition as military service opportunities expanded for black pilots following President Truman's 1948 executive order desegregating the armed forces. She developed a remarkable pattern of support for young black men entering Air Force training, creating an informal network that connected Tuskegee veterans with new recruits. This mentorship took practical forms. Janet regularly hosted gatherings where experienced pilots shared strategies for navigating military aviation culture with newcomers. These sessions addressed not just technical flying skills but the psychological aspects of performing under the heightened scrutiny that black military aviators still faced despite formal desegregation. Janet's Chicago apartment became a way station for black pilots travelling between assignments, providing not just lodging, but a crucial sense of community and continuity in a field where isolation often compounded other challenges. This role as community anchor rarely appears in official histories, but emerges consistently in the personal reminiscences of black aviators from this period. By the late 1950s, Janet had developed a sophisticated understanding of how integration functioned in practice rather than theory. She observed that mere removal of explicit exclusionary policies rarely translated into meaningful inclusion without additional structural changes. Drawing on this insight, she began advocating for specific reforms in commercial aviation hiring, including blind initial application reviews and standardized technical assessment procedures. Janet approached United Airlines in 1958 with a proposal for revising their pilot hiring process, positioning her suggestions as improvements in merit-based selection rather than diversity initiatives. This framing, which emphasized operational excellence rather than social justice, proved effective in an industry where safety concerns could override even entrenched prejudice. While United didn't immediately implement her recommendations, the dialogue she initiated contributed to gradual reforms over subsequent years. Throughout this period, Janet maintained her multifaceted professional identity, continuing her nursing career while operating Bragg Air Service and managing her real estate investments. This diversification provided not just financial stability but multiple platforms from which to advance equity goals. When direct progress in aviation stalled, she could shift focus to healthcare integration or community development through her property holdings. As the civil rights movement gained momentum in the early 1960s, Janet faced questions about her relatively low profile in public activism. Some younger advocates criticized her incremental approach as insufficiently bold, suggesting her professional success had distanced her from the urgency of racial justice. Janet's response to such criticism revealed her strategic thinking about social change. In a 1960 speech to the Negro Airmen International Convention, she articulated what might be called a theory of specialized contribution. Not everyone can or should be on the front lines of protest. Some of us must work within systems to bring about changes from the inside. Some must build alternative structures that demonstrate what is possible. Some must document and preserve our achievements so they cannot be erased. This perspective reflected her understanding that movements require diverse tactics and multiple points of pressure to succeed. Janet wasn't opposed to direct action. She provided financial support to several civil rights organizations and opened her properties to activists needing safe accommodation during Chicago campaigns. But she recognized that her most effective contribution came through different channels. The 1963 March on Washington represented a pivotal moment in Janet's relationship with the broader civil rights movement. Though she attended the march, she participated not as an individual, but as a representative of black aviation professionals, carrying documentation of the field's racial disparities to distribute to congressional offices, while others gathered at the Lincoln Memorial. This characteristic approach, leveraging moments of high visibility to advance specific policy objectives, typified Janet's pragmatic activism. While others created essential public pressure through mass mobilization, she worked to translate that pressure into concrete regulatory and institutional changes that would outlast any single demonstration. By the mid-1960s, as the civil rights movement achieved legislative victories with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Janet turned her attention to ensuring effective implementation in aviation contexts. She developed monitoring systems to track hiring patterns at airlines and training institutions, creating accountability through data rather than relying solely on legal mandates. This period also saw Janet increase her focus on gender equity within aviation. Recognizing that racial barriers were often compounded by gender discrimination, she began formally mentoring young black women interested in aviation careers, helping them navigate the distinct challenges created by the intersection of race and gender bias. Janet's navigation of the civil rights era demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of how social change occurs, not just through visible moments of confrontation and legislative victories, but through persistent pressure on multiple fronts, including the unglamorous work of policy implementation and institutional reform. As Janet Bragg entered her later years, she confronted a challenge familiar to many pioneers, the risk of having her contributions minimized or forgotten, as the very barriers she helped dismantle became less visible to subsequent generations. Her response to this challenge reveals as much about her character as her earlier achievements. Rather than focusing on securing personal recognition, Janet dedicated herself to documenting the broader history of black aviation. Throughout the 1970s, she systematically collected photographs, logbooks, correspondence, and oral histories from aging members of the Challenger Air Pilots Association and other early black aviators. She conducted this archival work with the same methodical attention she had given to her nursing and flying careers. Janet understood that preservation of this history served multiple purposes. It provided validation for those who had struggled against overwhelming odds, created educational resources for young people who might otherwise assume aviation had always been accessible, and established an evidentiary record that prevented historical revisionism about when and how integration had occurred. In 1976, as the nation celebrated its bicentennial with numerous historical exhibitions and publications, Janet noticed the near-total absence of black aviators from these commemorations. Rather than merely protesting this omission, she developed a travelling exhibition titled Black Wings, featuring photographs and artefacts from her growing collection. What made this exhibition remarkable was Janet's insistence that it appear not just in traditionally black institutions, but in mainstream aviation museums and events. When the Experimental Aircraft Association initially declined to host the exhibition at its annual Air Venture gathering in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Janet didn't accept the rejection. Instead, she enlisted support from several prominent white pilots she had befriended over decades in aviation, creating the external pressure needed to reverse the decision. The exhibition's appearance at Air Venture in 1977 marked a turning point in public recognition of black contributions to aviation history. Thousands of aviation enthusiasts encountered this history for the first time, many expressing surprise at its depth and significance. Janet personally guided special tours for aviation journalists, ensuring the exhibition received coverage in the industry publications that reached audiences beyond those physically attending the event. This period also saw Janet emerge as a sought-after speaker, particularly as women's increasing entry into aviation created interest in female pioneers. Her presentations were notable not for dramatic oratory, but for their precision and evidentiary approach. Rather than telling her personal story in isolation, she consistently placed her experiences within broader historical contexts, connecting individual achievements to collective struggles for equality. In academic settings, Janet became an important primary source for researchers studying aviation history, women's history, and African American history. Her meticulous record-keeping proved invaluable to scholars who had previously struggled to document aspects of black aviation history obscured by institutional neglect and deliberate erasure. Janet's relationship with younger black aviators during this period deserves particular attention. As commercial airlines finally began hiring black pilots in meaningful numbers during the 1970s and 1980s, many sought out Janet for guidance on navigating predominantly white institutions. Her advice reflected decades of accumulated wisdom about when to challenge discrimination directly and when to focus on excellence as its form of resistance. Several pilots who would later reach senior positions at major carriers cited Janet's mentorship as crucial to their ability to persist through difficult early experiences. Her apartment in Chicago. It remained a gathering place where multiple generations of black aviation professionals could share strategies and support across experiential divides. In 1986, Janet received belated recognition from the Federal Aviation Administration with their Pioneer Award, acknowledging her contributions to American aviation. The ceremony brought together aviation officials who had once denied her opportunities with younger administrators who had benefited from the changes she helped create. This juxtaposition might have invited bitterness, but Janet approached the occasion with characteristic grace and strategic focus. She used her acceptance speech not for personal vindication, but to highlight continuing disparities in aviation access and employment. By presenting current statistics alongside historical context, she made clear that while progress had occurred, the work remained unfinished. This approach transformed what might have been merely commemorative into a call for ongoing commitment to equity. As Janet entered her 90s, she began the process of ensuring her collection would remain accessible after her lifetime. Rather than waiting for institutions to approach her, she actively researched for potential repositories, evaluating their commitment to making materials available to both scholars and community members. She ultimately divided her papers between the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and the Atlanta University Center archives, creating multiple access points to this crucial history. Janet Bragg passed away in 1993 at the age of 86, having witnessed transformations in American aviation that would have seemed impossible when she took her first flight lessons in 1933. At the time of her death, black pilots commanded jumbo jets for major carriers, served as astronauts in the space program, and held leadership positions in aviation organizations that had once excluded them entirely. Yet Janet's most profound legacy may lie not in these visible markers of progress, but in the approach to change she embodied throughout her life. She demonstrated that effective advocacy requires not just courage and persistence, but strategic thinking about where and how to apply pressure. She understood that systems change through multiple mechanisms: legal challenges, policy reforms, economic leverage, cultural shifts, and individual excellence all playing necessary roles. Perhaps most importantly, Janet Bragg's life illustrates that history is not merely something that happens to people, but something they actively shape through deliberate choices and sustained commitment. She didn't simply participate in the evolution of American aviation. She helped direct its course through strategic action at key moments. We're starting off with the veteran and the sacred spring, Republic 2nd century BC. Marcus Licinius let out a pained breath as he lowered his battle-scarred body into the steaming stone basin. The midday sun filtered through olive trees around the rustic bathhouse, turning the rising vapours golden. For a man who had spent years rinsing in frigid camp rivers, this languid heat was a luxury. He closed his eyes, feeling old javelin wounds in his shoulder and thighs for the first time since the wars against Carthage. Standing nearby, the Greek physician Philon watched and smiled knowingly, ladling scented warm water over the veteran's back. These Greek contrivances, Marcus began to grumble, but his voice softened into a sigh as warmth seeped into his bones. Bathing was a custom introduced to Italy from Greece only recently, and traditional Romans like him still met it with equal parts curiosity and skepticism. Yet pain had a way of overcoming pride. Philon recalled how Marcus had limped into the grove that morning leaning on a staff and refusing help. Now the soothing aromas of lavender and laurel in the water softened the soldier's hard expression. Philon had come to Rome as a captive Greek healer and earned his freedom through medical skill. Back home, healers understood the power of balneum, the bath, as a place of cure. He had learned illness came from imbalances within, and believed water and heat could help restore harmony. The physician gently helped Marcus lean against the pool's edge, and, with a bronze strigil, began scraping sweat and oil from the skin, removing grime as well as what he called bad humours. Marcus did not fully grasp the theory of the four humours, but he understood one thing: the ritual felt cleansing and oddly renewing. They were not alone in this modest bathhouse by the sacred spring. Nearby, a pair of villagers quietly soaked their aching limbs and inhaled herbal steam for stubborn coughs. The atmosphere was hushed and reverent. This place wasn't a grand public thermae. but a simple balneae beside an ancient spring long believed to be touched by the gods. Marcus recalled tales of miraculous waters curing the afflicted. The spring fed a small hot bath chamber and a cold pool downstream, and its reputation had spread after soldiers claimed wounds healed faster here than elsewhere. As Marcus's body grew acclimated to the heat, Philon guided him to the next step of the regimen. "Now for the cold plunge," the physician said. Marcus grimaced but complied, hobbling to the frigidarium, a circular stone pool under the open sky. He braced himself and descended. The cold water gripped his skin like an icy fist drawing a sharp gasp. Every instinct screamed to leap out, but Marcus stayed, recalling Philon's counsel that the sudden change in temperature would stimulate his blood and invigorate the body. After a few breaths, the ache in his leg dulled to a manageable throb. The shock of cold following the deep warmth left him breathless yet strangely revitalized. Shivering but smiling, Marcus emerged and wrapped himself in a woolen towel offered by an attendant. He rolled his shoulder and found it looser, the usual stabbing pain notably diminished. "Perhaps there is something to these baths after all," he admitted, meeting Philon's eyes. The Greek patted his arm. "Not magic, friend, nature's gift. Heat and water can do more than any salve." Marcus had to agree. At the edge of the spring-fed pool stood a small altar covered in thank offerings, clay votives shaped like limbs and tablets etched with words of gratitude. Despite years of battle-hardened skepticism, Marcus felt compelled to step over. He murmured a few words to Aesculapius, the god of healing, giving quiet thanks in the old way. A breeze rustled the olive branches overhead as if in gentle approval. Marcus stood taller. The weight of his armour was gone, replaced by a lightness he hadn't felt in decades. In the silence, broken only by trickling water, a battle-weary Roman discovered a new kind of victory, the healing power of water and rest. With Philon's help, Marcus donned his tunic. The veteran's scars would remain, but he felt that a piece of the war's burden had been lifted from him, left behind in those sacred waters. As they departed the grove, Marcus glanced back at the spring one last time. In that tranquil refuge of warmth and faith, he had found hope that even the deepest wounds might one day mend. A day at Agrippa's Thermae, between 27 BC and 12 BC, early empire, steam swirled through the cavernous caldarium as Lucius adjusted a bronze pipe, redirecting hot air beneath the marble floor. He was a servus balnearius, bath attendant, in the magnificent baths of Agrippa, starting work before dawn in the furnace room. Face flushed from stoking the wood-fired hippocaust, Lucius finally climbed out into the main halls carrying baskets of fresh olive oil and folded linens. The baths were already coming alive. Aristocrats in elegant togas, weathered legionaries, merchants from afar, and even freedmen and slaves scraped together the tiny fee for entry, all arriving in the morning light. Social distinctions melted away once inside. Senators, merchants, soldiers, and even slaves mingled freely here on common ground. By mid-morning they stationed Lucius in the apoditerium, a changing room filled with cubbyholes for clothes. A kindly senator pressed a quadrans, the customary fee, into Lucius's palm as a gratuity. Since Agrippa's death, the magnificent Thermae were left free to the people, so any payment now was a personal gift. Lucius smiled gratefully and tucked the coin away. Suddenly, a shout at the far side signalled that a bather's cloak had gone missing. Lucius's stomach dropped. Theft in the crowded baths was unfortunately common, and he knew the gods would receive another bitter prayer against a thief before nightfall. As the rush of bathers slowed, Lucius took a moment to breathe. He wandered through the tepidarium, the warm room, where clusters of men reclined on heated benches. Two scholars soaked and debated in Greek about Aristotle. Nearby, a poet declaimed new verses to an appreciative circle. He often saw philosophers and poets here, sharing wisdom with anyone who would listen. Though he dared not interject, Lucius felt proud to work in a place where knowledge flowed as freely as water. His reprieve was brief. A call from the palaestra, exercise yard, sent him running. One of the wrestling trainers needed more oil for athletes to anoint themselves. Lucius fetched a jug of scented oil and marvelled at the surroundings as he trotted through a colonnade. Agrippa's complex was not only baths and gyms, but also gardens and promenades. Through arched doorways he glimpsed manicured courtyards and colonnades, like the Greek gymnasia, but even more sumptuous. Patrons strolled those paths to cool down, surrounded by statues and greenery, a carefully crafted landscape of leisure and health. Back in the main bath hall, Lucius carefully poured oil into the hands of a burly veteran, preparing for a massage. The man nodded in thanks, scars crisscrossing his back. He mentioned that his old war wounds pained him less after a hot soak. Lucius offered a polite smile and moved on, but inside he felt a spark of satisfaction. He saw daily how much relief the baths brought to weary bodies. People left these halls walking taller than when they entered. By late afternoon the crowds thinned. Lucius helped sweep the now empty frigidarium, the cold plunge room shivering a bit in the clammy air left behind. He gathered stray strigils and tidied shelves of oils. At last, as dusk approached, the thermi closed for cleaning. Sore and exhausted, Lucius crept to a quiet corner of the caldarium. With no patrons around, he finally dared to slip into the warm bath himself. The embrace of hot water was immediate bliss to his aching muscles. Eyes closed, he floated for a minute, letting healing warmth wash over him. In that brief moment, the grand bath he served each day became his sanctuary too. Lamplight flickered in the corridors as he finished his duties. Before leaving, he paused by the small altar where patrons offered thanks to the goddess of health, Salus, and bowed his head. He had witnessed both nobles and workers find solace, cleanliness, and companionship beneath these vaulted ceilings. Lucius locked the massive bronze doors from outside. In the amber glow of sundown, the baths of Agrippa stood silent and steamy behind him, an enduring gift to Rome. Tomorrow at dawn he would return to ignite its fires anew, knowing that within those walls the aches of rich and poor alike were soothed by the same healing waters. In the sacred waters of Sulis, Aquae Sulis, Britannia, 2nd century AD. Eberacca lifted her hands above the steaming pool as dawn's first light crept through the open roof. As a priestess of Sulis Minerva, she began each day in prayer by the sacred spring. Tendrils of mist curled around her, and the lone Roman veteran who stood shivering in the cool morning air. Marcus Julius, a retired centurion, had travelled hundreds of miles to Aquae Sulis in hopes these famous thermal waters might ease the agonizing pain in his joints. He watched with cautious reverence as the priestess invoked the goddess. "Sulis Minerva, healer of ills, bless us," she intoned. Sulis was venerated as a healing divinity whose sacred hot springs could cure physical and spiritual suffering, and Eberacca felt the goddess's presence in the rising steam. At her nod, Marcus disrobed his tall, scar-scored frame and gingerly descended the stone steps into the great bath. He inhaled sharply. The water was near scalding, rich with sulphur and minerals that tinged it a translucent green. Every day Eberacca saw newcomers react the same way, a gasp at the heat, then a sigh as the warmth penetrated aching bones. Marcus settled neck deep, his muscles gradually unclenching. Eberacca took up a shallow pewter bowl, dipped it, and slowly poured the hot mineral water over the veteran's shoulders. This act was part of the healing ritual. The water trickling off his body was thought to carry the spring's healing essence into him. The centurion closed his eyes while the priestess gently poured the shimmering water again and again, murmuring prayers in both Latin and the ancient Brittonic tongue of this land. All around them the baths of Sulis were stirring awake. Fellow pilgrims and local townsfolk began to arrive, their footsteps echoing under the portico. Families with sick children and elderly farmers with crutches came seeking relief. Eberacca greeted each quietly. Though Rome governed Britannia now, in this complex the goddess welcomed all with healing waters. Within the adjacent temple, acolytes prepared offerings of food and carved plaques to present at Sulis Minerva's altar. The air smelled of moist stone, burning incense, and the metallic tang of the spring. For a moment, Eberacca glanced toward the temple's inner sanctum, where a gilded bronze statue of the goddess caught the light. She whispered a promise under her breath that Sulis's power would never be forsaken here, even as foreign customs swirled around her. Marcus roused her from her thoughts with a quiet groan. He had been soaking for a while, eyes half closed as the thermal heat worked on him. The priestess stepped to the water's edge. "How do you feel?" she asked softly. The soldier rolled his shoulder experimentally beneath the green surface. "Better, I think," he replied, a note of wonder in his voice. He moved his knee that had been stiff with arthritis. It was still inflexible, but the stabbing pain had lessened. "The goddess smiles on you," Eberacca said with a gentle smile. She offered him a cup of the spring water. Many believed drinking it cleansed one from within as well. Marcus drank the warm, metallic-tasting water and managed a grin. It was the first time Eberaka had seen the stern man smile that morning. By midday, Marcus, now wrapped in a woolen cloak, joined Eberaka and other supplicants at the circular spring for a communal ritual. One by one, they placed tokens in the bubbling water in thanks or petition. Marcus dropped a worn Legion pendant into the depths as an offering, while others tossed coins that glinted beneath the ripples. The group then chanted a hymn of healing in unison, their Latin and Brittonic prayers intermingling under the high roof. Eberaka's voice rose strong and clear, invoking Sulis as a nourishing mother and vigilant Minerva all at once. When the rites concluded, Eberaka noticed tears in the centurion's eyes. "I feel new again," Marcus whispered, amazed. He flexed his hands, finding the usual morning stiffness gone. Despite his scars from war and age, the hot waters had restored his vitality. Eberaka helped him to his feet and guided him to give thanks at the altar. Marcus bowed deeply and left his old crutch propped against a pillar, a silent testimony that he hoped not to need it again. That evening, as the last devotees departed, Eberaka lingered to thank the goddess. She sprinkled rose petals into the steaming pool and fed the altar fire until it glowed. Many would depart Aquae Sulis carrying tales of relief and healing back to their homes. Priestess Eberaka offered one final prayer, that these sacred springs would remain a sanctuary of healing for all who truly needed it. The Physicians' Council, Rome ca. 180 AD, Julius Frontinus, arrived at the Baths of Trajan at dawn. A trained physician, he often met patients here amid the marble halls and healing waters. This morning he had invited his friend Fabius for a private consultation in the bath's soothing environment. Fabius had been listless and sorrowful since losing his wife last winter, a classic melancholia as Julius saw it. Julius believed the baths could succeed where months of mourning had failed, to restore his friend's body and spirit by rebalancing the humours thrown off by grief. They found a quiet corner of the tepidarium, where gentle warmth emanated from the floors and walls. Julius encouraged Fabius to recline on a heated bench. "We will begin here to warm your blood," he explained. In the soft light, mosaics of Hygeia looked down as if supervising the therapy. Julius mixed a few drops of eucalyptus oil into Fabius's palm, a trick he had learned to open the lungs and lift the mood. As Fabius inhaled the sharp scent, Julius noted his friend's posture change. The philosopher's shoulders, long tense, began to relax. Gradual warmth was known to purge unwholesome vapours and prepare the body to release its burdens, and indeed, Fabius's chest seemed to lighten with each breath. Next, Julius led his friend into the caldarium, the hot steam chamber. A wave of moist heat enveloped them. Fabius frowned at the discomfort, but Julius sat him by the hot fountain and urged him to breathe deeply. Soon sweat was streaming down Fabius's body. Julius gently scraped it away with a bronze strudel, as if peeling off a layer of sorrow along with the sweat. The intense heat began to loosen his stiff muscles and even ease his tight chest. Fabius's breathing, shallow at first, grew deeper and more rhythmic. After a thorough sweat, Julius guided the trembling philosopher toward the domed frigidarium. A circular pool of cold, clear water awaited. Fabius balked on the edge, eyeing the chilly basin with dread. "Trust me," Julius said. With a supportive arm, he helped Fabius step down. The cold hit him with a brutal shock. Fabius gasped and almost bolted out, but Julius held him a moment until the panic passed. His heart pounded and his skin tingled. Such a sudden change in temperature was believed to stimulate circulation and sharpen the senses, and indeed Fabius felt more alert than he had in ages. He waded out of the pool on his own, a look of astonishment on his face. "I feel awake," he marvelled through chattering teeth. Julius briskly rubbed him down with a coarse towel, restoring warmth to his skin. Colour returned to Fabius's cheeks and a light to his eyes. They rested in a sunlit courtyard, wrapped in fresh linen robes and sipping watered wine. Fabius's limbs were loose and his mind clear. He grasped Julius's hand gratefully. Grief had driven his humours to imbalance, but nature, aided by hot water and cold, had helped restore what was lost. Julius gently reminded him that regular bathing purifies the body of toxins and can uplift the spirit. As they prepared to depart, Julius observed a cluster of men by the colonnade engaged in a lively debate on Aristotle's ethics. The physician smiled. Bathhouses often served as informal forums for scholars and physicians alike. He himself had exchanged remedies and insights in these halls many times, knowledge flowing freely among those dedicated to wellness. Indeed, this place cared for the spirit just as much as the body. He noted that Fabius now sat upright, calmly watching the morning bustle, the haunted look gone from his face. Before departing, Julius gave Fabius a small vial of soothing herbal oil, instructing him to use it each night. Fabius thanked him, and promised to return to the bath soon, not as a patient, but as a friend. For Julius, this was the true reward of medicine, easing an ailment and seeing hope rekindled. In the vaulted halls of the baths, a soul weighed down by sorrow had truly been lightened. Healing had come through hot and cold water, medicine and friendship, all in harmony together. In Rome, 217 AD, a merchant at Caracalla's baths named Lysander of Tyre stepped through the towering entrance of the baths of Caracalla and felt his breath catch in his throat. He had travelled across half the empire but never seen a monument to leisure as magnificent as this. A vast hall stretched before him, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by dozens of columns. Everywhere stood marble statues of gods and heroes. Colossal Hercules leaning on his club dominated the scene. The complex was renowned for its unparalleled lavish decoration. The merchant passed bronze fountains tinkling gently, their water music echoing off the high walls. Clad only in a simple loincloth provided at the entrance, Lysander moved from the grand atrium into the bustling apoditerium. Here, garments of rich and poor hung side by side in the wall niches. 2 young bath attendants helped Lysander stow his belongings. He cast a cautious eye toward his satchel of precious spices, until an attendant assured him it would be safe. With a nod of thanks, Lysander stepped gingerly onward, the smooth marble floor warm under his bare feet thanks to the hypercaust fires below. He first entered the tepidarium, a warm chamber where an inviting heat caressed his travel-weary muscles. Golden light filtered through high windows, illuminating mosaics of sea creatures across the floor. Groups of men reclined on heated benches along the walls, chatting in a dozen tongues: Latin, Greek, Egyptian, Aramaic, and even his native Syriac. Despite differences in speech and status, here all were simply bathers at ease. A portly Roman negotiator struck up a friendly conversation about caravan routes and even offered Lysander a dab of citrus-scented oil from his flask. The merchant graciously accepted, rubbing it into his skin as the tension of months on the road began to melt from his shoulders. Next he followed the flow of bathers into the caldarium, the enormous hot room. At one end of this cavernous hall roared a circular pool of steaming water flanked by enormous marble tubs. The air was thick and steamy, muffling every sound to a murmur. Lysander eased himself into the central hot pool. The water embraced him, almost too hot at first, but he slowly sank up to his chest. Waves of heat unfurled through his limbs, dissolving the stiffness in his spine from weeks of jostling in a camel-drawn wagon. Nearby, a pair of off-duty legionaries sighed with relief as they submerged themselves. Lysander closed his eyes and let sweat bead on his brow. A bath attendant appeared with a bronze strigil, and Lysander allowed the young man to briskly scrape the perspiration and oil from his skin. He marvelled at the sight of even this humble task in the Palace of Well-Being. Properly steamed and scrubbed, Lysander was ready for the final trial, the frigidarium. He braced himself as he stepped into the next chamber, an airy hall with a vast cold swimming pool, natatio, open to the sky. The sun had climbed higher now, its rays dancing on the turquoise water. With a hearty exhale, Lysander plunged forward. The cold shocked him to his core. He gasped as the chill enveloped his overheated skin. When he surfaced invigorated, he was glad for it. He laughed out loud in surprise. Some nearby bathers chuckled at his shocked face, and he grinned back. The sudden contrast from hot to cold sent new energy coursing through his veins, leaving him alert and renewed. After swimming, Lysander wandered into a landscaped garden adjoining the natatorium. Clipped hedges and fruit trees offered dappled shade. He strolled along a portico where others lounged, cooling off, some enjoying a light snack. In one corner stood a small shrine to Aesculapius, the god of healing. Though not a devout man, Lysander paused to bow his head and offer a silent thanks to the powers watching over weary travellers. Only that morning he had arrived in Rome bone-tired and sore in every joint. Now he felt practically reborn. As he prepared to leave, Lysander felt the day's burdens completely lifted. Stepping back out through the grand doors into the bustling streets, the Syrian merchant carried with him a newfound vigour. The baths of Caracalla had cleansed the dust from his skin and washed away the weariness of his long journey. Refreshed and optimistic, Lysander hefted his satchel of spices, surprisingly lighter on his shoulders now, and set off to conclude his business in the capital, rejuvenated by the restorative powers of Rome's grandest baths. The Saint of the Baths, Rome c. 420 AD. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the half-empty baths of Titus, illuminating motes of dust swirling above the tepidarium pool. Flavia, a middle-aged deaconess of the Christian church, wrung out a linen cloth in warm water and gently laid it over an old woman's arthritic knees. Around them, a handful of the sick and poor soaked quietly in the small bath hall. This once grand facility had seen better days. Mosaics missing tiles, a dry fountain niche where a statue of Apollo had stood. Yet to Flavia, it was a sacred place of healing. In the corner, where a fresco of nymphs was fading, a simple wooden cross hung on the wall. She offered a silent prayer as she worked, not to pagan nymphs or gods, but asking Christ to bless these waters as he once did the pool of Bethesda. The city's elite now shunned public baths, preferring private tubs or avoiding them on moral grounds. Church leaders condemned bathhouses as dens of sin, outlawing mixed bathing and segregating men and women by hours. Many once great bath complexes were closing due to neglect, but Flavia saw opportunity in the decline. With few pleasure seekers left, one wing of the baths of Titus now served as an unofficial infirmary. Its warm rooms and water comforted those too poor or ill to bathe at home. Her patients this day included Septimius, a feverish stonemason, Nereus, a retired legionary with a festering leg wound, and old Livia, whose knees throbbed with arthritis. One by one, Flavia guided them through a gentle bathing regimen. In the tepidarium's mild warmth, stiff joints loosened and fevers began to break. She crushed a bit of rosemary and eucalyptus into hot water, filling the air with sharp, cleansing vapours that drew a weak smile from feverish Septimius. Next, with help from a few volunteers, former bath attendants now serving as Christian helpers, Flavia brought them into the small caldarium. In the hazy steam she softly sang a hymn. Nereus, the old soldier, closed his eyes and joined in between deep breaths of hot air. "This beats the army camps," he murmured with a faint grin. "Even if we sing to a different god now," Flavia chuckled. Even as times changed, the enduring practice of soothing weary bodies with heat remained. After the steam bath, Flavia led the group to the frigidarium. Only a trickle of cold water still flowed, but it was enough. Livia gasped as Flavia poured a bowl of the cool water over her swollen knees. "Easy," Flavia soothed. The brief cold shock brought relief. Livia sighed as the inflammation in her joints eased. Flavia thought of how ancient physicians praised the contrast of hot and cold to stimulate healing, and how even a Christian bishop had urged the use of God-given remedies like baths. Their circuit complete, Flavia helped the weakened bathers dry off and rest along the courtyard colonnade for fresh air. Twilight approached, a breeze carrying in the scent of olive trees outside. She ladled out cups of warm broth from a pot simmering, where perfumed oils were once heated. In the fading light, the group murmured prayers of thanks. Septimius's fever had broken, sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes were clear. Nereus flexed his leg and found the wound clean. The pain abated. Livia squeezed Flavia's hand in gratitude, and for the first time in weeks, Livia felt her pain ease. As Flavia packed away her supplies, a young acolyte lit a few oil lamps along the walls. Their gentle glow fell on faded paintings of Roman gods and the simple crosses scratched by the faithful. The old and new converged here. These baths once echoed with pagan odes and idle gossip. Now they heard prayers and hymns. The water that Romans once dedicated to Aesculapius was now blessed in Christ's name. Different prayers led to the same healing waters. Before closing for the night, Flavia knelt by the pool and dipped her hand into the warm water, whispering a final prayer of thanks. This derelict bathhouse turned infirmary felt as holy to her as any chapel, a place where suffering was eased and dignity restored. With that thought warming her heart, Flavia shuttered the doors. The baths of Titus fell into quiet darkness, save for the gleam of the wooden cross on the wall, a reminder that even as empires fade, the call to care for the sick endures. Under a leaden winter sky, Marcus pushed open the heavy doors of the baths of Diocletian in our final story of the twilight of the Thermae, Rome 537 AD. A sharp wind followed him in, swirling fallen leaves across the floor. Only a dozen patrons huddled in the vast complex. The bath's emptiness was palpable. Marcus had served as curator aquarum, a water engineer for over 30 years, tending Rome's aqueducts and bathhouses. He remembered when these halls echoed with laughter each afternoon. Now many pools sat dry or lukewarm. Still he made his rounds, determined to offer what comfort he could to those few Romans who clung to the old ways. In the tepidarium, only 2 loyal patrons lingered in the lukewarm pool. Marcus checked the water with his hand, cooler than it should be. The furnaces had barely any fuel left, wood being scarce during the siege. He fed the last bits of charcoal into the boiler, coaxing a meagre flame. Moving on, he passed through the empty palestra, now strewn with dust. In a corner, weeds sprouted between cracked marble tiles where athletes once wrestled. He sighed and entered the caldarium. Only one pool here was still in use, fed by a trickle of warm water. A gaunt mother bathed her young son in the shallows of the one remaining warm pool. The same need for warmth and water, which had sustained so many before them, drew them here. The mother looked up at Marcus and gave a polite, hopeful smile. Marcus mustered a nod in return, even as his heart clenched with the knowledge he bore. At dawn, Marcus had scouted the aqueduct outside the city and discovered the grim truth. Gothic soldiers had cut the Aqua Marcia, toppling its arches to choke off Rome's water. The lifeblood of the baths was severed. What little water remained in the pools was all there would ever be. By tomorrow, the baths of Diocletian would fall silent. He made his way to the frigidarium, a cavernous hall that once housed a cold swimming pool larger than a forum. Now it was dry, the mosaic of Neptune on its floor exposed and dull. Marcus ran a hand along a cracked column. How many generations had cooled their brows here after the steam? He could almost hear ghostly splashes and youthful shouts from centuries past. Returning to the tepidarium, Marcus gently informed the few remaining bathers that the baths would likely close after today. The old men bowed their heads in resigned understanding, and the young mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she held her son closer. A patron placed a rolled parchment into Marcus's hand as a token of appreciation for his years of service, causing Marcus to swallow a lump in his throat. He promised the mother he would direct her to a nearby church offering heated rooms for refugees, a small solace. As twilight fell and the last bathers departed, Marcus remained alone in the cooling caldarium, the hiss of water gone. He sat by an empty basin. An old saying echoed, "While the baths remain, Rome remains." But Rome had changed, its people scattered, its aqueducts broken. Communal bathing, once the pride of Roman life, was now slipping into memory. Yet in the gathering darkness, Marcus felt a measure of peace. The legacy of the Thermae would not vanish. In the Eastern Empire, massive baths still thrived, and in country villages people still sought natural hot springs for relief, just as they always had. Rome had introduced the world to the benefits of bathing, and subsequent generations would continue this legacy. Perhaps future generations in better times would build new bathhouses, or find new ways to use water's healing touch. Marcus rose and made his final rounds, snuffing out lamps and securing doors. He took one last look at the silent halls. This chapter was closing, but he did not feel despair. Water's soothing power was eternal, and he believed that someday its fountains would flow again for those in need. With that hope, Marcus Valens left the baths of Diocletian and shut its doors behind him. In the fading light, the great complex stood dark and still, a sleeping giant awaiting a new dawn in some distant future. Imagine Baltimore in 1895, when the city's waterfront hummed with the sounds of industry, and immigrant voices mixed with the calls of street vendors selling everything from fresh oysters to yesterday's newspapers. The air carried the smell of coal smoke, horse manure, and the briny tang of the Chesapeake Bay. Into this world on February 6th, George Herman Ruth Jr. was born above his father's saloon on Frederick Street, in a neighborhood that polite society preferred to pretend didn't exist. The Baltimore waterfront district wasn't the kind of place where childhood dreams were supposed to flourish. It was rough, loud, and unforgiving. A place where kids grew up fast or didn't grow up at all. Young George's parents, Kate and George Sr., ran a combination saloon and boarding house. which meant their home was always filled with the sounds of adult conversations, the clink of glasses, and the occasional argument that spilled out onto the cobblestone streets. For a small boy in this environment, normal supervision was nearly impossible. Kate Ruth was often ill, weakened by the demands of running a business and bearing 8 children, only 2 of whom would survive infancy. George Sr. worked from dawn until late into the night, managing a business that catered to dock workers, sailors, and the sort of customers who didn't ask too many questions about the quality of the whiskey. Young George found himself largely raising himself on those Baltimore streets. By the time he was 7, he was spending more time in the alleys and corners of the waterfront than in school. He'd skip classes to hang around the docks, watching longshoremen unload cargo from ships that had travelled from places he could barely imagine. Sometimes he'd steal fruit from vendor carts, not always because he was hungry, but because the thrill of not getting caught was more exciting than anything happening in a classroom. The trouble started small: truancy, petty theft, the kind of mischief that city police generally ignored when it came from waterfront kids. But it escalated. George had energy that seemed to vibrate through his small frame, an inability to sit still that drove his teachers to distraction on the rare occasions he showed up to school. He needed to be moving, doing, and challenging himself in ways that the rigid structure of turn-of-the-century education couldn't accommodate. His parents watched their son's trajectory with the kind of helpless concern that comes from being too overwhelmed to intervene effectively. Kate's illness worsened. The saloon demanded constant attention. Their other surviving child, George's younger sister Mary, required care. Something had to give, and that something turned out to be young George's presence in their daily lives. In 1902, when George was just 7 years old, his parents made a decision that would alter the course of American sports history, though they certainly didn't know it at the time. They signed papers declaring him incorrigible and committed him to St. Mary's Industrial School for Boys, a reformatory and orphanage run by the Catholic Severian brothers on the outskirts of Baltimore. You might picture this moment as traumatic. A young boy torn from his family and sent away to an institution. But the truth was more complicated. George would later describe his arrival at St. Mary's not as a punishment, but as the first real stability he'd ever known. The reformatory had rules, yes, but it also had structure, regular meals, and adults who actually paid attention to what the boys were doing. St. Mary's was enormous, housing over 800 boys on a campus that sprawled across industrial Baltimore's western edge. The buildings were imposing, red brick structures that looked like they'd been designed to remind young boys of their insignificance. But within those walls, George discovered something that had been missing from his chaotic life on Frederick Street: predictability. Every day at St. Mary's followed the same rhythm: wake at 6, morning prayers, breakfast, classes in reading, writing and arithmetic, afternoon sessions learning trades, shoemaking, tailoring and printing, more prayers, dinner, evening recreation, lights out. For a boy whose previous life had been defined by chaos and uncertainty, this routine was surprisingly comforting, like finally hearing a melody after years of nothing but noise. The Severian brothers who ran the school were stern but not cruel. They believed in discipline, hard work, and the redemptive power of the Catholic faith. They also believed in baseball. Behind the main buildings, St. Mary's maintained several baseball diamonds where boys could play nearly every day, weather permitting. This was where George Herman Ruth would discover the game that would define his existence. Picture those baseball fields at St. Mary's on a late spring afternoon, with the sun beginning its slow descent behind Baltimore's skyline. The grass, kept reasonably well by boys assigned to groundskeeping duties, stretched out in a shade of green that looked almost luminous in the golden light. The base paths were hard-packed dirt worn smooth by hundreds of running feet. The smell of leather gloves worn soft with use, mixed with the earthy scent of infield dust kicked up by sliding runners. This was where young George found his calling, though he didn't recognise it as such at first. Baseball at St. Mary's wasn't a formal sport with scholarships and professional scouts. It was recreation, a way to burn off the restless energy of hundreds of boys who needed something to do besides contemplating their various failures that had led them to a reformatory. At first, George was just another kid trying to figure out where he fit in the rotating cast of games that seemed to run continuously, from spring through fall. St Mary's had multiple teams, organised by age and ability, and boys cycled through different positions based on who showed up and who was serving detention for some infraction of the school's numerous rules. George tried catching first, squatting behind a home plate with a rudimentary mask and chest protector that offered minimal protection against foul tips and wild pitches. He discovered he liked being in the middle of every play, calling pitches, though the pitchers often ignored him, and occasionally throwing out runners who were foolish enough to test his arm, but it was pitching that truly captured his imagination. One afternoon, when the regular pitcher for his team was sick in the infirmary, George volunteered. He'd watched pitches enough to understand the basic mechanics, the wind-up, the stride, and the follow-through. What he discovered when he towed the rubber for the first time was that throwing a baseball hard was one of the most satisfying physical experiences he'd ever encountered. The ball left his left hand. He was naturally left-handed, which was still considered vaguely suspicious in turn-of-the-century America, and sailed toward home plate with surprising velocity. The batter swung and missed. George felt something click into place, like a puzzle piece he hadn't known was missing suddenly completing a picture. Over the following months and years, George threw and threw and threw. He developed calluses on his fingers from gripping the ball's raised seams. His left shoulder ached most evenings, a dull throb that felt like achievement rather than injury. He studied the older pitchers at St Mary's, watching how they varied their speeds, how they used the batter's expectations against him, and how they worked both sides of the plate to keep hitters off balance. Brother Matthias Boutelier, the school's prefect of discipline and unofficial athletics director, noticed the skinny kid who seemed to live on the baseball diamond. Matthias was an imposing figure, over 6 feet tall, and built like the longshoreman George remembered from the waterfront. But unlike the rough men of Baltimore's docks, Matthias combined physical presence with genuine interest in the boys under his supervision. Matthias took George under his wing in a way that the boy's actual father never had. He taught him not just baseball mechanics, but also the mental aspects of the game. How to read a batter's stance, how to recognise when someone was guessing fastball, and how to use the umpire's strike zone to his advantage. More importantly, Matthias gave George something he'd rarely experienced: consistent attention from an adult who believed he might actually amount to something. As George moved through his teenage years at St Mary's, cycling in and out of the institution as his father periodically tried to bring him home before inevitably sending him back, baseball became his constant. The game didn't care about his rough background or his trouble with authority or his inability to sit still in a classroom. Baseball rewarded his natural athleticism, his surprising coordination, and his competitive fire that burned hot enough to make him practice long after other boys had gone inside. By his mid-teens, George had developed a reputation that extended beyond St Mary's walls. Local amateur teams would sometimes recruit St Mary's players for weekend games, and George's name started appearing in the sports pages of Baltimore newspapers, usually just a line or two noting that the St Mary's pitcher had struck out a dozen batters in some industrial league matchup. He was still raw, still learning, still prone to the kind of wildness both on and off the field that made him simultaneously exciting and unpredictable. But something was emerging in the lanky teenager with the round face and surprisingly quick reflexes, a talent that would soon catch the attention of people who recognised potential when they saw it. On a crisp February morning in 1914, 19-year-old George Herman Ruth signed his first professional baseball contract with the Baltimore Orioles of the International League. The contract paid him $600 for the season, which was more money than George had ever imagined having. To put that in perspective, the average American worker at the time earned less than $400 annually. George was suddenly, improbably, well paid. The Orioles owner and manager, Jack Dunn, had watched George pitch for St Mary's and saw something that went beyond mere skill. He saw a young man with a left arm that could make baseballs do things that defied easy explanation, combined with an enthusiasm for the game that bordered on childlike joy. Dunn became George's legal guardian, a formality required because George was still technically under St Mary's jurisdiction. and the other players started calling the newest addition to the team Dunn's New Babe. The nickname stuck, though it would be shortened and transformed in the years ahead. But for now, George was just trying to figure out how to be a professional baseball player, which turned out to involve a lot more than just throwing strikes. Professional baseball in 1914 bore little resemblance to the modern game you might watch on a lazy summer evening. Teams travelled by train, staying in modest hotels where players doubled up in rooms that were stuffy in summer and frigid in winter. Uniforms were heavy wool that absorbed sweat and never quite dried out during long road trips. Gloves were thin leather affairs that offered minimal protection, and players who didn't learn to catch the ball properly ended up with broken fingers that never quite healed right. George threw himself into this life with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He loved the trains, the hotels, and the constant motion from city to city. After years of institutional confinement at St Mary's, the freedom of professional baseball felt intoxicating. He could stay up late, eat what he wanted, and spend his money on whatever caught his fancy, usually food, as George had developed an appetite that his teammates found simultaneously impressive and slightly alarming. His pitching developed rapidly under professional coaching. George learned to add a curveball to his fastball, giving him two pitches that worked off each other beautifully. The curve would start at a batter's shoulder and break down across the plate, while his fastball came in straight and hard. Batters had to choose what they were looking for, and George was getting good enough at reading swings that he usually guessed right about what they'd chosen. But George's time with the Orioles was brief. The team was struggling financially, a common problem for minor league clubs, and by July, Jack Dunn had sold his best young pitcher to the Boston Red Sox for a sum that seemed enormous at the time, but would later look like one of history's great bargains. George Herman Ruth, just 5 months into his professional career, was heading to the major leagues. Boston in 1914 was a baseball city in a way that's hard to imagine today. The Red Sox played their home games at Fenway Park, which had opened just 2 years earlier and still smelled of fresh paint and optimism. The park was intimate, with fans sitting close enough to the field that you could hear them commenting on your pitching mechanics between deliveries. George spent most of his first season shuttling between Boston and their minor league affiliate in Providence, Rhode Island. The Red Sox weren't sure what they had in this rough-edged kid from Baltimore. He could clearly pitch. His statistics left no doubt about that. But he was also undisciplined, prone to breaking curfew, and possessed of an appetite for nightlife that worried his more conservative managers. The 1915 season marked George's emergence as one of baseball's premier left-handed pitchers. He won 18 games, posted an earned run average that placed him among the league's best, and helped pitch the Red Sox into the World Series. In the Fall Classic against the Philadelphia Phillies, George appeared in one game, pitching well enough that his manager trusted him with important innings. Boston won the championship, and 19-year-old George Herman Ruth received his first World Series ring. He celebrated with the enthusiasm you'd expect from a teenager who'd gone from a Baltimore reformatory to the pinnacle of professional sports in just over a year. The parties lasted for days, and George's capacity for both celebration and recovery became legendary among his teammates. The next few seasons established a pattern. George would pitch brilliantly, winning 23 games in 1916 and 24 in 1917, while simultaneously testing every rule and boundary his managers tried to impose. He'd disappear after games, showing up the next day with mysterious bruises and implausible explanations. He'd miss team trains, forcing managers to fine him from his paycheck. He'd argue with umpires, fight with opposing players, and generally behave like someone who had never quite internalised society's expectations for professional behaviour, yet he kept winning. In the 1916 World Series against the Brooklyn Robins, George pitched 14 innings of shutout baseball in Game 2, setting a World Series record that would stand for decades. The Red Sox won again, giving George his second championship ring before his 22nd birthday. But something else was happening during these seasons, something that would ultimately prove more significant than his pitching achievements. When George wasn't on the mound, he'd occasionally play outfield or fill in at first base, and when he played these positions, he got to bat more than the once every 4-day schedule that pitchers followed. When George batted, remarkable things happened. The ball would leave his bat with a sound that was different from normal contact, a sharp crack that seemed to carry its own echo. The ball would rise on trajectories that looked almost leisurely until you realised how far they were travelling. Home runs in the dead ball era were rare, but George was hitting them with alarming regularity whenever his managers let him swing the bat. By 1918, Red Sox management faced an unusual problem. Their best pitcher was also potentially their best hitter. George appeared in 95 games that season, pitching in only 20 of them. He won 13 games on the mound while simultaneously leading the American League with 11 home runs, a total that would have been unremarkable in later eras but was extraordinary for the time. The baseball world was beginning to recognise that George Herman Ruth might be something unprecedented. Not just a great player, but someone who was redefining what great could mean. Picture Boston's Fenway Park in late 1919, as autumn settled over New England and the baseball season wound toward its conclusion. George Herman Ruth, now 24 years old, had just completed his most remarkable season yet. 29 home runs, shattering every previous record for a single season. He'd effectively stopped pitching, playing almost exclusively as an outfielder, where he could bat every day rather than once every 4 games. The Red Sox owner, Harry Frazee, watched this transformation with mixed feelings. On one hand, Ruth's hitting had made him arguably the most exciting player in baseball. On the other hand, Frazee was primarily a theatrical producer who'd bought the Red Sox almost on a whim, and the team was losing money faster than Frazee could generate it from his Broadway investments. Meanwhile, in New York, the Yankees were baseball's also-ran franchise. They shared the Polo Grounds with the Giants, playing second fiddle in their own city, and consistently finishing somewhere in the middle of the American League standings. Yankees ownership wanted to change this dynamic, and they had the financial resources that Frazee desperately needed. The negotiations happened quietly, over dinner meetings in Manhattan restaurants where the wealthy discussed business deals over steaks and bourbon. Frazee needed cash to finance his theatrical productions and pay off debts that were threatening to sink both his baseball and Broadway enterprises. Yankees owners wanted the player who was transforming baseball from a game of singles and stolen bases into something far more dramatic. On December 26, 1919, the day after Christmas, when most Americans were still digesting holiday meals and exchanging gifts, the news broke. The Boston Red Sox had sold George Herman Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees for $100,000 in cash, plus a loan of $300,000 secured by a mortgage on Fenway Park. The reaction in Boston ranged from disbelief to fury. Newspaper editorials condemned Frazee for sacrificing baseball success to finance his theatrical ambitions. Fans gathered outside Fenway Park in the December cold, some crying, others threatening to never attend another Red Sox game. The term curse hadn't yet entered the vocabulary, but the sense that something fundamentally wrong had occurred was palpable. George himself learned about the trade from reporters who called his apartment, waking him from an afternoon nap. His initial reaction was less emotional than practical. He immediately called the Yankees owner to renegotiate his contract, recognizing that his new team clearly valued him more than his old one had. The Yankees agreed to double his salary, making George Herman Ruth baseball's highest-paid player at $20,000 per year. New York in January 1920 felt like a different planet from Boston. The city was louder, brasher, and more chaotic, more like the Baltimore waterfront of George's childhood than the relatively restrained environment of New England. Broadway blazed with electric lights, jazz music poured from basement clubs, and Prohibition had just taken effect, which meant speakeasies were opening faster than authorities could shut them down. George took to New York the way a duck takes to water. He discovered that the city's nightlife suited his temperament perfectly. After games, he'd hit the clubs, order enormous meals, charm showgirls, and generally behave like someone who'd been let out of a cage he hadn't realized he'd been living in. His appetites for food, drink, female company, and general revelry became as legendary as his home runs. But what really mattered happened at the Polo Grounds between the chalk lines. George's first season in New York redefined what was possible in baseball. he hit 54 home runs, nearly doubling his previous record. To put this in perspective, no other player in the American League hit more than 19. George alone hit more home runs than entire teams combined. The style of these home runs captivated audiences in ways that the technical excellence of pitching or the strategic complexity of manufacturing runs never could. When George connected with a pitch, the ball didn't just clear the fence, it soared into territories that seemed to violate the normal physics of baseball. Balls landed in distant bleachers, bounced onto the streets outside stadiums, and occasionally vanished entirely, presumably captured by fans as souvenirs worth more than the price of admission. Newspapers struggled to describe what Ruth was doing. Sports writers exhausted their vocabularies trying to convey the arc of his home runs, the power in his swing, and the childlike joy he displayed while rounding the bases. They started calling him the Bambino, the Sultan of Swat, and simply the Babe, names that captured both his dominance and the affection that fans felt for this oversized personality. The Yankees recognized that they had something unprecedented, and they began planning to build their own stadium. The Polo Grounds belonged to the Giants, and Yankees ownership wanted a venue they controlled, one designed to showcase their most valuable asset. The planning and construction would take time, but the vision was clear. A cathedral to baseball, and specifically to the particular brand of baseball that Babe Ruth represented. Imagine standing outside Yankee Stadium on opening day, April 18th, 1923. The structure rising before you represents the largest baseball stadium ever built. Over 58,000 seats, arrayed in 3 decks that seem to reach toward the clouds. The facade along the roof features ornamental copperwork that catches the spring sunlight. The grass looks impossibly green, maintained by groundskeepers who treat the field like a golf course. This is the house that Ruth built, though technically it was built for Ruth. The stadium's design reflected its primary purpose, showcasing Babe Ruth's home runs. The right field fence stood just 295 feet from home plate, a distance that seemed designed specifically for Ruth's left-handed swing. The dimensions were asymmetrical, reflecting the irregular plot of land in the Bronx where the Yankees had chosen to build, but those asymmetries worked in Ruth's favour. Ruth christened the new stadium in the most appropriate way possible, with a home run in the first game, a 3-run shot that gave the Yankees a lead they never relinquished. The newspapers the next day declared that Ruth had consecrated the new venue, and the nickname "the house that Ruth built" appeared in print for the first time. The 1923 season marked the Yankees' first World Series championship, with Ruth batting .368 in the Fall Classic against the New York Giants. After nearly a decade of championships with the Red Sox, Ruth had finally delivered a title to his new team, validating the enormous investment the Yankees had made in acquiring him. The next several years established a pattern that would define the Yankees for generations. Ruth would put up statistics that seemed to belong in fantasy rather than reality. In 1927, he hit 60 home runs, a total so absurd that it would stand as the single-season record for 34 years. His teammates, particularly Lou Gehrig batting behind him in the lineup, benefited from the attention pitches paid to Ruth, forming what sports writers called Murderer's Row. But Ruth's impact extended beyond statistics. He transformed baseball from a regional interest into a national obsession. Radio broadcasts carried Yankees games across the country, with Ruth's at-bats creating a sense of anticipation that built with each pitch. Movie newsreels featured Ruth's home runs, showing audiences in small-town theatres what this larger-than-life figure was doing in New York. Children across America started imitating Ruth's distinctive swing, the big leg kick, the powerful hip rotation, and the follow-through that lifted his back foot off the ground. Youth baseball teams shifted their emphasis from bunting and base running to swinging for the fences, fundamentally changing how the game was taught. Ruth was creating a new generation of baseball fans who viewed home runs not as occasional flukes, but as the ultimate expression of the sport. The money followed the success. Ruth's salary increased to $80,000 by 1930, making him better paid than President Herbert Hoover. When someone pointed out this disparity, Ruth reportedly replied that he'd had a better year than Hoover, a quip that captured both his ego and the genuine affection Americans felt for him, even during the Depression's early years. Off the field, Ruth's lifestyle became as legendary as his hitting. He'd order room service meals designed for 4 people and eat them alone. He'd stay out until dawn, charming reporters and fellow revellers with stories told in his distinctive gravelly voice. He'd show up to the stadium looking like he'd slept in his clothes, which he sometimes had, and then proceed to hit home runs that left fans wondering if dissipation somehow improved his performance. His managers despaired of controlling him. Ruth would violate curfews, skip team meetings, and generally behave like someone for whom normal rules didn't apply. In 1925, his lifestyle caught up with him. He collapsed during spring training with what newspapers politely called the bellyache heard around the world, though the reality involved a combination of overeating, drinking, and general excess that landed him in the hospital for weeks. That season, Ruth's worst in the majors, served as a warning. He hit just 25 home runs and the Yankees finished in 7th place. Ruth recognised that even his prodigious talent had limits, and he moderated his behaviour enough to bounce back in 1926 with 47 home runs and a return to the World Series. The late 1920s and early 1930s marked the peak of Ruth's dominance. He won home run titles, led the league in runs batted in, and posted batting averages that would have been impressive even without the power numbers. The Yankees won championships in 1927, 1928 and 1932, with Ruth as their undisputed centrepiece. The 1932 World Series against the Chicago Cubs produced what would become Ruth's most famous moment, the called shot in Game 3. With the score tied and Cubs players and fans heckling him mercilessly, Ruth stepped to the plate. He pointed toward the centre field bleachers, or at the Cubs pitcher, or maybe was just gesturing generally depending on which account you believe, and then hit the next pitch exactly where he'd indicated, a majestic home run that silenced Wrigley Field. Whether Ruth actually called his shot remains debated by historians. What's undeniable is that the moment perfectly captured who Ruth was, confident to the point of arrogance, theatrical, and capable of backing up even his most outrageous gestures with actual performance. The legend mattered more than the literal truth, and the legend was that Ruth had promised a home run and then delivered it exactly as advertised. As evening settles around you and your tea grows cooler, let's pause to consider what Babe Ruth was actually like as a person, separate from the legend that grew up around his accomplishments. Ruth stood 6'2", which was tall for his era, with a barrel chest, spindly legs, and a face that photographers described as lived in. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but his features conveyed warmth and openness that made people instinctively like him. His nose had been broken multiple times, testimony to his rough upbringing and occasional propensity for bar fights in his younger days. His voice was surprisingly high and gravelly, the result of years of cigars and whiskey. When he laughed, which was often, it was a full-body experience that started in his belly and emerged as a sound that friends described as infectious. People who met Ruth invariably commented on his energy. He couldn't sit still, constantly fidgeting, moving, and looking for the next thing to engage his attention. Ruth's relationship with children revealed a side of his personality that the public especially loved. He'd spend hours signing autographs for kids who waited outside stadiums, never seeming to tire of the attention. When he visited children's hospitals, which he did regularly, usually without inviting press coverage, he'd sit with sick kids, telling them stories and making them laugh. These visits weren't publicity stunts. Ruth genuinely enjoyed making children happy in ways that suggested he was trying to give them experiences he'd never had in his own difficult childhood. His generosity was legendary and somewhat indiscriminate. Ruth would tip waiters $50 for bringing him a sandwich, hand $100 bills to doormen, and loan money to teammates who he knew would never pay him back. This largesse wasn't entirely altruistic. Ruth enjoyed the feeling of power that came from being able to help others, but it also reflected a genuine disinterest in accumulating wealth for its own sake. His first marriage, to a woman named Helen Woodford whom he'd met while playing in Boston, had ended tragically when Helen died in a house fire in 1929. Ruth remarried almost immediately to a former actress and model named Claire Hodgson, who brought a stabilising influence that Ruth's life had previously lacked. Claire managed Ruth's finances, organised his schedule, and generally tried to impose order on the chaos that naturally surrounded him. Claire also brought her daughter Julia into Ruth's life, and Ruth embraced fatherhood with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He'd play catch with Julia in the backyard of their apartment building, teach her to hit off a batting tee, and tell her stories about his games that always made him seem just slightly more heroic than he actually had been. Ruth's relationship with Lou Gehrig, his longtime teammate, was complicated. The two men were opposites in almost every way. Ruth loud and undisciplined, Gehrig quiet and methodical. They produced one of baseball's most productive lineup combinations, but personally they maintained a distance that occasionally erupted into outright hostility. A falling out in the early 1930s, reportedly over a comment Claire Ruth made about Gehrig's mother, resulted in years where the two barely spoke despite playing on the same team. As Ruth aged, his body began showing the accumulated effects of decades of excess. His once powerful legs thinned, making him slower in the outfield and on the base paths. His reflexes, while still exceptional, no longer allowed him to catch up to the fastest pitches. By the mid-1930s, it was becoming clear that even Babe Ruth couldn't hit forever. The Yankees, with typical corporate efficiency, began planning for a future without their greatest star. They acquired younger outfielders, gave Ruth fewer plate appearances, and generally treated him like a depreciating asset rather than the man who'd built their dynasty. Ruth wanted to manage, believing his baseball knowledge and personality would make him an effective leader. Yankees management disagreed, seeing Ruth's lack of discipline as disqualifying him from a position that required organisation and restraint. In 1935, the Yankees sold Ruth to the Boston Braves, where he was promised a player-manager role that never quite materialised. Instead, Ruth found himself playing for a terrible team, struggling to connect with pitches that would have been routine outs just a few years earlier. His body, after years of abuse, was finally giving out. Ruth's final games as a player were simultaneously sad and somehow fitting. In Pittsburgh on May 25, 1935, he hit 3 home runs in a single game, the last of which cleared the right field stands at Forbes Field and landed outside the stadium, the first fair ball ever hit completely out of that park. It was a reminder of what Ruth had been, a final flash of the power that had defined his career. 6 days later, Ruth played his last game. He went hitless, looked slow and old, and left the field knowing his playing career was over. He officially retired on June 2, 1935, ending a 22-year career that had transformed American sports. The years after retirement were difficult for Ruth in ways that his playing career never had been. He'd defined himself through baseball for so long that existence without the daily rhythm of games left him feeling unmoored. The Yankees never offered him the managerial position he coveted, and other teams were similarly uninterested in hiring someone they viewed as too undisciplined to lead. Ruth tried various ventures. He coached briefly for the Brooklyn Dodgers, appeared in exhibition games, and took roles in Hollywood films that required him to essentially play himself. But none of these activities filled the void that baseball's absence had created. He was like a shark that needed to keep moving to breathe, except now the water had been drained from his tank. He remained popular with the public, his name still capable of drawing crowds wherever he appeared. He'd attend charity events, sign autographs, and tell stories about his playing days that grew more embellished with each retelling. The real Babe Ruth was gradually being replaced by the legend, a process that Ruth himself seemed to encourage. World War II gave Ruth a renewed sense of purpose. He participated in war bond drives, visited military hospitals, and played in exhibition games designed to boost morale. Soldiers who'd grown up idolising Ruth got to meet their hero, and Ruth seemed genuinely moved by their appreciation. These interactions suggested that Ruth's importance transcended baseball. He'd become a symbol of American vitality and confidence that resonated during wartime. On April 27, 1947, the Yankees retired Ruth's number 3, making it the first number ever retired in baseball. Over 50,000 fans packed Yankee Stadium for Babe Ruth Day, celebrating the man who had made the venue famous. Ruth, already ill with throat cancer, though the public didn't know it yet, spoke briefly to the crowd in a voice ravaged by disease. A famous photograph from that day shows Ruth leaning on a bat for support, his body wasted by illness, but his presence still commanding. The cancer progressed rapidly. Ruth spent much of 1948 in and out of hospitals, undergoing treatments that were primitive by modern standards and largely ineffective. He lost weight dramatically, his once powerful frame reduced to something that friends described as heartbreaking to witness. But even in decline, Ruth maintained the essential qualities that had defined him: optimism, humour, and a refusal to complain about his circumstances. On August 16, 1948, Babe Ruth died at age 53. His body lay in state at Yankee Stadium, where over 100,000 people filed past to pay their respects. The line stretched for blocks, filled with people of all ages who wanted one final moment with the man who had given them so many memories. The funeral itself was held at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan, with over 6,000 people inside and thousands more on the streets outside. Ruth was buried at Gate of Heaven Cemetery in Hawthorne, New York. His grave became and remains one of the most visited sites in American sports, a pilgrimage destination for fans who want to connect with baseball's past. Now, as you settle deeper into your blankets and perhaps close your eyes, consider what Ruth left behind. His lifetime statistics: 714 home runs, a .342 batting average, and 2,013 runs batted in, were records that would stand for decades. But numbers alone don't capture his impact. Ruth transformed baseball from a sport played primarily in small markets to a truly national phenomenon. Before Ruth, baseball struggled to compete with boxing and horse racing for public attention. After Ruth, baseball was unquestionably America's game, a status it would maintain for the better part of a century. He changed how the game was played, shifting emphasis from small ball tactics to power hitting. Managers who had spent careers teaching bunts and hit-and-run plays suddenly found themselves encouraging batters to swing for the fences. The entire architecture of offense was rebuilt around the home run, a change that Ruth essentially accomplished single-handedly. Ruth proved that athletes could be celebrities in ways previously reserved for actors and politicians. His salary negotiations set precedents for athlete compensation. His endorsement deals created a template for how sports stars could leverage fame into wealth. His lifestyle, while excessive, demonstrated that public figures could survive scandal through sheer charisma and performance. The cultural impact extended beyond sports. Ruth became a symbol of American possibility, the idea that someone from the worst circumstances could rise to the absolute pinnacle of success. His story resonated especially during the Depression years, when Americans needed heroes who proved that the system could still work, that talent and determination could still overcome poverty and limited opportunity. Ruth's relationship with children created a template for how sports stars interact with young fans. The image of Ruth visiting sick children, signing endless autographs, and treating kids with genuine affection established expectations for athlete behaviour that persist today. Every modern athlete who visits a children's hospital is, in some way, following the path Ruth created. His flaws were as legendary as his achievements, and paradoxically, those flaws made him more beloved rather than less. Americans appreciated that Ruth enjoyed his success, that he indulged appetites rather than pretending they didn't exist. There was something honest about Ruth's excesses that stood in stark contrast to the carefully managed public images that other celebrities cultivated. The Yankees dynasty that Ruth created continued for decades after his retirement. The team won championships through the 1950s and beyond, but all of those successes built on the foundation Ruth had established. The financial resources that allowed the Yankees to acquire the best players came from the revenue streams Ruth had created. The winning tradition that attracted top talent originated in Ruth's championship teams. Baseball itself evolved in Ruth's image. Stadiums built after Yankee Stadium incorporated features designed to showcase home run hitters. Rule changes that increased offense and home run production reflected Ruth's influence on what fans wanted to see. The entire aesthetic of baseball, the emphasis on power, the celebration of individual achievement within a team context, and the tolerance for colourful personalities, all traced back to Ruth's example. Modern athletes earning enormous salaries, negotiating endorsement deals and living public lives that blur the line between sports and entertainment are following paths that Ruth pioneered. He proved that athletic excellence could generate wealth and fame that transcended the sport itself. Every athlete who becomes a brand, who leverages sporting success into broader cultural influence, owes something to the template Ruth created. As your eyelids grow heavier and the day's concerns fade into the comfortable darkness of evening, let's trace how Ruth's influence continues to ripple through American culture, even now, decades after his death. Walk into any youth baseball game on a Saturday morning, and you'll see Ruth's legacy in action. Kids step to the plate and take mighty swings, trying to hit home runs rather than simply making contact. Parents in the stands cheer loudest for the ball that clears the fence, even though a well-placed single might be tactically superior. This emphasis on power over precision, on the dramatic over the practical, flows directly from Ruth's transformation of baseball's aesthetics. The number 3, retired by the Yankees and sacred in baseball history, appears on replica jerseys worn by fans who weren't born until decades after Ruth died. These fans may not know Ruth's actual statistics, might not be able to name a single team he played against, but they know the name and understand that wearing it connects them to something important in baseball's story. Baseball cards featuring Ruth's image remain among the most valuable collectibles in sports, with pristine examples selling for millions of dollars. The T206 Honus Wagner card is famous for its rarity, but Ruth cards are valuable because of who he was and what he represented. Collectors aren't just buying cardboard and ink, they're acquiring pieces of the moment when sports became central to American culture. The stories about Ruth, some true, some embellished, some entirely fabricated, form a mythology that serves baseball the way ancient myths served earlier civilizations. The called shot, the 60 home runs in 1927, the promise to hit a home run for a sick child and then delivering on that promise. These stories teach lessons about confidence, performance under pressure, and the rewards that come from daring greatly. Yankee Stadium, rebuilt in 2009 but incorporating design elements that deliberately echo the original, remains a shrine to Ruth even though he never played in the new version. Fans visiting the stadium for the first time make pilgrimages to Monument Park, where a plaque commemorates Ruth's achievements in language that borders on religious reverence. The stadium's dimensions still favour left-handed power hitters, a design choice that acknowledges Ruth's continuing influence on how the Yankees think about constructing their roster. The phrase Ruthian has entered the English language as an adjective meaning exceptionally large or powerful. When a slugger hits a particularly long home run, announcers describe it as Ruthian. When a player achieves something that seems to transcend normal boundaries, sports writers invoke Ruth's name. This linguistic immortality, the transformation of a person into an adjective, is reserved for the very few whose impact genuinely changes how we understand their field. Modern players who hit 40 or 50 home runs in a season are praised by comparison to Ruth, even though the game they're playing is dramatically different from the one Ruth dominated. Pitchers throw harder now, fielders are more athletic, stadiums are larger, and the scientific understanding of hitting mechanics has advanced enormously. Yet Ruth's shadow stretches across all these changes, his achievements serving as the standard against which power is measured. The curse of the Bambino, the superstitious belief that Boston's sale of Ruth to New York cursed the Red Sox franchise for 86 years, demonstrates Ruth's cultural penetration beyond pure sports. The fact that rational adults could believe that a player transaction in 1920 affected game outcomes in 2004 shows how deeply Ruth embedded himself in baseball's narrative structure. When the Red Sox finally won the World Series in 2004, breaking the alleged curse became as important to the story as the actual athletic achievement. Hollywood has repeatedly tried to capture Ruth on film with varying degrees of success. The challenge has always been that Ruth's life was almost too eventful, too packed with incident and achievement, to fit into conventional narrative structures. How do you dramatize someone who actually lived larger than most fictional characters? The attempts continue, each generation trying to explain Ruth to audiences who live in increasingly different worlds from the one he inhabited. Children who will play baseball in 2050 will still learn Ruth's name and still hear stories about the Bambino who hit balls over buildings and ate hot dogs by the dozen. The details may blur and the context may fade, but the essential story, poor boy makes good through natural talent and irrepressible personality, remains as compelling as ever. Baseball historians continue to debate Ruth's place in the sport's pantheon. Was he the greatest player ever, or does that honour belong to Willie Mays or Barry Bonds or Mike Trout? These debates miss the point. Ruth's importance isn't about being the best in some objective sense. It's about being the most transformative, the player who changed not just how baseball was played, but what baseball meant to American culture. Now, as you drift towards sleep, let's consider perhaps Ruth's most important legacy, one that statistics can't capture and that has nothing to do with championships or records. Ruth gave people joy, and he did it with an enthusiasm that was itself joyful to witness. Watch footage of Ruth hitting home runs, grainy, silent film that nevertheless conveys his obvious pleasure in the act. After connecting with a pitch, he doesn't admire his work or pose for cameras. He simply runs, a surprisingly graceful trot given his bulk, with a smile that suggests he's as delighted as the fans in the stands. Baseball was, for Ruth, genuinely fun, and his enjoyment was contagious. This might seem trivial, but think about what Ruth offered to Americans during his peak years. The 1920s brought prosperity for some, but anxiety for many, as traditional social structures gave way to modernity's uncertainties. The 1930s brought economic catastrophe, with unemployment, foreclosures, and the genuine fear that American democracy might not survive. Through all of this, Ruth played baseball with the unself-conscious joy of a child, reminding people that pleasure and delight remained possible even in difficult times. His home runs weren't just athletic achievements, they were permission slips for celebration. When Ruth connected with a pitch and the ball soared into impossibly distant seats, fans could forget their troubles for the seconds it took the ball to travel. They could rise from their seats, cheer without inhibition, and share a moment of uncomplicated happiness with thousands of strangers. Ruth never pretended to be a role model in the modern sense. He drank, he ate to excess, he caroused, and he made no particular effort to hide any of it. Yet somehow this honesty about his appetites made him more rather than less appealing. Americans understood that Ruth was flawed, but they also recognized that his flaws were human scale, the kind that anyone might have if they suddenly found themselves wealthy and famous. The relationship between Ruth and baseball fans was genuinely reciprocal. He loved their attention, fed off their energy, and performed better when stadiums were packed and roaring. Fans, in turn, loved him not just for what he did, but for how obviously he loved doing it. This mutual affection created a bond that transcended the usual relationship between athlete and spectator. Ruth's generosity with his time, particularly toward children, reflected his understanding that his fame created opportunities to bring happiness to others. When he visited a sick child in a hospital, signing a baseball and telling stories, he was giving that child something more valuable than memorabilia. He was giving them a story they could tell for the rest of their lives, a moment when they mattered to someone important. His teammates, even those who found his behaviour exasperating, generally loved him because Ruth treated baseball as play rather than work. In an era when most professional athletes approached their sport with grim seriousness, Ruth maintained the perspective that baseball was fundamentally a game. This attitude didn't make him less competitive. Ruth hated losing, but it kept him from the bitterness that consumed players who couldn't separate their self-worth from their performance. The joy Ruth embodied extended to his appreciation for his own success. He didn't pretend to be humble or act like his achievements were merely the product of hard work. Ruth understood that he had extraordinary talent, and he celebrated that talent openly. This self-awareness and lack of false modesty was in its own way refreshing. Ruth knew he was special, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. As sleep approaches and the story winds toward its close, consider what Ruth teaches us about living fully. His life wasn't long. 53 years is less than many of us will have, but it was completely lived. He experienced more pleasure, more success, more acclaim, and yes, more excess than most people could fit into twice that time. He never seemed to wonder if he deserved his success. He simply enjoyed it while it lasted. In your last moments of wakefulness, picture Yankee Stadium on a late summer afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the infield as another generation of players takes batting practice. The crack of the bat echoes off the stands, that distinctive sound that has remained unchanged for over a century. Somewhere in those stands sits a grandfather taking his grandson to his first baseball game. The boy's attention wanders. It's the 7th inning, and the game has been slow. Then the home team slugger steps to the plate, and the grandfather leans close to his grandson's ear. He tells him about another slugger, the first and maybe the greatest, a man who hit balls so far they seem to leave the atmosphere. The boy listens, not entirely sure if Grandpa is telling a story or recounting history. The slugger connects with a pitch, and the ball rises on a trajectory that every fan in the stadium recognises instantly. It clears the fence by 50 feet, landing somewhere in the distant bleachers. The grandfather leaps to his feet. His knees hurt, but he doesn't care. And the grandson jumps up beside him, caught up in the moment even though he doesn't fully understand what he's witnessing. This is Ruth's final gift, the one that keeps giving decades after his death. The shared experience of baseball's most dramatic moment. The home run that makes strangers into a community, that transforms an afternoon into a memory, and that connects generations through the simple act of watching someone hit a ball with a stick. Every home run hit in every stadium in America carries an echo of the ones Ruth hit in stadiums that no longer exist, watched by fans who have long since passed away. The game evolves, rules change, and players get stronger and faster, but the fundamental thrill, the ball rising against the sky, arcing toward the fence, and landing in a distant section while fans roar, remains exactly what it was when Ruth did it for the first time. Ruth's story reminds us that sports matter not because they're important in some objective sense, but because they give us ways to connect with each other, with our past, and with the parts of ourselves that remember how to play. The boy from Baltimore who learned to pitch on reformatory fields never forgot that baseball was supposed to be fun, and he spent his entire career trying to share that fun with anyone who would watch. He succeeded beyond anything his younger self could have imagined. The orphan who felt unwanted became the most beloved figure in American sports. The undisciplined kid who couldn't follow rules became the man who rewrote them. The player who was sold by one team for money became the catalyst for a dynasty that redefined sports excellence. But perhaps most importantly, the child who grew up without much joy became the man who created it for millions. Every time someone's face lights up watching a home run, every time a kid imitates a power swing in a backyard, every time baseball brings people together in shared celebration, Babe Ruth is there, still playing the game he loved, still inviting everyone to join him in the simple pleasure of hitting a ball as far as possible and then running around some bases while people cheer. As you drift into sleep, you might dream of summer afternoons and the crack of a wooden bat, of balls rising against blue skies, of a round-faced man with a huge smile circling the bases while a stadium full of strangers becomes, for a moment, a community united in joy. These dreams connect you to millions of others who have found comfort and excitement in the same images, the same stories, and the same fundamental human desire to witness excellence and share in celebration. Babe Ruth lived more than 90 years ago, but his gift remains, the reminder that life is meant to be fully lived, that talent should be celebrated rather than hidden, and that joy shared multiplies while joy hoarded disappears. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere right now someone is hitting a home run, and for that moment they are Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth lives again. The boy from Baltimore found his way home, and in doing so he helped millions of us find ours, on baseball diamonds, in stadium seats, in the stories we tell about the ones who came before, and in the simple shared pleasure of watching someone do something extraordinary. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9, determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home. Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognised that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Juka's improvisational skills showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticized, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer, who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he had doubt that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. Perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests, the remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat. prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumours of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumours about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Wardenclyffe on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3227, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did your movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. Now, picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair with a warm cup of tea, ready to hear about some of the most overlooked heroes of the Victorian era. You've probably walked through countless manicured gardens, admiring the perfect rose beds and pristine lawns, but have you ever wondered about the people who made that magic happen? Tonight, we are looking into the hidden realm of Victorian gardeners, revealing a life far more vibrant than the flowers they nurtured. You might think gardening in the 1800s was all about peaceful pruning and gentle watering. Well, prepare to have that notion thoroughly composted. Victorian gardeners lived in a world where a single wilted orchid could cost someone their job, where stealing a cutting from the master's prized roses was considered grand theft, and where the difference between knowing your Latin plant names and fumbling through common ones could determine whether you ate well or went hungry. Let's start with what you probably didn't learn in history class. Victorian gardens weren't just pretty spaces for ladies to stroll through with their parasols. They were status symbols as cutthroat as any modern luxury car collection. The wealthier the family, the more exotic and impossible their garden demands became. Imagine being told to grow pineapples in England in January. There were no greenhouses as we know them today. That wasn't a request, that was Tuesday. The responsibilities of the head gardener of a grand estate were far more demanding than those of today's corporate executives. You were responsible for feeding the family year-round with fresh produce, maintaining acres of ornamental gardens that had to look perfect for surprise visits from the neighbours, and somehow making it all appear effortless. One bad season, one failed dinner party centrepiece, and you'd find yourself looking for new employment with a reference that might as well have been written in disappearing ink. But here's where it gets interesting, and where our story really begins. These gardeners established an underground network that would inspire envy in modern social media influencers. They traded seeds like currency, shared growing secrets in hushed conversations at the local pub, and developed elaborate systems for covering each other's mistakes. A prize-winning dahlia didn't just represent one person's skill. It was often the result of months of collaboration between gardeners who officially weren't supposed to be talking to each other. You see, during the Victorian era, strict rules prohibited servants from fraternising, but it was nearly impossible to prevent gardeners from sharing growing tips. It's like trying to keep bakers from discussing yeast. Completely impossible and slightly ridiculous. So they found ways around the rules. They'd accidentally meet at the seed merchant's shop, leave coded notes tucked into greenhouse flower pots, and develop a system of plant exchanges that operated with the efficiency of a black market. The real secret of Victorian gardens wasn't just the plants, it was the people. Behind every perfectly manicured hedge was someone who had probably spent years learning through trial, error, and the occasional spectacular failure that had to be covered up before the master noticed. These weren't just employees following a manual, they were artists, scientists, and diplomats, all rolled into one soil-stained package. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, imagine walking through one of these grand gardens at dawn. The mist is still hanging over the carefully planted beds, and somewhere in the distance, you can hear the soft scraping of tools against soil. But if you look closely, really closely, you might catch a glimpse of something far more intriguing than perfect roses. The intricate web of secrets, alliances, and gentle rebellions that kept the Victorian garden world spinning. Sweet dreams, and welcome to the real story of the people who made England bloom. Settle back into your cosy spot, because you're about to learn about one of the most delicious scandals of the Victorian era, and it all started with a fruit that had no business growing in England. You have to understand something about Victorians and their pineapples. In the 1800s, a fresh pineapple was worth more than most people's monthly wages. We're talking about a fruit so expensive that wealthy families would rent them for dinner parties just to display on the table, then return them to the shop afterward. Yes, you read that right. Pineapple rental services were an actual business model. Only the truly wealthy could afford to actually eat one, and doing so was roughly equivalent to serving your guests caviar topped with gold leaf. Naturally, these circumstances meant every self-respecting Victorian estate owner absolutely had to grow their own pineapples. Not because it made financial sense, it didn't, but because having a fresh pineapple from your own garden was the ultimate flex. It was like parking a Rolls-Royce in your driveway, except the Rolls-Royce needed to be kept at exactly 65 degrees, watered with precision, and could die if you looked at it wrong. Enter our unsung heroes, the gardeners who somehow had to make this impossible dream come true. Growing tropical fruit in a climate where summer temperatures barely reached what pineapples considered mildly unpleasant required creativity that bordered on genius. They built elaborate structures called pineries. Think of them as the great-great-grandparents of modern greenhouses, but heated with coal furnaces and maintained by pure determination. However, the truly clever aspect extended beyond just the buildings. Victorian gardeners developed a secret network for sharing pineapple growing intelligence that would have impressed Cold War spies. They couldn't exactly advertise their methods. After all, each estate wanted to maintain the illusion that their miraculous pineapple production was due to superior breeding and natural talent, not borrowed techniques. So they got creative with their communication. A certain arrangement of tools left outside the greenhouse meant, "My pineapples are struggling with fungus." A particular way of stacking flower pots was a code for, "I figured out the heating problem." They'd slip each other notes hidden inside seed packets, share growing charts disguised as grocery lists, and develop elaborate excuses for visiting neighbouring estates that always seemed to involve lengthy tours of the pineapple houses. The best part? Many of these gardeners were essentially running scientific experiments that wouldn't have been out of place in modern agricultural research facilities. They tracked temperature variations, experimented with different soil mixtures, and developed heating genuinely innovative systems. One gardener famously discovered that placing mirrors around his pineapple plants increased their growth rate, a technique that modern horticulturists still use today. But the pineapple conspiracy went deeper than just growing techniques. When a particularly important dinner party was approaching, and the estate's pineapples weren't quite ready, gardeners would engage in what we might politely call fruit diplomacy. A perfectly ripe pineapple might mysteriously appear from a neighbouring estate, with the understanding that the favour would be returned when their crop was ready. Careful timing and absolute discretion were necessary for these exchanges. Imagine being responsible for secretly transporting a pineapple worth several months of wages across the countryside, knowing that if it arrived damaged or if anyone discovered the deception, multiple jobs would be lost and reputations ruined forever. The length they went to were sometimes absurd. One documented case involves a gardener who dressed up as a travelling merchant to deliver a prize pineapple to a rival estate, complete with a fake accent and a made-up backstory about fruit imports from London. Another gardener developed an elaborate system of underground tunnels that connected neighbouring pineries, allowing for discreet pineapple exchanges and avoiding any awkward questions from the household staff. As you nestle deeper into your blankets tonight, picture these dedicated souls tending their tropical treasures in the English countryside, armed with thermometers, coal shovels, and an impressive network of horticultural spies. Their legacy lives on every time you casually slice up a pineapple for a snack, something that would have seemed like pure magic to the Victorian families they served. Pour yourself another cup of tea and get comfortable, because we're about to explore the Victorian equivalent of an underground railroad. Except instead of helping people find freedom, this network was all about helping rare plants find new homes. You might assume that in the rigid social hierarchy of Victorian England, a lowly gardener had no business dealing with exotic plants worth more than a carriage horse. You'd be wonderfully wrong. Some of the era's most valuable botanical specimens changed hands through a shadowy network of gardeners who operated with the stealth of master criminals and the dedication of devoted parents. It all started with the Victorians' absolute obsession with collecting rare plants. The goal wasn't casual hobby gardening, this was botanical warfare. Rich collectors would dispatch plant hunters to remote regions of the empire, taking significant risks to retrieve unique species. A single rare orchid could be worth more than a house, and owning something completely unique was the botanical equivalent of having an original Van Gogh in your sitting room. The complexity of our story begins here. The care of these precious plants required expertise. Surprisingly, the wealthy collectors who could afford to purchase them often lacked the knowledge necessary to keep them alive. Enter the gardeners, who suddenly found themselves custodians of living treasures worth more than they'd earn in several lifetimes. The smart ones quickly realised they were sitting on a gold mine, literally. But they couldn't exactly march up to their employers and demand raises based on their plant-whispering abilities. Instead, they developed something far more clever, a secret sharing economy that operated entirely outside the official channels. Picture this. You're a head gardener at a grand estate, and you've successfully propagated a rare Himalayan rhododendron that's supposed to be impossible to grow in English soil. Your employer thinks he owns the only specimen in the country, but you know better. Through careful cultivation and a bit of botanical magic, you've got 3 healthy cuttings ready to plant. Now tell your boss about your success and let him decide what to do with the extra plants. But you also know that the head gardener at the estate 15 miles away has been struggling to keep his employer's prized Burmese orchids alive, and you happen to have figured out the secret to orchid care. What develops is an elegant dance of mutual assistance that would make modern networking experts weep with envy. That rhododendron cutting finds its way to the orchid expert's greenhouse, while orchid care knowledge flows back in return. Both gardeners look like geniuses to their employers. Both estates maintain their reputations for horticultural excellence, and nobody asks too many questions about how these botanical miracles keep happening. The network operated through what you might call plausible deniability. Seeds would be discovered growing wild in convenient locations. Cuttings would be found blown over from neighbouring properties during storms. Rare plants would develop mysterious twin specimens that appeared just when other gardens needed them most. The really sophisticated operations involved what gardeners called walking libraries. Elderly gardeners who had worked at multiple estates over their careers and carried in their heads an encyclopedic knowledge of who had what plants and who knew what techniques. These living databases would make casual visits to various gardens, ostensibly to admire the plantings, but actually serving as information brokers for the underground seed railway. Some gardeners became legends in this shadow world. There was reportedly one man who could take a cutting from virtually any plant and get it to root, earning him the nickname the Propagator. His services were so valued that gardeners would travel for days just to learn his techniques, and his methods were guarded more carefully than state secrets. The beauty of the system was its genteel nature. Unlike other black markets, the underground seed railway operated on principles of reciprocity and mutual benefit. No one was attempting to make quick money or dominate the market for rare plants. Instead, it was a community of craftspeople helping each other excel at their jobs while keeping their employers happy and their positions secure. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine the quiet satisfaction of these botanical conspirators tending their secret networks with the same care they gave their visible gardens, knowing that their hidden web of knowledge and generosity was what really kept the Victorian garden world blooming. Now we're venturing into the surprisingly cutthroat world of Victorian weather prediction, and the lengths gardeners went to protect their green investments from nature's mood swings. You probably think of weather forecasting as a modern convenience, something involving satellites and meteorologists in front of green screens. However, Victorian gardeners were responsible for their own weather forecasting, and their livelihoods hinged on accuracy. A surprise frost could destroy months of work in a single night, turning a head gardener from a respected professional into an unemployed man with muddy boots and excellent references nobody wanted to read. The challenge was that Victorian England's weather was about as predictable as a cat on catnip. Spring could arrive in February or wait until May. Summer might bring tropical heat waves or chilly rain that last for weeks. And autumn? Well, autumn was when everyone held their breath and hoped their carefully tended charges would survive until next year. So gardeners developed their own intelligence network, one that would have made military strategists proud. They observed everything. The behaviour of birds, the colour of sunset clouds, the way their arthritic joints felt on certain mornings, and even the mood of the estate's cats. One famous gardener swore he could predict frost 3 days in advance by watching how the dairy cows positioned themselves in the pasture. But here's where it gets really interesting. They started sharing this weather intelligence with each other, creating what amounted to an early warning system that stretched across the countryside. A gardener 20 miles to the west might send word that storms were headed east. Someone near the coast would pass along information about changing wind patterns. The network operated through servants, delivery boys, and anyone else who travelled regularly between estates. The most sophisticated operations involved what you might call weather spies, gardeners who would make seemingly casual visits to other estates to obtain information on growing conditions and share meteorological observations. They'd admire the roses while actually noting which plants were showing stress, and discuss the beauty of the landscape, while secretly gathering intelligence about which microclimates were performing better than others. These visits served multiple purposes beyond weather prediction. A gardener might notice that his neighbour's tomatoes were ripening 2 weeks earlier than his own, leading to discoveries about optimal planting locations or soil preparation techniques. Or they might observe that certain varieties were thriving in conditions where their plants struggled, sparking seed exchanges that we discussed earlier. The really clever ones developed coded systems for sharing weather information without alerting their employers to the extent of their collaboration. A certain arrangement of tools outside the greenhouse meant, "Expect frost tonight." Specific flowers left on windowsills indicated wind direction changes. Even the timing of gardeners' work in visible areas of their gardens could convey information to observant neighbours. During particularly challenging seasons, this network became a lifeline. The legendary summer of 1816, known as the Year Without a Summer, due to volcanic ash affecting global weather patterns, would have been even more devastating without the informal cooperation between gardeners. They pooled their knowledge about which crops could survive in cooler temperatures, shared seeds for hardier varieties, and coordinated their plantings to ensure that between them they could still provide fresh produce for their employers. Some gardeners became famous within this hidden community for their predictive abilities. There was reportedly one man whose weather forecasts were so accurate that other gardeners would adjust their planting schedules based on messages he sent through the informal network. His secret: he kept detailed records of weather patterns and plant responses over decades, creating what was essentially a localized climate database that he carried in his head. The weather wars also drove innovation in plant protection. Gardeners developed increasingly sophisticated methods for shielding their charges from unexpected temperature drops, wind damage, and excessive rainfall. Simple fabric covers and elaborate mobile structures, quickly deployed when conditions turned threatening, were among these methods. What makes this story particularly charming is how these weather warriors maintained their facade of casual competence, while actually operating with the precision of modern meteorologists. To their employers, it simply appeared that their gardeners had an almost magical ability to keep plants thriving despite England's unpredictable climate. The reality was far more impressive. A network of dedicated professionals sharing knowledge and resources to outsmart Mother Nature herself. Tonight, as you listen to the wind outside your window, spare a thought for those Victorian gardeners, peering at the sky and feeling the air pressure in their bones, knowing that tomorrow's weather might determine whether they'd still have jobs next week. We're getting pretty close to the icing on the cake of our experience tonight, but just not yet. We're now analysing the most daring Victorian garden capers, tales that would inspire today's art thieves. You might think the biggest drama in a Victorian garden involved deciding between roses and lilies, but you'd be delightfully mistaken. Some of the era's most elaborate schemes revolved around plants, and the lengths people went to acquire rare specimens would make Ocean's 11 look like amateur hour. Let's start with the case that became legendary among gardening circles, the Great Greenhouse Heist of 1847. Lord Pemberton had spent a fortune acquiring what he claimed was the only specimen of a rare Chinese camellia in all of Europe. He kept it in a specially constructed greenhouse, complete with a lock that would have impressed a bank vault designer, and hired a guard to patrol the grounds at night. What Lord Pemberton didn't count on was the determination of his neighbours and the ingenuity of their gardeners. You see, this particular camellia wasn't just beautiful, it was also said to bloom in a shade of blue that botanists insisted was impossible for camellias to achieve. Every garden enthusiast in the county was desperate to see it, and more than a few were willing to pay handsomely for cuttings. The plot that unfolded involved no fewer than 6 neighbouring estates and their gardening staff. It began with the seemingly innocent delivery of a new greenhouse thermometer, except the delivery boy happened to be the nephew of a gardener from a nearby estate, and he spent just a little too much time admiring the famous camellia. Within a week, detailed sketches of the plant and its housing arrangements had made their way through the underground network. The actual heist was a masterpiece of timing and misdirection. It happened during Lord Pemberton's annual fox hunt, when most of the household staff was either participating in or preparing for the elaborate luncheon that followed. While the Lord was chasing foxes across the countryside, a small team of gardeners was conducting a much more valuable hunt in his greenhouse. They didn't steal the plant. That would have been too obvious. Instead, they performed what modern gardeners would recognise as expert propagation. A few carefully selected cuttings, small enough to go unnoticed, were removed with surgical precision. The mother plant remained intact and healthy, showing no signs of the midnight surgery it had undergone. But here's the really clever part. They didn't just take cuttings for themselves, they also left behind a few small gifts. Hidden among the soil around the camellia, they planted seeds from other rare specimens that would take months to germinate. By the time Lord Pemberton's gardener noticed the new plants, they would appear to be chance seedlings that had somehow rooted near the precious camellia. The blue camellia cuttings were distributed through the network with the efficiency of a modern supply chain. Within 6 months, no fewer than 12 estates in the surrounding counties had successfully rooted specimens, though none of them could quite explain how they'd acquired such rare plants. The official story, when pressed, always seemed to involve mysterious seed packets that had arrived with no return address or chance discoveries of seedlings in unlikely locations. Lord Pemberton never did figure out what had happened. His camellia continued to thrive and bloom magnificently, and he remained convinced that he owned the only specimen in England. Meanwhile, his neighbours would gather for garden parties where they'd admire each other's completely unrelated blue camellias with perfectly straight faces. This wasn't an isolated incident. The Victorian era was full of similar botanical adventures. There was the case of the wandering orchid, where a prize specimen somehow managed to appear in 3 different county garden shows in the same season. The mystery of the multiplying roses involved a supposedly unique variety that began showing up in gardens across 2 shires within a single growing season. Perhaps the most audacious scheme involved a gardener who became known as the Midnight Propagator. This shadowy figure would somehow manage to obtain cuttings from the most exclusive and well-guarded collections in the country. His calling card was the small gift he'd leave behind, usually seeds of equally rare plants that the original owners would discover months later. The beauty of these operations was their genteel nature. In most cases, the original owners remained unaware of the visit, causing no harm or destruction. It was plant piracy, with impeccable manners and a keen sense of horticultural justice. What drove these elaborate schemes wasn't just greed or mischief, it was a genuine passion for plants and a belief that botanical treasures shouldn't be hoarded by a few wealthy collectors. These gardeners viewed themselves as liberators, dispersing rare and beautiful plants across the countryside for proper appreciation and care. Now, how did Victorian gardeners turn innocent flower arrangements into the era's most sophisticated communication system? One that carried everything from romantic messages to industrial espionage. You've probably heard about the Victorian language of flowers, where different blooms carried specific meanings that allowed people to send coded messages through bouquets. A red rose meant passionate love, forget-me-nots represented true love and remembrance, yellow roses indicated friendship, and so on. The floral telegraph system was mostly run by the gardeners who grew the flowers, and they used it for more than just love letters. The official flower language was charming enough. Lovers could declare their intentions through carefully chosen nosegays, and proper Victorian ladies could respond to suitors with botanical precision. But the real action happened in the servants' quarters and garden sheds, where an entirely different floral vocabulary was developing. Gardeners needed to communicate with each other about everything from plant diseases to employment opportunities, from weather patterns to the romantic entanglements of their employers. The problem was that sending direct messages between estates was difficult and potentially compromising. Letters could be intercepted, messengers could be questioned, and too much obvious communication between servant staffs raised suspicions. However, flowers offered a unique experience. Flowers were innocent. A gardener could send a bouquet to another estate as a perfectly legitimate gift, a sample of his work or a seasonal greeting. Nobody questioned the movement of flowers between gardens. It was expected, even encouraged. So they developed their own meanings, layered beneath the official romantic symbolism, like a secret code within a code. A bouquet that officially expresses friendship and good wishes might actually convey, "The head gardener at Thornfield Manor is looking for an assistant, good wages, and fair treatment." An arrangement celebrating the beauty of spring could be warning, "Plant disease spotted in the rose gardens, check your stock immediately." The system was brilliantly subtle. Take daisies, for example. Officially they meant innocence and purity. But among gardeners, the number of daisies in an arrangement indicated specific information. 3 daisies meant urgent message follows, 7 meant all clear, no problems here, and 12 meant help is needed, send advice. The really sophisticated communications involved what they called seasonal contradictions, arrangements that included flowers that shouldn't naturally bloom together. A spring bouquet with autumn leaves tucked discreetly among the stems was a signal that the message was time-sensitive. Winter flowers appearing in summer arrangements indicated that the sender was dealing with unusual circumstances that required immediate attention. One of the most famous examples involved the network's response to a potato blight that threatened to devastate kitchen gardens across several counties. The first gardener to identify the problem couldn't simply send letters warning his colleagues. Such alarm might cause panic among the estate owners and result in hasty decisions that would make the situation worse. Instead, he sent carefully crafted bouquets to key gardeners in the network. The arrangements appeared to be celebrating the successful harvest of early summer vegetables, but the inclusion of specific herbs and the unusual combination of blooms actually conveyed detailed information about the blight symptoms, its progression rate, and the treatment methods he was attempting. Within 2 weeks, gardeners across 3 counties were discreetly implementing coordinated treatment strategies, sharing resistant seed varieties, and adjusting their planting schedules to minimise crop losses. To their employers, it simply appeared that their gardeners had shown exceptional foresight in preparing for potential agricultural challenges. The Flower Telegraph also carried more personal news. Information about births, deaths, marriages, and other significant events in the gardening community travelled through these floral networks faster than official channels. A gardener could learn about job openings, promising apprentices, or troublesome employers through arrangements that appeared to be simple seasonal decorations. Romance also flourished through these channels, not just among the wealthy families who inspired the language of flowers. Gardeners used the system to court each other across estate boundaries, with bouquets that carried layers of meaning that would have impressed professional cryptographers. The women in the network, and there were more than you might expect working as kitchen gardeners, greenhouse assistants and specialists in flower cultivation, became particularly skilled at reading these complex floral messages. They often served as the communication hubs, receiving and interpreting arrangements before passing the decoded information along to the appropriate recipients. Perhaps the most impressive aspect of this system was its reliability. Throughout decades of operation, outsiders have virtually never discovered or decoded the Floral Telegraph. The gardeners maintained perfect operational security, partly because the consequences of exposure could be severe, but mostly because they genuinely enjoyed the elegant complexity of their hidden communication network. As you close your eyes tonight, picture Victorian drawing rooms filled with innocent-looking flower arrangements that were actually carrying enough encoded information to run a small intelligence operation, tended by gardeners who smiled politely while managing one of the most sophisticated communication networks of their era. Now we're finally settling in for our final chapter of our journey through the secret world of Victorian gardeners. A story that ends not with an ending, but with a beginning that reaches all the way to your garden. You might wonder what happened to all these elaborate networks, secret societies and botanical conspiracies as the Victorian era gave way to the modern world. The truth is both simpler and more beautiful than you might expect. They evolved, adapted, and quietly wove themselves into the fabric of how we understand gardening today. The underground seed railway never really disappeared, it just went digital. Those Victorian gardeners who traded rare cuttings through coded flower arrangements were the great-great-grandparents of today's online gardening communities, seed swaps and plant exchanges. The same spirit of generous sharing that drove gardeners to risk their jobs for rare orchid cuttings now motivates people to mail seeds to strangers across the country, post growing tips on social media, and share their garden successes with anyone who'll listen. Every time you see a gardening forum where someone offers to send free seeds to fellow enthusiasts, you're witnessing the direct descendant of Victorian plant piracy. When Master Gardener programs share knowledge freely with home gardeners, they're carrying on the tradition of those weather-watching networks that helped gardeners across entire counties protect their crops. The techniques those ingenious Victorians developed didn't disappear either. Modern greenhouse technology still uses many of the heat management and ventilation principles that pineapple-obsessed gardeners worked out through trial and error. The companion planting methods they discovered while trying to maximise production in small spaces became the foundation for sustainable gardening practices we use today. Even more importantly, they established the tradition of gardening as a democratic art. Those Victorian gardeners who refused to let rare plants remain locked away in private collections were fighting for the same principle that drives public gardens, seed libraries, and community growing spaces today. The belief that beauty and knowledge should be shared, not hoarded. The record-keeping habits they developed, tracking weather patterns, noting which varieties performed best in specific conditions, and documenting the relationships between different plants, evolved into the citizen science networks that help us understand climate change, track plant diseases, and develop better growing methods. Their weather prediction networks were the ancestors of modern agricultural extension services and the informal climate monitoring that helps farmers and gardeners adapt to changing conditions. Those Victorian gardeners who read the sky and felt changes in their bones were practicing the same careful observation that helps today's gardeners decide when to plant, when to harvest, and when to protect their plants from unexpected weather. Perhaps most beautifully, their tradition of mentorship and knowledge sharing continues in every experienced gardener who takes time to help a neighbour, every garden club that welcomes newcomers, and every grandparent who teaches a child to plant seeds. The same generous spirit that motivated those underground botanical networks drives the informal education that happens over garden fences and in community gardens around the world. The flower language they used for communication has mostly faded, but the deeper principle it represented, that gardens are spaces for connection, creativity, and subtle communication, lives on. Modern gardens still serve as places where people express their personalities, share their cultures, and create beauty that speaks to others without words. What would those Victorian gardeners think if they could see us now? They'd probably be amazed by our technology. Automatic irrigation systems, soil testing kits, online plant identification apps, and global seed exchanges that can deliver rare varieties to your door in days rather than years. But they'd also recognise the same fundamental challenges they faced. The need to work with unpredictable weather, the satisfaction of nurturing something beautiful into existence, the joy of sharing discoveries with fellow enthusiasts, and the quiet rebellion of creating abundance in a world that often seems designed to limit it. Their legacy isn't just in the plants they preserved or the techniques they developed. It's in the understanding that gardening is fundamentally about connection to the natural world, to our communities, and to the long chain of people who've worked the soil before us and will continue after we're gone. So the next time you're in your garden, whether it's a window box of herbs or acres of landscape beauty, remember those Victorian gardeners who worked by moonlight to share rare cuttings, who read the weather in bird behaviour and cloud formations, who created networks of generosity that spanned counties and decades. They're still there, in a way, in every seed you plant with hope, every cutting you share with a friend, every moment when you stop to really notice the miracle of growth happening right in front of you. Their secret was never really about the plants. It was about understanding that the most beautiful gardens are grown not just with soil and water, but but with community, curiosity, and the kind of quiet courage that chooses to create beauty regardless of the circumstances. Sweet dreams, fellow gardener. May your plants thrive and your roots run deep. Most likely you're wearing a watch at the moment. Perhaps it's cleverly buzzing on your wrist to remind you of meetings and to keep track of your steps. Maybe it's a classic watch that your father gave you, the kind that ticks in a nice way when you press it to your ear. The pocket watch, a small mechanical marvel that sat for centuries in the hearts of farmers, emperors and everyone else in between, is the grandfather of all personal timepieces. The invention of the pocket watch was not a sudden horological miracle. No, it developed gradually, as most good things do. Clockmakers were working in their workshops in the early 1500s, attempting to reduce the enormous tower clocks that ruled European cities. These initial attempts were roughly as accurate as a sundial during a thunderstorm and as portable as a small refrigerator. When someone, whom historians still disagree about, figured out how to make a mainspring small enough to fit in something you could actually carry, that was the real breakthrough. This was more than just engineering. It was like packing a water wheel's force into a biscuit-sized object. The revolutionary idea behind those early pocket watches was that time was no longer bound by location. They were cumbersome, heavy devices that hung from chains like portable anvils. It's critical to comprehend what this meant. Prior to the invention of pocket watches, time was determined by the sound of church bells, the town square, and the cycle of sunrise and sunset. All of a sudden, time itself could be owned by regular people. They were able to plan meetings, schedule appointments, divide their days into manageable chunks, and, perhaps most importantly, arrive subtly late. The first pocket watches were expensive luxury items that most people couldn't afford in a year. They were mechanical wonders, conversation starters, and status symbols that gave their owners the impression that they were carrying a piece of the future. Rich merchants wore them as symbols of their success, and kings gathered them like precious gems. This is where the story starts to get interesting, though. The pocket watch was not exclusive for very long, as is the case with most high-end products. Craftsmen discovered ways to improve, lower the cost, and increase their dependability. By the 1600s, middle-class professionals wore simple timepieces, and by the 1700s, even farmers were using their watches to determine when it was time for their afternoon naps. The initial designs were endearingly flawed. Some clocks were so bad at keeping time that their owners had to wind them several times a day, but they still showed up everywhere either fashionably late or embarrassingly early. The faces were frequently artistic creations, such as intricate enamel paintings of mythological characters, pastoral landscapes, or loved ones' portraits. Having one was similar to having a small gallery in your vest pocket. The way these early pocket watches altered people's perspectives on their days is what most intrigues me about them. In the past, you might have said, "I'll meet you when the sun is halfway down the sky." Today you could say, "I'll meet you at 3:15. This accuracy revolutionized social life, travel and commerce in ways their creators could never have predicted. Tower clocks were never able to achieve the same level of personalization as the pocket watch. Like feeding a pet, you wind the device each morning. You dozed off while listening to its steady tick. Not only did you lose track of time when it broke, but you also lost a friend. As symbols of love, husbands gave them to wives, fathers handed them down to sons, and lovers traded them. By the late 1600s, anyone who wanted to be respected had to have a pocket watch. Keeping up with a world that was starting to move at a more mechanical pace was more important than simply keeping time. When the 1700s arrived, pocket watches entered what could be described as their awkward adolescence. They were becoming increasingly sophisticated, but they still needed to mature. The fundamental idea was sound, but the way it was carried out needed improvement. It takes a lot of work. Accuracy was the primary issue. The accuracy of early pocket watches was comparable to that of weather forecasts. That is, they were accurate enough to maintain interest, but inaccurate enough to create serious issues. It's possible for a merchant who gets to the market an hour early to find out that his watch has been running fast for the past 3 days. Or worse, his watch might decide to take an unplanned break, causing him to miss a crucial meeting. The story becomes wonderfully obsessive at this point. Clockmakers throughout Europe were enthralled with the task of designing the perfect pocket watch. Like musical virtuosos, they were creating time itself, one tick at a time rather than symphonies. The balance wheel, a tiny rotating component that became the beating heart of any high-quality pocket watch, was the breakthrough. Consider it the more portable, smaller cousin of the pendulum. Time could be divided into remarkably accurate segments by this tiny device, which oscillated back and forth with such regularity. Delicate, precisely balanced, and calibrated with the accuracy of a master chef measuring spices, the best balance wheels were themselves works of art. The undisputed masters of pocket watch accuracy were English clockmakers, especially those based in London. They created methods for creating gears that were so smooth they didn't seem to tick, but rather whispered. They produced such exquisite cases that affluent clients purchased them for their visual appeal as much as their ability to tell time. But in surprising ways, the Swiss transformed the sector. Swiss artisans started thinking about mass production, while the English concentrated on making the most exquisite and accurate timepieces for the affluent. They created methods for producing dependable pocket watches that the average working person could afford. There were significant societal repercussions from this democratization of timekeeping. A factory worker could now own the same kind of precision watch as his boss for the first time in human history. Both could arrive at exactly the same time and know they were on time, but this didn't exactly level the playing field because the worker had a plain steel watch, and the boss still had a gold one that was encrusted with diamonds. Additionally, the pocket watch emerged as a key component of the professional culture. Teachers used them to organise their lessons, doctors used them to time patients' pulses, and lawyers used them to bill by the hour. Time is money was no longer merely a catchphrase. It was a quantifiable fact that you could grasp in your hand. The most endearing thing about pocket watches from the 18th century is how their designers couldn't help but add tiny details that made them fun to own, even though they had no functional use. On the hour, some performed little melodies. Others had miniature astronomical displays that displayed the planet's positions or the moon's phases. A handful of aspirational artisans produced timepieces with numerous complications, mechanical elements that could record the day of the week, the date, and even leap years. These were portable entertainment systems rather than merely watches. You could surreptitiously check not only the time, but also whether Saturn was in the right celestial alignment for making crucial business decisions during lengthy carriage rides or dull social gatherings. The cases themselves were transformed into artistic canvases. They were adorned with elaborate designs, family crests, and significant inscriptions by talented engravers. Touching personal messages like, "To my beloved son on his wedding day," "In memory of faithful service," or occasionally just "Time flies, but memories remain," are found on a lot of pocket watches from this era. The railroad, which was invented in the early 1800s, would fundamentally alter how people perceived time. All of a sudden, taking a few minutes off was not only inconvenient, but also potentially fatal. You see, approximate timing was perfectly acceptable when long-distance travel was primarily accomplished by horse and carriage. Passengers just waited if the afternoon stage was running late. You catch the next one tomorrow or the day after if you missed the previous one. Time was still pliable and forgiving. Trains, however, altered all of that. They followed timetables that were measured in minutes rather than hours. More significantly, they were on the same tracks, which meant that two trains that were even slightly behind schedule could end up sharing a section of railroad at the same time, which would inevitably lead to disastrous outcomes. The pocket watch industry grew to meet the unprecedented demand for accurate timekeeping that resulted from this. Conductors, engineers, and station masters were required by railroad companies to wear watches that adhered to stringent accuracy requirements. These were precise devices that needed to maintain time within seconds, not minutes, so they weren't just any pocket watches. The railroad pocket watch evolved into a symbol of expertise. Large, sturdy, and built to continue operating precisely in spite of the frequent jarring and vibration of train travel, these timepieces were the norm. Because a conductor had to rapidly check the time, even in low light or while travelling at high speed, they had faces that were bold and easy to read. Railroad companies set up complex synchronization systems because they took accuracy and timekeeping very seriously. Railroad workers would be able to adjust their watches to match the master clock by using the telegraph to transmit official time signals at major stations. As a result, a truly standardized time system that covered great distances was established for the first time in human history. It had a huge social impact. Prior to the invention of railroads, each town maintained its own local time, which was typically determined by the time the sun rose. This implied that it might be 11:47 in Philadelphia and 12:13 in Boston at noon in New York. This had little bearing on day-to-day existence. It was chaos for railroad scheduling. Pocket watches became the tools that enabled the standardized time zones that were imposed by the railroads. All of a sudden, millions of people were adjusting their daily routines to the mechanical accuracy of their own timepieces rather than the sun or church bells. Significant advancements in the production of pocket watches also occurred during this time. In order to simplify repairs and increase manufacturing efficiency, American companies such as Waltham and Elgin started manufacturing watches with interchangeable parts. Each watch was no longer a one-of-a-kind, handcrafted object. Rather, they were precision-engineered products that were simple to maintain and could be assembled rapidly. The railroad standard pocket watch rose to prominence as a symbol of industrial accuracy in America. These watches were constructed to endure the harsh conditions of railroad work, passed stringent testing, and received accuracy certification. They were also beautiful items. Even the most practical railroad watch had tasteful hands, well-crafted numerals, and cases that were both practical and beautiful. However, the way that pocket watches became ingrained in professional identity was perhaps the most intriguing development of this era. A railroad man's watch represented his dependability, accuracy, and dedication to safety. It was more than just a tool. Since being able to tell the exact time was essential to their professional reputation, these men would spend their own money on the best watches they could afford. The practice of inspecting and certifying watches was also started during the railroad pocket watch era. Professional watch inspectors were hired by railroad companies to regularly check timepieces to make sure they adhered to the stringent requirements needed for safe operation. As a result, a culture of superior horology was established, which impacted watchmaking for many years to come. One could refer to the late 19th and early 20th centuries as the golden age of the pocket watch. At this time, the technical and cultural significance of these mechanical wonders peaked. Pocket watches were more than just timepieces during this time. They were technological marvels, family heirlooms, and statements all combined into one sophisticated package. The diversity was astounding. For a few dollars, you could purchase a straightforward, dependable watch, or you could commission a work of art that took years to complete and cost more than a house. This era's luxury timepieces were truly remarkable. Even today, the intricate timepieces made by master craftsmen seem almost magical. In addition to telling you the time, some watches can also tell you the date, the day of the week, the month, the year, and the moon phase. Others had minute repeaters, which were devices that, when a button was pressed, would chime out the time so that you could determine the hour even in total darkness. Perpetual calendars that automatically corrected for leap years and would stay accurate for centuries without human correction were among the most ambitious pieces. These weren't merely timepieces. They were tiny mechanical computers that were designed to track the intricate details of our calendar system with amazing accuracy. However, not only the affluent adopted pocket watches during this heyday. Working-class people could now afford dependable timepieces thanks to mass production techniques, and owning a watch came to be seen as a sign of respectability and responsibility. When a young man got his first pocket watch, he was taking part in a milestone as important as getting his first job or suit. The pocket watch was an integral part of everyday life. Winding your watch each morning was a meditative way to connect with your own timepiece. You would check the time throughout the day by using a familiar motion to reach into your vest pocket and pull out the watch by its chain. This wasn't merely practical. It was a little act that showed the world that you were a person who appreciated accuracy and timeliness. The chains themselves turned into fashion accessories. Some were straightforward and practical, while others were ornate pieces of jewellery with meaningful charms, decorative fobs, and intricate links. For socially conservative men, a watch chain was frequently one of the few pieces of jewellery they could wear without looking garish. Interesting tales about the owners of these pocket watches can be found in their cases. Numerous ones had initials, family crests, or private messages engraved on them. Some had hinged backs that opened to reveal pictures of loved ones, making them portable, private shrines. The way that pocket watches from this era became stores of meaning and memory is what makes them so poignant. A father would pass his watch to his son and tell him about its past exploits. It is possible for a wife to have a romantic inscription engraved on her husband's watch. Immigrants brought timepieces that linked them to the nations they had left behind, and soldiers carried watches that brought them back to their homeland. During this heyday, the quality of manufacturing was exceptional. American firms like Hamilton, Waltham and Illinois, as well as Swiss producers Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin, were creating watches that were not only precise but also long-lasting. More than a century later, many pocket watches from this era are still functional, which speaks volumes about the craftsmanship of their creators and the resilience of mechanical engineering. In ways that are difficult to imagine today, the pocket watch also became essential to professional life. They were used by doctors to track treatment outcomes and time patients' pulses. Attorneys charged their clients according to the exact timing of their consultations. Factory managers used stopwatch accuracy to coordinate shift changes. The pocket watch, a necessary tool that structured and organised daily life, was the smartphone of its time. Some of the most fascinating tales from the Golden Age feature unsung heroes who depended on pocket watches in ways their creators never imagined, despite the fact that we frequently associate them with affluent gentlemen wearing top hats. Consider nurses. Nurses found that pocket watches were crucial instruments for patient monitoring during a time when the medical field was becoming more scientific. They used to coordinate patient care, track pulse rates, and time medication intervals by pinning tiny, sophisticated watches, the forerunners of contemporary nursing watches, to their uniforms. Since precise timing could mean the difference between life and death, these women, many of whom were from low-income families, invested their own funds in high-quality timepieces. The relationship between rural mail carriers and pocket watches became almost mystical. These postal workers used a combination of landmarks, instinct and exact timing to navigate before GPS or even trustworthy road maps were available. A carrier might be aware that the walk from the Johnson farm to the creek took precisely 17 minutes, and that it took an additional 12 minutes to get to the Miller residence. They used their pocket watches as navigational aids to keep track of their schedules while travelling miles on country roads in a variety of weather conditions. Most astonishingly, blind people found that their pocket watches could be used as highly advanced assistive technology. In order to directly feel the hand's position, many pocket watches from this era had cases that could be opened with one hand. The first tactile timepieces in history were made possible by certain watches that were specially made with raised hands and numerals. A pocket watch became a means of preserving independence and navigating social situations with assurance for those who were unable to rely on visual cues. Pocket watches and the mining industry developed a unique relationship. Miners depended on sturdy timepieces that could endure harsh conditions because they worked deep underground, where natural light never reached and shift schedules were essential for safety. Because they knew that synchronized timing could prevent accidents and coordinate rescue operations, mining companies frequently included watches as part of their safety equipment. To maintain the exact timing needed for their beacon operations, lighthouse keepers, those lone protectors of coastal safety, used pocket watches. Every lighthouse had a distinct pattern of lights, a particular series of flashes that made it easier for ships to locate them. Lighthouse keepers became proficient at using their pocket watches to maintain these life-saving rhythms because maintaining these patterns required split-second timing. These professional applications are intriguing because they drove innovation in watchmaking in unanticipated ways. Watches that were easy to sterilize were necessary for nurses. Timepieces that could withstand explosions and cave-ins were necessary for miners. Watches that could remain accurate in severe weather conditions were essential for lighthouse keepers. In response, manufacturers created customized designs. To guard against industrial equipment, some watches had anti-magnetic shields. Others had reinforced cases that were resilient to severe physical harm. Using radium-based paint that glowed in total darkness, a few companies produced pocket watches with glowing hands and numerals, but they were unaware of the potential health hazards associated with this invention. Innovation was still fueled by the railroad sector, but in more complex ways. Some of the most sophisticated mechanical engineering of this era was found in the railroad pocket watches. Despite the physical demands of railroad work, temperature fluctuations, and continuous vibration, they had to maintain precise time. Railroad-approved timepieces had to remain accurate within seconds over weeks or months, which was a very demanding testing process. However, the most heartwarming tales are probably those of regular people who discovered extraordinary significance in their pocket watches. According to some stories, immigrants sold almost everything they owned but retained their family watches as reminders of their former homes. Veterans who maintained routines that aided in their reintegration into society by using their military-issued pocket watches. Farmers who used Swiss clockwork precision to time everything from livestock feeding schedules to crop plantings. Challenges in the early 20th century would drastically alter how people interacted with their watches. The world had never before seen such demands for precise timing as it did during the Great War, as it was then known. An unprecedented level of coordination was needed for military operations. Barrages of artillery had to be timed to the second. Across miles of battlefield, infantry advances had to be coordinated. Everyone had to follow the same exact schedule in order for units to communicate with one another. Military leaders initially believed that conventional pocket watches would satisfy these requirements. After all, for decades, railroad companies and other industries had benefited greatly from these timepieces. However, the limitations of pocket-based timekeeping were soon exposed by the realities of trench warfare. When carrying equipment, crawling through mud, or operating heavy machinery, soldiers found that it was frequently impossible to reach into a pocket to check the time. Even worse, removing a pocket watch could reveal a soldier's location to enemy observers. Military personnel needed a discreet and speedy way to check the time. Unexpectedly, women's watches provided the answer. Watchmakers have been making tiny wristwatches for decades, mostly as jewellery for affluent women. Serious men tended to dismiss these bracelet watches as frivolous decorations and viewed them as feminine accessories. However, social convention was overruled by military necessity. At first, soldiers used makeshift leather bands, or even bits of wire to strap tiny watches to their wrists. They found that, in addition to being more practical, wrist-worn timepieces were also more accurate than pocket watches in combat situations. The change took time. Throughout the war, many military officers preferred conventional pocket watches over wristwatches because they were seen as unmanly. However, enlisted men rapidly embraced wrist-worn timepieces as necessary gear after encountering the practical realities of contemporary warfare. This change reflected a wider shift in how people lived and worked, not just a change in fashion. Compared to the leisurely Victorian era that gave rise to pocket watch culture, the post-war world was quicker, more mobile and more demanding. Wristwatches were more appropriate for the more active lifestyles of women who had joined the workforce in previously unheard-of numbers during the war. Workers in factories found that timepieces worn on the wrist were less likely to snag on equipment. Outdoor enthusiasts and athletes discovered that wristwatches were more useful for keeping track of physical activities. At first, the watch industry opposed this shift. Manufacturers were reluctant to give up their decades of experience in developing pocket watch technology. However, adaptation was ultimately compelled by consumer demand. Businesses started producing wristwatches with the same accuracy and dependability that had made pocket watches popular. But the change didn't happen all at once. Pocket watches continued to be popular among specific age groups and professions throughout the 1920s and 1930s. Because railroad rules had not yet been changed to allow wristwatches, railroad employees still preferred them. Compared to their wrist-worn counterparts, older gentlemen regarded pocket watches as more formal and dignified. An intriguing generational divide resulted from this. While their elders saw pocket watches as symbols of tradition and sophistication, younger people embraced wristwatches as symbols of modernity and progress. Choosing between a wristwatch and a pocket watch has evolved into a subtly expressed statement about your values and position in a world that is changing quickly. This transition became even more complicated as a result of the Great Depression. Long after wristwatches had gained popularity, many families continued to use inherited pocket watches because they could not afford new timepieces. As a result, pocket watches started to be linked to both tradition and improvisation. Ironically, some of the most inventive pocket watch designs ever produced were also influenced by this economic pressure. Desperate to keep their market share, manufacturers started creating watches that could be worn as wrist and pocket watches. These adaptable styles included detachable cases that could be strapped to the wrist or worn on chains as needed. By the 1940s, it was clear that pocket watches would become commonplace timepieces. The post-war economic boom made new wrist-worn timepieces affordable for nearly everyone, and World War II accelerated the adoption of wristwatches for evidently practical reasons. But rather than just vanishing, something intriguing occurred. Unexpected places gave pocket watches new life, and they took on significance that their original designers never intended. They evolved into wedding tokens, retirement gifts, and graduation presents, items selected for their symbolic value rather than their usefulness. In addition to passing on a timepiece, A grandfather who gave his grandson his pocket watch was also imparting a link to an alternative perspective on time. Those early proponents of pocket watch accuracy, railroad companies, gradually loosened their standards for allowing certified wristwatches. However, out of habit, pride in their jobs, and sincere love for these mechanical companions they had depended on for decades, many veteran railroad workers kept carrying pocket watches. During this period of transition, the medical field developed a complex relationship with pocket watches of its own. Many older doctors still carried pocket watches as a sign of their professional authority and ties to medical tradition, while nurses had mostly shifted to wrist-worn timepieces and pin-on watches. The situation for watchmakers was intriguing. Although there was still a significant need for repair and maintenance services, the market for new pocket watches had all but vanished. This led to the development of a specialised craft that was more concerned with maintaining already existing timepieces than with making new ones. Master horologists took on the role of vintage auto mechanics, repairing devices that were too valuable and significant to be abandoned but were no longer being produced. Unexpectedly, pocket watches started to show up in counterculture movements in the 1960s and 1970s. Adopting pocket watches as symbols of individualism and a link to pre-industrial values, young people rejected the conformity of conventional wristwatches. This wasn't about nostalgia, rather, it was about demonstrating that you worked on your own time, independent of the fast-paced nature of contemporary business life. Collectors started to acknowledge pocket watches as authentic works of art and historical relics. Museums began collecting important examples for their permanent collections, and auction houses began holding specialty sales with timepieces from well-known manufacturers. Once commonplace items became cultural treasures deserving of preservation and study. Mechanical timepieces appeared even more outdated with the quartz revolution of the 1970s and the digital watch boom of the 1980s. However, this advancement in technology also brought attention to the unique qualities of conventional mechanical watches. A well-kept pocket watch symbolised durability, artistry, and the joy of possessing something that was made to last for generations in a world of throwaway electronics. Pocket watches now hold a special place in how we relate to time and technology. They are both outdated and timeless, deeply significant and impractical. Some artisans continue to create new ones, typically as collectors' specialties or luxury goods. We still purchase, sell, restore and cherish vintage examples. The most amazing aspect of the pocket watch narrative is how these mechanical contraptions influenced and produced our contemporary conception of personal time. Prior to pocket watches, time was governed by local clocks, church bells and organic rhythms. Time became precise, individualised and portable after pocket watches. You're continuing a tradition that started when early clockmakers tried to fit the power of a tower clock into a pocket-sized device every time you look at your smartwatch or check the time on your phone. The basic human need to carry time with us, personalise it, and use it to plan our lives with the people and activities we care about has not changed despite the significant advancements in technology. We learned from the pocket watch that mechanical accuracy could be beautiful, that time could be owned, and that being on time could be a virtue. We're still learning how those lessons influenced the modern world. It's not bad for a tiny metal disc that fits neatly in your pocket.